for red side, not so much for blue side because you're much more rather go for Khalid. Heroes like Khalid and Gatot. Yep, Khalid kind of goes through. But interestingly enough, you can still flex the Khalid into the roam if there's a need for it.
Exactly. As you guys can see here on graphic, one of the advancements of technology.
Ah, yes.
Now we can see if the hero got nerf or buff. The nerf for Khalid is that lower attack growth as well as lower damage reduction when he's using his quick sun guard, but trust me, Khalid still does his job well, is still very strong, definitely still in the meta.
It would feel the nerf would feel a lot more better if they didn't nerf base HP.
Yeah, exactly.
Right, and then it would feel a lot more impactful. Like when they nerf the HP, then they nerf his damage. It kind of balances it out. We see the Phoveus as a response. Obviously, the downside is that you don't move as fast as the Khalid, but you have a very stable laning phase alongside the Eve.
Looks like Coach Sasa here wants some control in his lineup, having the Phoveus, having this Eve, and now we're looking instantly the difference here. Control from Tianfeng Yaoguai. Nightmare wants to dive. They want to go in. They want to fight. They got a Khalid. They got a Matilda. They got an Alpha. Hello? Fight?
It's all about playing fast, right? You want to control an area. Well, what if we extend that play area? What if we get to maneuver around and you can't really keep us with that real world manipulation? It's a headache for Phoveus as well because you think Infernal Pursuit helps you catch up to people, not if they are just gliding around the map.
Long has to be careful of what hero he picks up. Right now, Tianfeng Yaoguai, they want to match the speed. They pick up the Nolan. So this is also another thing that we have to put into consideration. CEO Amazing Hero got nerfed.
Yeah.
And I feel like the nerf is very important from 1,000 to 500 cap for that execution damage from his second skill. I really feel like it's a big deal. I want to talk about this Matilda, where any lineup with Matilda, both gold lane and EXP, you don't have a good time because the rotation from mid is much faster than what you guys can have, unless you guys have a Pharsa, which we can see here is not the case. So Tianfeng Yaoguai, they already have to pre-plan. Whatever hero they're gonna give to Long is gonna be able to essentially survive by himself.
At the same time, I mean, they're banning out mid laners as expected. Vexana banned out, the Cho banned out by the side of Tianfeng Yaoguai. But another hero that Nightmare can consider could be Valentina just because there is the real world manipulation on the side of Tianfeng Yaoguai, which you can steal. And Control Mage, imagine getting the RWM on the side of Nightmare Esports against this DFYG comp. It feels quite nice to be able to stall out the tempo of both the Phoveus and the Nolan. The Kadita bundle, this one I did not expect it at all.
No, I tried out Kadita. It takes some time to get used to the new speed of executing her skills, but the damage is legit husky. It's really strong, and it's one of those heroes that even if you don't kill the Eve because the Eve builds tanky or whatever, it's enough. It's enough to make sure that they don't stay in the fight for a very, very long time. So I respect the Eve ban here. For Nightmare, I agree with what you say about the Valentina, but I also have to say, I almost feel like no matter what they pick up as their mid here, they can't go wrong. They already have a very solid 3 heroes pickup.
Yeah, I think Aurora also is another option, right? Now that it is kind of let through, they even banned out the Hylos, so even if Tianfeng Yaoguai wants to play fast with this Eve, Nolan, Phoveus, they can't do it. So the other option is to give that signature Bruno over to Long.
And again, we gotta see if Long can survive the ganks coming in from Nightmare.
I'll tell you though, if there's a chance he goes second or third item, Malefic Gun, and once he hits that, and they survive the first 8 minutes of the game, that's where it gets troublesome for Nightmare Esports because Bruno crits are extremely devastating. When your roamer has low health pool like a Matilda, he just blows through your health bar in 3 shots.
You don't have to convince me, man. I agree with you, man. Especially Matilda, first item is going to be Facet Oasis. You don't really have a lot of HP. You're only hoping for your shields. And now the last 2 picks coming in from Nightmare. They still need a mid laner. They still need a gold laner. What is going to be the choice here for Nightmare? It looks like they're going to lock in the Beatrix as well as the Valentina. You called it, Husky.
Yeah. I was thinking of the Valentina, but the Beatrix also came into my mind. Since you want to be able to play fast, you want to be able to play early to mid, you want to match range, you have Valentina for the control, but you also have Beatrix, right? Renner, you have the the Rockets as well, the Bandits Rage, all of these are great because Dianfeng Yaoguai wants to play in a close quarter combat. They want to play in a controlled environment. In this case, roamer-wise, if you want to continue down this route, Tigreal kind of feels okay now that Cho and Hylos are out of the picture. If not, there's actually not much setup
There's
left
not much.
though. Yeah.
There really is not much. Maybe something like a Kufra could possibly do something. But the Tigreal is best because he can handle the alpha,
I
right?
am
Yeah.
the power of light incarnate.
So they pick up the
The
Kaja.
Dado too, yeah.
Honestly, Kaja is the changes. Kaja's first skill can lower enemies' damage, and that's very, very impactful when everyone wants to deal damage. So honestly, this is a very good pickup. We just have to see how's the execution.
Yeah, you know what they say, if you want to take the Matilda Express, you can't do that if you're suppressed, right? No amount of Purify can help you out of that Divine Judgment. So I like this pick-off comp, at least a pick-off utility that Dianfeng Yaoguai has got them for themselves. Both teams have very different stories. DFYG wants to be the second Chinese team to qualify for Swiss stage, but for Nightmare Esports, it's been 3 years since they made it to main stage. This could be the beginning of that era once more.
Looking at both teams, all has talking to their coaches. They all understand the game plan. This is the opening match for the wild card. M6 here in Malaysia. Nightmare going up against Dianfeng Yaoguai. Who will win the first match? Who will have the advantage in their groups?
It's gonna be exciting as we will jump onto the land of dawn right at this moment. Nightmare Esports on blue side, Dianfeng Yaoguai on red. Right off the bat, we see the jungle path, complete opposite, right? Too Easy Evil Lexi starting on purple, Zed on orange.
Yeah, but they are starting on the same side of the map here. Oh, it looks like Matilda there is I think he got the buff.
Wait, did he?
Oh no, he didn't.
Oh,
Because-
you got me a heart attack.
No, because I saw Zed's level and it's like, wait, was it level 1? No, it's still level 2. So I legit thought he got the buff.
That would be a nightmare, let me tell you. But of course, we gotta remind people that the M6 Pass is now available from 18th of November to 29th of December. So complete active tasks, you got plenty of rewards that you can go for, including the Claude Battle emote, M6 Avatar, Glory Avatar Border, Boxer Battle emote, and a lot more. You max it out, you get the Claude statue.
Oh yeah, and if you guys don't know how that looks like later on during the caster cam, you guys can see the table. But looking at the rotations here, it looks like everyone understands controlling the river is going to be the priority here. PCU as well is basically moving around with Jasmine. He's mirroring Jasmine, making sure that he sees where he's going.
I gotta say, he's doing a pretty good job at it, right? Jasmine forced to take that recall. That damage from Kaja is pretty deadly, and Zed, he's just gonna pass through that mid side to allow E1 to start moving around the map.
Is that an orange buff on PCU?
It is?
That's an orange
he stole
buff,
an
right?
orange buff. Oh
Wait,
my
did
goodness.
Now, okay. Because I know, like I felt like one buff was stolen. I just didn't know who. I thought it was Jasmine, but okay. Apparently it was PCU.
I have a feeling he probably forced the retreat out at the purple buff. First turtle fight though. No, none of the Romans are level 4 yet, but you can see the damage from Dianfeng Yaoguai committing KVJ. The Infernal Pursuit takes first blood as the Retribution comes through. Dianfeng Yaoguai finds 2 kills and a turtle.
This is the aggression that we want to see. We want to see Dianfeng Yaoguai move forward from their previous playstyle, and now they're looking very, very aggressive.
Long X is gonna flicker for it! Solo kill almost achieved. Cammy barely gets out as Soso arrives, steals the Rody, goes in Shadow Strike, finds the Terrify, commits the Rody, but Long, he's looking to fight back the crit. Snipe committed! Cammy trades it back, but E1 finds the trade. And at the end of the day, Dianfeng Yaoguai still comes out on top.
Let me just say, Cammy took a very big risk there.
Yeah.
And he died, but he got a kill. So even I'm not sure whether it's worth it or not, but mentally, that's worth it. Killing with a snipe feels so good.
Yeah. Every basic attack from the Bruno, even in the early game, right? It's like the roll of the dice. Do I get a crit? That last hit after the flicker was not a critical. That would have been a solo kill for Long. So slightly unfortunate, but overall, PCO does have Divine Judgment. It's going to commit it onto Jasmine as Zed shows up, fractures him into pieces. Dianfeng Yaoguai with the 4th kill, but Nightmare Esports not done just yet. Spear of Alpha completely misses. Zed will be able to dash away.
2C for Lexi so far, I've seen making a lot of micro mistakes. We saw that basically whiffed ult, but even the jungle camp out top, he didn't last hit it. The last hit actually went to PCU, and now Zed having the Blade of Hephaestus. If you thought he had a lot of damage before, now even the tanks is gonna feel it.
Yeah, almost a 2k gold lead for Tianfeng Yao Guai at under 4 minutes. For those who have used your guest coins for the M6 pass, you might want to hold your breath for a bit because DFYG looking solid in this early game. First item priority, Haas Claw for long completed just at that 4-minute mark.
Yeah, and right now we can see Cammy desperately trying to get his first item as well, taking the mid lane. Right now Zed and too easy for Lexi. Looks like Zed is going to be the one to secure the orange buff. Too easy for Lexi on the alpha right now. Is not feeling all too comfortable.
It's very devastating when you're up against the Nolan and the Nolan starts getting a hit, right? Then because you always reach your jungle camp first, always moves faster, thanks to just the difference in mobility. And with KelVJ in the front line, it's going to be hard. Jasmine finds the back line. KelVJ will just try to block them all out. RWM comes through. Zed does go down to too easy for Lexi, but KelVJ will respond with the Infernal Pursuit. It's a 1-for-1 trade. Turtle for Nightmare. Soso looking to get away, and both teams trade 1-for-1.
Soso was able to get the Divine Judgment, and I kind of feel like that really impacted the fight, making sure that not all the damage from Tianfeng Yao Guai actually moves forward. And too easy for Lexi, he actually got a solid ult over to Zed. That's a big game changer. The fact that they're able to take down the Nolan first, making it so that this Lord fight, this turtle fight is just a fight. You're not really contesting for the turtle anymore. And they still got the turtle.
Yeah. I mean, first two turtle fights have really came down to who can take down the enemy jungler first, right? You just get that free retribution. So both teams, they ended up trading even. Tianfeng Yao Guai still in the lead, but there was close to 1,000 gold swing in favor of Nightmare. And I think right now, the FYG, they gotta reconsider certain options, especially when Oppa is starting to move around the map.
Something that Nightmare has shown as well. Their dive Husky is very strong when the Khalid is there, right? He's raging a sandstorm. Too easy for Lexi's dive as well. Soso can take the Divine Judgment. And now, Tianfeng Yao Guai, they gotta take this turret, but now they gotta leave because the engage from Nightmare is just there.
Yeah, the target is gonna be Long. It will be circling Ego, committing Raging Sandstorm, flick it away. Long will dodge it as Soso joins the fight. RWM from E1, controlling the backline of Nightmare Esports. They just cannot get out. Killing spree for E1. A solo kill happened off screen as Zed takes out too easy for Lexi. Tianfeng Yao Guai with 2 kills.
Something that was not planned there, Husky. Nightmare Esports, it looked like they were still discussing whether they want to engage or they want to back off. But now, looks like pressure by Tianfeng Yao Guai here in the mid.
Wow, RWM into the Bandit's Rage is so deadly. Zed knocked out by the circling Ego and still gets out, even taking Cammy's life with him. Tianfeng Yao Guai is so good at these short skirmishes.
Oh yeah, very good. Like, they understand the meta.
Yeah.
It's all about burst. Take someone down, get out. Take someone down, get out. It's not about prolonged team fights anymore. You get what you want, reset, do it all over again.
When you have someone like Nolan, low cooldown, consistent damage, you are always looking for these short bursts. And it's one of the few heroes that has that capacity when you compare it to other assassins. No one comes close to Nolan to having short cooldowns and consistent bursts every 5 to 10 seconds. Now Turtle in control by Chinese team. Tianfeng Yao Guai finds the suppression. Jasmine needs to get out. Worldy committed. It's gonna bounce around the camp. Turtle for the red side. And Tianfeng Yao Guai will not put pressure on that bot turret.
Oh yeah, and it looks like with the lead that they have, over 3,000 gold here, they might be able to secure this. And I want to talk about the systematic movements coming in from Tianfeng Yao Guai. They got top, they got mid, now they want bottom. They want all outer turrets first.
Bandit's Rage committed, completely goes wide. They do keep that structure alive, but I feel like if you're a Nightmare, you need to look for avenues elsewhere. They find the control onto Zed, who's looking to get away, but gets dunked on by the Raging Sandstorm. A good pickup. E1 gets pulled back, but unfortunately, no confirmation for Nightmare.
Speaking of Nightmare, this is a very bad situation for Cammy. 7 minutes in, almost 8 minutes. And only now getting the first item, the Blade of Despair. That's a very late first item time for any marksman. It's clear that Cammy did not have a good laning phase. 7 minutes in, first item. Usually for a Beatrix, you're looking at 5 to 6 minutes.
Yeah. Despite getting the solo kill, he ended up getting traded. Now Oppa will be pulled back. They will kidnap this Khalid. Gets pulled out by the Matilda. So a good escape from Nightmare Esports. They will get control of top tier 1, at least. PCO has the flicker, but with him into Long. Long now has the flicker. A good Raging Sandstorm from Oppa to secure 2 kills. on Nightmare, but KelVJ is in the backline. Oppa will be traded back. KelVJ figure away. Darkwave pulls Cammy back in front of Pursuit. Over the wall, too easy for Lexi. Gets dead. KelVJ continues to fight, but runs out of resources as Cammy picks up that one.
Despite too easy for Lexi having a bad time in the early game, but now he's really working as a peel. And it looks like Cammy might be having that as low first item because building up to multiple items at once, because immediately after that, Cammy got the Malefic Gun. So honestly, it's still good timing here for Cammy. Yeah, looking at the items, it looks like he's building. First item took so long.
Next item to be Malefic Gun. A bit of a micro mistake from Tian Feng Yaoguai. They got the fleeting time onto PCU right before the top 5, but he ended up bringing Jasmine into his own gold lane, resulting in a fight loss. But luckily, they have a decent lead still, right? Almost 2,000. They have control of the Lord. They just gotta remember that you have to go in and out fast.
You gotta look at PCU. Right now, Conceal. Will he get Jasmine?
Yeah, if you take out Jasmine, that's a good start. That completely stops Nightmare from having any authority in taking these long drawn-out fights. They will try to jump onto PCU though, but again, he has fleeting time, so the Divine Judgment has reduced cooldown. Lord is incredibly low, too easy for Lexi. Has a chance to go for the dice roll. They goes to RWM, trading both sides, but it's Zed that comes out on top. They take out the Alpha, and Tianfeng Yaoguai continues the dominance. Oppa goes down, 2 more kills and a Lord.
Zed is having an amazing game for himself, winning out that Retribution battle. It did seem like Tianfeng Yaoguai, this is on purpose. They wanted to fight. They didn't want the Lord first. They want to make sure that they have the numbers game unlocked. They want to make sure that they have more priority in terms of the number of players around the Lord, and then they executed on it. That was an amazing play coming in from Tianfeng Yaoguai.
I agree. Even the usage of the RWM, even though Nightmare Esports so stole it, but you see the placement, right? Tianfeng Yaoguai completely boxed off too easy Luxy from the rest of his team. He had to commit the Spear of Alpha just to attempt to steal. So at the end of the day, I think the onus is always going to be on Nightmare to make that counter move, but you can't do it because there's a Kaja on the other side waiting to pull you into oblivion.
Yi1 having the highest damage here. Conceal play. It looks like they're not going to take it. They're just going to use the Conceal to grab a free turret here. But yeah, Yi1 hasn't died yet. Highest damage in the game by far. The front lines from Nightmare is not having a good time. But if that's the only case, no problem. But the thing is, even the back lines is having problems.
Yeah. The biggest, and on top of that, when your Roamer is the Matilda, you saw that one Void Crystal, right?
Yeah.
That one blast took away like, what, 15% of Jasmine's HP. You cannot kind of go for these trades anymore. Who's going to check the bush? You can't do it because there's PCU just waiting as the Kaja to pull you away. And every single kill and assist conversion, every single takedown becomes an advantage.
Look at itemization here. How is the Matilda supposed to actually tank 2 magic items here? Not defensive. And now PCU, he has the fleeting time. So whoever he picks off and gets another kill, he basically can have 2 Divine Judgments in one team fight. The Malefic Gun as well, like you said, Husky, has been built by Long. So you have the range, you have the damage, you have the penetration. This Bruno is online.
This Bruno has already reached that critical mass. And if you're Nightmare Esports, you're asking yourself right now, how do we get to the Bruno? We have to commit flickers for sure, but it guarantees nothing, right?
It's like, Opera and Jasmine, they got to make it happen.
Man, I agree.
No, here's the thing, Husky. It's not just Long. If they can get Long and Yi1, that's what they want.
It's asking too much though.
Hey, if you want to win, you got to make the impossible possible.
You're correct. Got to be greater than ever. It's one of the moments. Circling Eagle only onto PCU. That's really not the guy you want to commit on. They will still try. So-so. Oh my god, that's 3 shots from Long. If only the first one was the crit, that would have been an instant kill.
Valentina's very small weakness is range, man, because she's a mid-range hero. And most marksmen with Malefic Gun outranges her by so far. It's really hard for Valentina in this situation to really get something done.
PCU has no flicker. He sees the tapping almost post so Lord slain by Tianfeng Yaoguai. So second Lord for them, 13 minutes into the game. This is going to allow them to start breaking inhibitors. But I'm going to ask you, Lofel, if this game goes late, right? If we hit critical mass, both teams reaching that 50k net worth, is it still an even game, or do you feel like just because of the team comp of Dianfeng Yaoguai, they have that advantage?
Dianfeng Yaoguai has an advantage where they can always make a fight 4v5 because of the Kaja. Nightmare Esports, they have an advantage because their marksman can deal AoE damage. So Nightmare Esports, they can definitely do it because Beatrix is one of the best scaling heroes in the game. The only problem is this Kaja always makes it unfair.
Yeah. They'll try and go on to long, but you see that range from the Malefic gun. Couple of hits is all it takes. No more Banner's Rage already. They try to clear the wave out, but that's 2 inhibitors down. Doesn't help when the Lord is crashing in. Dianfeng Yaoguai looking for a potential game 1, or at least that opportunity. RWM committed by E1. Tries to force away Nightmare Esports, but the team not really following up with it. All they care about is the structures. They get all 3 inhibs.
Right now, no more inhibitors for Nightmare Esports. And the thing that made them survive this long is the fact that PCU doesn't have a flicker. If he had a flicker, trust me, Husky, they would force it. They would force it.
I can see that happening. You did point out that, you know, for the coaching staff of Dianfeng Yaoguai, you got Sasa, who's looking at the fundamentals. You're seeing it really built up very well. There's a burst opportunity on the offer. They will not commit the Divine Judgment just yet, but here
Jasmine.
they go. Jasmine getting caught out of position, and Dianfeng Yaoguai opportunistic.
0, 2, and 10. The only thing is he uses Flicker as well, so they can't force an engagement after this unless KillVJ actually wants the front line, wants to force a fight here.
There is no way, but it feels like they're going to try anyways. Too easy for Lexi, finds the Spear of Alpha, but the damage is just too much. They even missed the Nibiru's Passion from Cammy, and now Dianfeng Yaoguai will just tap the Crystal. Game number 1 going over to DFYG.
Dianfeng Yaoguai starts off amazingly strong. Just from this one battle, Husky. Let me remind you, the last time the Chinese region was here, they couldn't win a single match in the M5 wildcard.
Yeah.
Starting M6 wildcard, very first game, they got their W.
I know it's early to say this, but it's a preview of how far the region has come, right? Last year we saw KBG, and imagine KBG was the team that beat Dianfeng Yaoguai twice in the playoffs, knocked them into the lower bracket, beat them in the finals again before the M6 Swiss stage and wildcard. So at the end of the day, if this is a preview, a taste of what the second seed of the Chinese region has to offer, I am looking forward to the rest of M6.
And again, we gotta talk about...
My goodness, Fanny is perma-ban even when she's nerved, so it really shows the big difference, the big contrast. I mean, the pro environment, we got the...
Yeah, let me just say, when I saw the Fanny got buffed, I laughed so hard that my neighbor complained, and then when I told my neighbor what happened, and then my neighbor laughed too.
Yeah, I saw the Fanny buff, and I asked my family, like, what do you think of this? My family was like, doesn't look good, and I'm like, you're correct. Doesn't look good at all.
I asked my mom, and she's like, no.
It's a bad, well, it's not a bad choice, but it's interesting. Well, at least we won't be able to see her often anyway, so I mean, in pro games it doesn't really matter, but in pubs, yeah, now that's a premier ban hero. I do like this Paramis ban though. It's very different from what, you know, Dianfeng Yaoguai have considered. They even banned a Valentina.
Okay, so both these mages are mid-range heroes, which is very interesting. So, I wonder if Long still wants the Bruno here, which according to data, it really should be.
Yeah.
So does Nightmare actually respects that and then ban out the Bruno?
I feel like you can consider, but it doesn't feel good enough.
Yeah.
Right? The Bruno can still take Purify, right? There's a Cho, sure, I can just take Purify and I can negate the
It doesn't feel good, but yeah, you can.
It doesn't feel good. Doesn't feel as good now that there's still like die potential. But it is a possibility. So they banned the Tigreal, which is a problem when you're running a Cho. You don't want to get sucked in by Implosion. Bruno, I feel like they could even leave Bruno for last. Oh, well, at least the Marksman for last, because you're on red side.
Yeah, for sure. But an argument can be made. You want to see the entire draft before choosing your roamer.
Kaja still doesn't feel that bad, right? If there's a Cho, sure, I can just pull you. Yep, Bruno comes back up, no surprise. So that's 4 nerf heroes. Was Bruno nerfed?
No,
No, okay, Bruno is not nerfed, but
hasn't
3
been
out of
changed.
4 of them has been nerfed.
The Beatrix, I feel like, was fine, but I just don't know if it's Cammy's type of hero because Cammy so far uses a lot of magic-based heroes. Has been using the Natan a lot, has been using the Harriv and such. So his Beatrix is okay, but maybe if you still want that late game, maybe consider the Natan, something that you're a little bit more comfortable with.
It's a topic that we kind of brought up. We touched on just a bit in the pre-game, right? Like, does late game hero feel as good now that games end average faster? I know his preference is more towards mage and late game scaling heroes. Beatrix feels like a good balance in between, right?
Yeah.
Early to mid doesn't feel bad. Late game, absolute monster. It should be an Aurora pick for Nightmare. There's not really much choice left. The Kaja doesn't look too bad, honestly, even though there are Aurora and Cho.
I mean, here's the thing. The rules of using a cash composition is who gets there first. If the Cho kicks me, good game, I lose. If I catch Cho first, good game, I win. Do they want to play that game? If they don't want to play that game, they can go for something simple like a high loss. I was talking about the Edith. The Edith still works fine here. There's a lot of options for sure.
Actually, I'm digging the high loss, right? You have
Yeah.
a guaranteed stun with the Law and Order. It's great against the 3 front lines of Nightmare Esports. It enables the Phoebus so much more as well. Do they want to play that ego game? Let's see. For PCU.
Yep.
Wow, good call.
Yeah. Hyla's been picked up here so far for both teams. A very solid composition here, not seeing a lot of mistakes. It really is just about the execution, where Nightmare, this time with the Cho, they can start forcing a few more fights.
I'm not crazy, right? All 5 heroes.
You're not crazy.
Yeah,
I
so
saw it.
I remember that something was up with Bruno, but I just can't put my finger on it. So all 5 of them were nerfed. Hey, yo.
Even if his nerf is super strong, technically Husky, we can say everyone got nerfed because of the HP decrease.
Yeah, except for Marksman though. Marksman has always been that solid.
Oh yeah, yeah.
I mean, nerf is just a perspective. I mean, for high loss, it was banned in game 1.
It's
let's be fair.
it's all about mindset, Husky.
Yep. Yeah, it is.
You could say like the weaker you make my hero, the stronger I become. And now, speaking of becoming stronger, game number 2 between Nightmare against Dianfen Yaguai right now. Match point for DFYG. Can Nightmare equalize? Can they win this one? And then push us to game number 3. Welcome to the Land of Dawn.
I feel like we are already at the cusp of a fraction of history being made for the Chinese region just because Dianfen Yaoguai might just get the first series win for the region overall on the international stage. We've seen game wins from KVG, but never a series in a 2-0 fashion against a team like Nightmare that's so decorated. That already feels like a big improvement from last time.
Yeah, now we can see KLVJ. This time we're actually looking at the laning phase, and he definitely has a better trade going up against the Khalid. The only thing is that the Khalid can heal up, so it's not that punishing.
Also looking at how much impact Jasmine has, right? Like, you're getting controlled so much, and it's so hard to walk up. If PCU had that Law and Order at level 2, that would potentially be a dead show. Forced to recall this early doesn't feel good at all.
Something to look at, actually. Nightmare Esports, 4 out of 5 members actually have Thrill in their emblem setup. So it does look like they want to be more aggressive in the early game. They want to make sure that they have a lot of base damage.
Hey, you know what to say, damage is king, right? That extra 18 adaptive damage at level 1. Oh, sweet, sweet numbers.
Yeah, and again, KLVJ, look at how he's moving around Opper. He's cutting the path. He knows where Opper is going to move, and he's like, I'm going to make sure I'm here first. You can't move forward. KLVJ is doing an amazing job as an EXP laner to make sure that one of the benefits of a Khalid is not being used.
When you go up against the Kings, you best not miss KLVJ. Like you said, literally a brick wall. Like, it's very rare that you see Khalid getting kind of stumped in this position. The Phoveus gets to move first. That does not feel good.
Oh, yeah. Different rotation here. Looks like the roamer as well as the EXP actually absorbs the mid lane. So does this mean that Yuan wants that EXP? Oh, hold on.
KLVJ is going to be 4. Retrieve 5 goes too easy for Lexi. Will find the turtle. Avengers will not help KLVJ. First blood for Nightmare.
I don't know whether it was intended or not, but Yuan wasn't level 4, which I feel like the EXP lane was open for him to absorb that minion wave. And again, I don't know if that's part of the plan, but I would imagine that they wanted Yuan to get that level 4 first in the EXP, and then join the fight around Turtle.
I agree. I think having the Eternal Guard is so much more valuable than maybe PCU getting that level 4 with the Glorious Pathway. It doesn't change much and doesn't help when Jasmine basically zoned out the Vexana from the fight. So now they get to kind of put that pressure on the top side. Get to freeze the turret a little bit. Long still taking that fight. Jasmine spotted out by PCU. Mid side, Yi1 getting gone on Eternal Guard drop. Jasmine even flickers but couldn't find the kick as Yi1 traced his.
Definitely a big change here where Nightmare Esports has more control around the map. They have more tempo, and the change of having this Cho really makes it very, very impressive. And again, something that we might be able to study after this is the emblem setup. Everyone, I believe except Soso, has that thrill. So Cammy has early damage, Jasmine has early damage, Too Easy for Lexi has early damage, Opper as well has early damage, even though he's not able to utilize it going up against KLVJ. But so far, the strat looks good.
Yeah. And thankfully with Jasmine and Soso, they get to kind of negate the disadvantage that that Oppa has to kind of suffer in that early game, right? They're continuing to put pressure onto Long. It's not like PCU is on a Kaja, right? So now diving feels a bit better. And here comes 4-man die, raiding Sandstorm flicker into a kick. Purify gets used by Long, but the damage is just too much. Jasmine finds the takedown.
Yeah, not much that PCU can really do. Nightmare already starting off very, very good. The fact that Cammy is able to clear the wave that fast, now Cammy can join the turtle fight. So Dianfeng Yaguai, no matter what, is going to be a 5-man fight from Nightmare. Nightmare should be the ones to really control this this neutral objective. And now even Too Easy for Lexi has the War Axe.
You see the difference between the Suyo and the Nolan, right? The burst from Suyo just not as much early on. They find the Terrify, KLVJ to the back, Retribution War. Again, not even close. Too Easy for Lexi finds the objective. Zed gets out, but Cellcade goes down again.
Good idea coming in from KLVJ, but Jasmine, he went to the back line making sure that no follow-up is going to be there.
Yeah.
We see the idea here from KLVJ is like, okay, we might not be able to get this turtle, but maybe we can get a kill.
Without the Eve, it is very different, right? Vexana, you use that Terrify or Eternal Guard, that utility goes right out the window. You have such a long cooldown in these early stage. So the control area of control for Dianfeng Yaoguai definitely not as much as game 1.
Yeah, and I like what you brought up. Not having the Eve here, that also might be the big difference maker for Dianfeng Yaoguai. Vexana is good, but it's definitely not a replacement for an Eve.
Yeah, it's kind of like a budget Eve. I would even say Aurora kind of feels slightly better in certain regards, right? If you have a Cho that's running at you, I definitely feel like Aurora makes a bit more difference. They drop the Eternal Guard onto Jasmine, who is just soaking it up. KLVJ blocking out Yi1. He doesn't have... Oh, he has to use Flicker, actually, to get out of that. That would have been pretty deadly. Commit the full combo onto KLVJ. Not getting much. Jasmine goes in, looks for the knockup. Jikundo gets it. KLVJ re-engages. PCU Law and Order. The verdict being Jasmine's demise. KLVJ pulls vengeance, but the damage from Cammy gives him a double kill.
Yeah, and this is where we see the priority lies with Cammy. Cammy was all alone in the bottom lane, Husky. He could have stayed there. He could have for sure grabbed that objective. But this is the teamwork of Nightmare Esports. He rotated mid, get those kills, and able to get the mid lane. And now he might even get this bottom lane as well.
It feels so much better. It feels so good when your roamer is able to set up and tank damage, not like a Matilda that just gets blown up in an instant. Too Easy for Lexi is one level ahead. Oppa now gets the pressure along. Obviously not much, right? This Bruno still hurts like a truck. Has to be very careful with how he moves. And with this Bruno out of commission for now, Nightmare Esports gets to move around a lot more.
By the way, can I just shout out the... Right now we have the trophy in the Land of Dawn.
Oh yeah.
Right, when Bruno was fighting against Opera, I saw that at the side. Oh, hold on. PCU taking a lot of damage.
It's a good Law and Order to stop the kick. Jasmine out of position. This KLVJ takes him out. Oppa from the corner. Yeah, Long is almost walked out to it. Oppa will just go on to him. Long will fight back, uses the Wordy, but keeps his Purify. So it's not that bad for Dianfeng Yaoguai.
Looks like the idea for both EXP laners, KLVJ as well as Opera, is just like man-to-man defense. Don't let whoever you're assigned to move around the map. KLVJ stopped Opera, and this time Opera is going to stop Long. He's going to make sure that Opera will die, but Long is nowhere near the fight.
I would argue stopping the show is so much important. Too Easy for Lexi gets the third turtle again. And KLVJ, he's so deep in the Revitalize, not in range to save him. So Cammy on the killing spree.
All the while, Opera was on to Yi1. Yi1 was not a part of that fight just because Opera was able to find him in the back line and then push him away. And Yi1, his playstyle is very, very safe. He's going to make sure that he doesn't die. And Opera exploited that.
I think the downside right now, or at least how Tianfeng Yaoguai has been playing, there's no one to peel for E1. It's not like game 1 where you have a Kaja, we have a Phoveus that can focus on the back. They get a 3-man knockout with Eternal Guard, that is huge. But where's the damage? Jasmine finds the kick into the wall though, so got a flicker to get away. A disengage coming out from Nightmare on the top side. But going back to what I was saying, your Roma, the high loss, he's so focused on trying to dive with KelVJ that E1 has to fend for himself, and it's never gonna feel good.
Right now, Zed going up against Opper. Opper taking quite a bit of damage, but again, Opper is building defense, so this should not be a problem for him. Looking at the itemization here, Opper, even though only has the Thunder Belt, by this time he should be able to have maybe 7 or 8 stacks. So he has quite a bit of defense here. Other itemizations as well, we can already see that Cammy, 8 minutes in, already having 2 items, the Blade of Despair as well as the Malefic Gun, compared to the Bruno also having 2 items, the Hot Claw as well as the Berserker Fury. The damage is there, the range is not there for the Bruno just yet.
Part of me feels like Tianfeng Yaoguai might need to change the approach to the fight a little bit. Instead of trying to dive the backline and lock them out, you might want to consider peeling for both Long and Yi1. Like, if you stop Jasmine, there is going to be Opper, right? So there's more than one target that is going to constantly threaten this Vexana that's so important to your team fight. They're going to jump onto So. Jasmine from the back. PC will eat all of it up. KelVJ finds the mid laner, but unfortunately, no kills just yet. Long onto Jasmine, who will use the shuttle away. KelVJ finds the kill onto So. Long now threatened, but PC will just use his body to block it up. Jasmine tries to go for the kick onto Yi1, but Long is saved, and this time, KelVJ is able to stall out the fight.
Dude, it was good by Yi1 as well. As long, did you see how they managed all this dive coming in from Nightmare?
Yeah.
Jasmine tried to kick them.
That's exactly what you need to do, right? Peel for the backline, stop the dive. The difference is there. Flicker into Raging Sandstorm. Long is now the target. Tries to heal up with the Heart's Claw. It's still a 1-for-1 trade. Can they take this Lord though? Too easy for Lexi. He has Cammy with him, but he's so low. An attempted steal, not done. Zed will not win that Nightmare with Lord.
Cammy this time is having a much better game. 4-0-3. Damage dealt. Yi1 still at the top. Surprisingly, 33,000 damage dealt. Even though Yi1, more often than not, gets zoned out quite far away from the team fight. So, Yi1, if he has a good setup.
Oh yeah.
If Yi1 and Lung is not touched, it's going to be good for Tianfeng Yaoguai. Right now, let's look at the instant replay here, even though it looks like a fight is about to start. But look at Yi1. He saw that Jasmine wanted to go for him, so he was able to control him first. And that's the big difference. If Jasmine instantly gets the Vexana, probably a different fight.
I would say the focus right now is who can peel for the backline better, right? Like that fight, no one was peeling KelVJ off the rest of Nightmare's backline. That's why he's just jumping around with the Infernal Pursuit. Jasmine, flicker kick onto PC. They just burst him. This high loss, not part of the fight anymore. The Lord still coming in from the bot side. Tianfeng Yaoguai will have to wait for 20 seconds.
Feels good. Feels good for a Nightmare there, where when you get a high loss and you can burst him down that fast, it gives you this confidence that you can fight against anyone. But at this point, Nightmare, they probably just want that holy defense, and they got it, and now they should retreat.
So the good news for Tianfeng Yaoguai is that they keep inhibitors alive. They are almost 7k behind. Another thing is, Long, he needs that Malefic Gun as soon as possible. We see the difference that it doesn't feel good, like you pointed out, if you take Purify on Bruno, but it's a necessity in this game. But without the flicker, oh boy, any Raging Sandstorm flicker from Opper is gonna clip him. And he needs that Malefic Gun. He needs it so fast, but he's so far from it. Oh wow, he just got it. Wow. Not as far as I thought.
Right now, the Wind of Nature coming in from Cammy is going to make it much more difficult for Zed and Lung to actually get that kill. So this is a very big difference.
Yeah.
Over 2,000 difference between Cammy and Lung. Even if Lung gets free hit over to Cammy, which, judging by the range of the Beatrix, will be very rare to happen, he has to be careful. If he just tunnel visions and just basic attacks all the way and not notice that Wind of Nature, that could be the game-ending fight for Tianfeng Yaoguai.
How fast can you force it out is also a question. It spells a bit of problem for KelVJ because you dive onto Cammy, but we saw the impact of Nightmare Esports burst damage, right? You get caught once and you just disappear thanks to Banner's Rage. You even get the Demon Hunter Sword, so good luck being a tank if you are Tianfeng Yaoguai.
Right now, I'm just looking at how they're going to win this one. But Nightmare so far, Husky has been playing very clean. Almost 7,000 gold advantage. Cammy hasn't died at all. And too easy for Lexi this time. He's able to start the fight. It's amazing. But able to feel for his backline as well. This is a different Nightmare Esports from game number 1.
Yeah, but you don't have to constantly be the first one to go in. It always feels good. Jasmine wants to look for the kick, couldn't find it, but it's good enough for the team to get the Lord. And now Nightmare Esports have an angle to go in. E1, he is so split up. Flickers away to get to safety. The freeze from So takes out E1. And Tianfeng Yao Guai on the run. Kel VJ with the vengeance to the back. Can't even get Jasmine. That's unstoppable for Too Easy for Lexi. 3 kills for Nightmare.
Yeah, right now, Tianfeng Yao Guai, it's hard to say this, but they already got to think about game number 3 because Nightmare Esports is almost 10,000 gold ahead. And against a Beatrix, one of the best scalers in the game, this is not what you want to see. And now it looks like they want to go in mid.
Maybe one last chance for Tianfeng Yao Guai, but can they hold on for 5 seconds? So P-Steel will use the Glorious Power to slow down the minion wave and keep himself alive. But Cammy almost finding it. Jasmine just flickers for it. Get rid of the front line, finds the kick on the E1. Jasmine sets it up. And Long will have to back off. 2 inhibitors down, but bottom one will fall thanks to the Lord. And Nightmare Esports showing their true form awaken after game number 1. Tianfeng Yao Guai will put up a final defense, but it is futile as Laos will continue this run in the first BO3. We find the equalizer.
The moment the kick connects on the Vexana Husky, that's game over. Your wave clearer is done. It's out of the picture. They can end the game, and that's what they did. This time, with the Cho, they have a much more confident draft.
Yeah, we saw just the most minuscule of differences. Cho instead of Matilda onto Jasmine, the signature pick, but also the shift in ban. First game, Nightmare banned Lo Yi. Yi went through and it was a nightmare for them, but now they ban Yi first phase. That Vexana just doesn't feel as good.
Yeah, right now, Tianfeng Yao Guai, they really got to figure this out because this is the very first game of the Wildcard Husky, and we're going to all 3 games. And I would say both games were very dominant, which really shapes out our meta right now. Whoever gets that snowball going, hard for you to stop them. Really hard for you to stop them.
Yeah, incredibly tough. I came here today.
I came as well. Yeah.
So someone asked me like what are my expectations, and I said that
already said my piece, but now the fight around Turtle, Danfeng Yaguai definitely has the advantage here. Looks like the Hayabusa doesn't even want to contest, which is, this is bad for Danfeng Yaguai because they're taking the Turtle real slow, and this allows the Hayabusa to farm up a little bit faster. Danfeng Yaguai, they were waiting for the Hayabusa to contest, but the Haya is just like, bro, what are you doing? I'm not even coming anywhere close to you.
But to be fair, if you are Tenfeng Yao Guai, you are happy with that result, right? Because Too Easy for Lexi is already slow on that level 4. So sure you get the farm, but Zed is still one level ahead. So for him, it's feeling really comfortable. Kel VJ is a sandbagging offer. Like, what can you do as a CC, honestly?
Nightmare has an option where they can start to snowball in the gold lane. The fact that the Angela can go inside of the Harv and then just force a fight, that's going to be very, very big. Are they going to do that, though? Because looking at the rotation, it looks like they want to do that.
Yeah, PC will spot this out. So he's going to take the brunt of damage. Flickers brings Too Easy for Lexi to long fall out and just one up Too Easy for Lexi.
Hello? Hello? Okay, so we are good. So you are good. I'm testing, by the way, guys. Hello? I'm testing, by the way, guys. Okay, let me just put it here. So if you are like watching it, my my greenish suck. Yeah, that's why. It doesn't feel like, you know, that way it is. And I'm kinda right now is okay, let me just increase some of the. Let me just increase this sound a little bit. Yeah, we're good to go now. Yeah, we're good to go now. It's not a good feeling here. It's not. And right now, okay. Almost got taken down, Husky. Wow. Even like ask me anything you, if you wanna ask, like anything you want to ask. I think, you know, I mean, Chinese are really doing well, because, you know, they are new, guys. They are new. So it was like 2 years ago. It wasn't available on Chinese App Store. I guess this Mobile Legends Bang Bang. So it was worldwide, but it wasn't available on China. So like they just started, guys. They just started the game. So yeah, I think that's the why it's the difference. But they are really good team. Like they won like LOL, maybe LOL or something like that. Yeah, they maybe won LOL. I mean LOL championship. I don't know, but yeah. And now they are. I think they are losing this match right now. Okay. There's no he can. He is safe right now. Yeah. They have 2K, now they have 3K, and now they're staring down at all the neutral objectives. The map is there. They can do whatever they want at this point. Now Opera is 1v1 against Zed, and honestly Zed is winning that trade. How do you run? Because Tabby doesn't want to be involved. That you recall and Opera, you are on your own. Take the X of Kel VJ, the king comes to pay a visit. I'll say the beast from the east, the true Chinese mythical creature having awakened themselves. Dude, the LVJ, I don't think he's small here right now. He's big. Yeah, he's big. He's big. The king. big thing. Don't let go of this Gilda. This Gilda is doing work right now. 5-1 and 3, still having that revitalized. So even if too easy for Lexi finds a good catch onto anyone, hey.
Shout out to you, my boy, who is following right now. Thank you so much for following, and thank you for the support. Thank you so much.
When is it getting out? I can never, not even with the hard guard. You know, there's a Chinese saying that.
Oh my god.
It means the heaven belongs to you. In this case, it belongs to Cao Pi. 天下之他为尊。因为小王子 has been awakened. 这边凤妖怪 now 2K slowly. How do you stop that, man?
First, I gotta translate that in my head, but for now, Nightmare, this is one of the weaknesses of a CC. The CC is an amazing hero, but the core weakness of a CC is that the way clear. You don't clear the way very fast, and now Cammy gets caught!
Let's verify out. Is he dashing forward to fight that? Are you insane? So Cammy is now gone. Is he the top tier 2 revitalize from Kelvin?
MLBB, it's new now. Yeah, yeah, bro. It's new, I guess. They are new, bro. They are new in the Chinese in the China. They are new. So yeah, it's like 2 years or 3 years.
Slow down the game. Slow it down enough so that Cammy can keep up. Lexi can keep up. Because 141 Hayabusa.
I think they need to play with more international with more international team or international way to play, like the Indonesia, Philippines, yeah, Malaysia. Right now is Malaysia is one of the I mean best team, you could say that.
I don't know how Nightmare Esports is going to deal with this.
Oh yeah, right now Nightmare.
This is 3 Lord, by the way. All tier 2s have gone down 3 Lord.
I think
That did not cross my mind, let me tell you that.
This is a 1 year
Wait.
gap between, like, you know, in between M5, right? So
I think Nightmares EA Sports might win this match if I,
They are playing out with their mind.
because they have like
A three-lord. Too easy for Lexi. He's just gonna get this.
late game hero as well. They have the late game hero as well, and the Hayabusa cannot do anything right now. So yeah, and about the I mean most of them are like early game hero, but they didn't win in early game, and Nightmare Esports have the Nightmare Esports have the late game hero. They have late game hero in their draft. So yeah. Hello, just check it out. And wait, I think Gato is if late game got late game Gato is insane, bro. Late game Gato is insane. Wait, what? He got that? Bro! Yeah. Yeah, they won. W in the chat, guys. W in the chat for Nightmare Esports. Wait, what? Wait. What I was saying? Wait, what? Wait. Why the caption is on? I thought it is. Oh my god! I thought it was Nightmare Esports though. Damn. W in the chat, guys. W in the chat. W in the chat. Big W for the Chinese. What is name again? The Chinese guys. W in the chat. W in the chat, guys. W in the chat. They won. They just won. So yeah. Okay. So I'm gonna skip this and catch up to the latest stream. So is it? Wait. Oh my god, 3 minutes. Okay, let's just check out their replay and highlights. So we're gonna catch up. Okay, we're gonna catch up soon. So yeah, let's just react these highlights and commentary do right now.
Tell VG wants to get it.
I hope
He's like,
you
"Yo,
guys
perfect.
also
You know
understand what I'm trying to say
Go
is
into the mid lane."
You know what's great? You can keep bullying the Angela. You want a hard guard?
Yeah.
What if I just take you out before the hard guard? And what if I constantly
I thought Nightmare was like
and look, I mean, tell me that he's
and I'm
on the bottom.
oh 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 Nightmare is the
Experience, man.
Nightmare is the NM. I thought NM was the Chinese one. Okay. My mistake, I guess it was my mistake.
I like to see as well that Lone is not just Bruno always in use of Moscow, but now we gotta look at the stats.
Okay, let me just
Looking at group here.
make it big so someone can see me. Yeah, but yeah. So it's because you know I really don't have the
Just one more game, the chances of them making out of group A is incredible.
okay. I think because the
Yeah.
It's tough. Obviously, when you look at Group A, Ultramar is still the team to beat. Now, from Yaokai with this showing, I think a lot of people will be looking forward to how they fare against the Turkish Fallen Kings. But for now, they get to celebrate this opening series. I think for the Chinese region as a whole, it's already a big plus.
Oh yeah. And this shows that it's really
so the next match is gonna be Geeky Sports. Oh, Geeky Sports versus the Turkey one. Oh, Saudi Arabia. Okay. Saudi Arabia is the. So today is the four matches. Okay.
good idea from them the moment they're qualified.
I think Saudi Arab is also good. Yeah, Turkey is also kind of good. I mean, they are better than us. They are better than our region. So yeah.
Incentivized fighting, can't get any better than that. So, you know what? I think from Yaokai has really set the bar.
Anyway, so let's directly go to the match right away, guys. I hope the okay, it's not finished yet, so it's gonna be finished. So yeah. Wait, what? This is to be the. Yeah, it's a wildcard. That's right. Okay, never mind. So yeah, let's go. Oh wait, is it available for 144? I hope so. Yeah, 144 is available. So let's go with 144. Let me see if this gonna work or not. Yeah, it's gonna work, but nah, I'm good because just I'm 6 world champion. Let's go.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. If you guys missed it, we're gonna have a quick recap here where we just finished the first game of the wild card here at M6, where Denford Yaoguai was able to defeat Nightmare Esports, but it was not an easy match where he went all 3 games. First game went over to Denford Yaoguai, and in the last game went to them as well. Nightmare Esports, it looks like they have to figure out something different for the other matches here at Wildcard. Welcome back, my name is Kafel, alongside me as Husky, and now we're about to start the match between Legion Esports going up against Concealed.
Rafael.
Interesting because a lot of eyes are going to be on Legion Esports. It's full Vietnamese team. We don't get to see that often on the international stage.
Yeah.
Last year they had an import, but this year they decided to go full on local. But it's still very different play style that feels like it has a very weird spot in this meta. I'm looking forward to seeing the different personalities clash.
Yeah, for sure. And we see a little bit about the meta here, but I feel like going up against
Yeah, is that the figure?
sorry, going up against EG
Yeah, hell yeah! I need that. I need that. I need that, guys. I need that.
Joy is one of those heroes that is amazing right
Yeah. Oh my God, that's a figure.
the first match of the day. The second match, we might see it because Joe loves those assassins. He knows how to play the Fetty well, and he knows how to play that Joy as well.
Which is an interesting point, right? Because it's one of the
I just hope I got the. I can get that figure. You know. I love that. It's so good. Like if you have the figure, then you know, like
it doesn't feel good.
it looks so majestic.
The fact that you can hit your beat faster and you still do insane damage into the late game.
By the way, guys, let me know where you're from, guys. So yeah, I don't know that. Where are you from watching? You know. So I hope so you let me know. Okay. Okay. Let me see. I think I will just go to this here so I can like
Cecilio wants to play a more control game. The Florence does feel like a pick that could go that route. I mean, compared to Estes or Diggy, which kind of was a Star Wars special from Team Spirit. So I think that is something to look out for. Not sure how well it will fit in this meta. But I think even for a team like Cecilio, you don't want to go that slow.
Oh yeah, for sure. Legion Esports, they can play very, very fast. We're going to talk a little bit more about it when we have more visuals as well, but a lot of adjustments that Legion Esports has done for their own lineup to make sure that their lineup is as strong as possible. And now for you guys at home, discover the beating heart of Castilla City, the gaming and esports district, the Wolfsburg.
okay. I think we have 12 minutes. So. Oh my God! I should have just used you know, I just used the. Oh my God! Okay, I'm gonna do it tomorrow. So what it's called again? In break time, we'll just gonna play some matches. So yeah, you guys wanna get bored?
And you to be fast and it you to be decisive. Either it's either keeps up or they figure out a formula to really score things out.
Again, we
Let me check the. So I'm gonna play. I'm playing Brawl right now. So yeah.
feel like it's the last option. When there's really nothing else, then we will probably start seeing those picks. But again, this is the wild card, folks.
Snapdragon is Gen 3. Yeah, this one.
In wild cards here,
Mm.
really makes it more and more difficult for any team to get that final and take it. Because let me just let you guys know, the only way if you lost one game for you to make it through the next round is that you hope everyone lose one game except for one person losing all 3 games. But now let's look at the standings here, just to solidify of what is the moving for wild cards. We saw in Group A, Young from Uruguay is at number 1 with 1 point. 99 Esports 0 points after 1 game, and now we're looking at Group B. Cecilia going up against Legion Esports. Whoever wins this one will basically be in the same standing as them from Uruguay.
Yeah, and I think the only difference would be the match win losses, right? Either you get a 2-0 and that will put you in slightly better standing. You also did pointed out at the start of the show that Group B feels harder to predict simply because we got R2 Akira, we got Legion, I mean even Cecilio is kind of part of the conversation, right? Even we talk about the downloaders, the Mongols are also in that group. It feels kind of like a toss-up overall. I would say for Legion Esports, if they can kind of show us that ferocity that they showed us back in NCCM, there's a very good chance that we might see that 2-0 happen.
I mean, definitely Uruguay, he changed a lot. So it comes to show that.
Yeah. They were like in their fast what is it called again? In their first matchups against when it was maybe M4. So in M4 they played quite really well. I think in M6. I mean in M4. So in M5 they lost. They couldn't get to the M6. Okay. So in this season, let's see. We'll just see that how far they can go. So yeah, we'll just need to watch it. Okay, guys. I hope guys please do like this stream and stay with me and let's keep watching. Okay. So They got the first W in M6 wildcard right now.
Then Nassan is correct. Nassan is very, very strong. But now let's talk about both these teams more in depth, or I would say more focused. Where you're looking here, the relationship between all of the teams here in the N6 wildcard. We're looking at the overview, but now we want to focus.
Yeah.
We want to look at one of the teams and really dissect.
Yeah, and Akira, I think Akira might win this series. I mean, in this
We gotta talk about Joe. The Joe God.
Yeah, the Joe God, the guy in the jungle, like king of the jungle, some might call him, and he is going to be the main focus for Legion Esports coming into this. He's going to be the tip of the spear, but at the same time, we also got Nart and Valentine and Sid M4 with MDH Esports. The experience is also going to matter a lot.
You know what? Honestly, has been through a lot.
Hey, the
Sorry. He played as EXP. He played as Gold. And now he's mid. He's one of those guys that is one of the last persons you as last in reg, and you just have to adjust your team. He reminds me a bit of Chico.
That's true. I was about to say he's sort of collecting like an infinity stones, right? He has 3 out of the 5. He's like the air bender, but in this case he's playing different roles.
Roll bender.
He's a role bender.
Yeah, Akira. I think Akira's are. I mean, RRQ Akira's are really good.
Yeah, stones are good.
You know.
Those are good.
Don't get stones. If you want to go P, go P.
Okay, yes. Stay healthy.
Stay healthy.
Okay, cool.
Now we gotta look at Encelio here. Instant as well as Stone.
They are good. I mean,
That they might be the dark horses because coming in from the EEC region, their region as a whole has demanded respect. Because so far, the way that they played, it does look like they're able to catch up with a lot of the competition.
Yeah, I think on top of that is also the M5 performance, right, by former Team Spirit. Back then when they would vote, they made it such a deep run, right, off the back of like Samo, Carby, Kid Pama, all the Magister, Sunset Lover, like the 5 main players last year that not only took out teams from like Malaysia, but they also give like Black International a run for their money. If anything, it has definitely skyrocketed the evolution of the ECA region, and I think that also brings anticipation to Encelio coming into this best of 3.
One of the key threats you saw just now was Stone, and one of the reasons why he's a key threat is drafting against him is very difficult. Lizzie marks me in the goalie, sure, that's great. Connors using mages, great as well. He can also bring in fighters. And what's to say that he can't use assassins or tanks? So far, those hero pools is something that drafters really have to be careful of because you're guessing that, I'm picking this hero, he's probably going to counter with this, but then a wild card, he just brings in something else.
And that's what the literal definition of wildcard, right? Like it will be the ace in the hole of Stone. If he can bring out these surprises, constantly keep his opponents on that hill, on that hole, this is kind of a formula in the but it demands such a fast gameplay. Flexibility could make all the difference.
Hayabusa goalie.
Go back to M1. Go back to 5 years ago.
For those, it wasn't actually one. I think it was M3 or M4. People used
That's
it.
a 3 years ago.
M4. For those that know, no. It's the Malaysian league, but at the same time, I feel like this is one of those things that everywhere across the world we all enjoy. Like, hey, Hayabusa goalie in my head. It works. In my head, it works.
Like it feels like it
It should work.
but I mean, looking at the landscape of Gold League, it's kind of like, man, it doesn't feel good if the Roman shows up, right? Like,
Benedetta goalie.
I feel like that one probably feels a bit better because the Roman lanes are ranged, right? Like, if the high like you walk up and you get like combo, it doesn't feel good.
Now we're looking at breaking barriers with an all-local lineup. We were able to get a quote coming in from Joe. Hey, experience. Hey has experience as a mid laner, so he stepped in to replace Shocker. Meanwhile, our substitute player, Meow, joined the main roster. This change has removed language barriers and improved our in-game communication. Let me just say Hey if you had a bit of a tongue twister for you there.
Hey has
experience in mid laner, and so he has stepped in as replace Soccer. Okay, meanwhile, our substitute player Meow joined the main roster. This change has removed language barriers and improved our in-game communication. So, okay. See, he's from Turkey though. Isn't it Turkey flag? guys.
This probably is going to be one of the most important, most crucial tournaments I think as a player.
I mean, this is what you tell your sub players. You know, like, if you want to stay here, just win. No pressure.
I suppose that's what every
And Celia, one of the best in the world, just win. I mean, like, don't think about it. Just win.
I used to say the same. Like, SLG, you want to complete the golden run, just win.
Yeah, just win. That's it.
Not hard. Malaysia.
If you have the thought of losing in your head, you lose the first win.
Yes. For one of our favorite animes, you know, they say that if you imagine yourself losing, you would never win.
Yeah. Although if I'm going up against Kenpachi, I don't know how I would do it.
By having some
If that's a spoiler, I'm sorry.
yeah,
But it's been years now. You guys should keep up.
it's a good anime. Watch it.
Yeah, watch it. 3 minutes in, we're about to jump into the draft here. We talked about Joy, but don't in terms of the hero pool. I feel like having something like availability of using the Luma opens up the draft. Because if you have a gold laner that doesn't really depend on any gang, it opens up so that your jungler can do the work. Now let's see you're like, sorry. And Joe as well as Meow. I'm stopping at 2.
But it's the pathetic.
So this is the Legion Sports.
Gotta earn that.
Oh, it's Vietnam. Damn. I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry, Vietnam. I'm really sorry, Vietnam. I thought it was Turkey though. So.
That's what I kind of saw during the Mekong Challenge Cup. I think it's easily transferable to the current patch. But again, that was up against a very controlled Insidio. You know, we got Stones, we got Lovely, the Reaper, the Sicilian, and we got Maniac.
Yeah, Maniac as well. Something very interesting here, where apparently he has 100% win rate on the Argus in 6Ks and MCC. So even the EXP later is something for us to look forward to.
Yeah, it is a higher skill cap hero to pull off, but good Argus games always feel so magical, right? You get those seemingly impossible setups. That is an arsenal that I think Insidio can pull out of the pocket if they ever need it. That could be the advantage against Legion Esports.
I was talking about how Joe can use the joy as well.
Oh, it's okay. So we are on live. So yeah, we're good.
I mean, there's also the Julian, which is a choice for Sicilian. He has also played kind of like Papilo and Bandana as pocket pick. Like Papilo jungle, we saw it from him, but we also saw it from players like Mobile Zane when they played the NACC finals.
Now we have a team focus here. The profile for Akila, the MCC runner-up, was 2 games away from qualifying for the M6 stage. This wildcard will be their first international tournament. In terms of their play style, under Coach D, Insidio has been one of the most disciplined and macro-minded teams in EECA. Expect them to prioritize objectives, okay.
Which is always, I think this always trends on the fine line. Like when you want to play aggressive macro, it kind of elevates how you approach the game. And because usually macro is all about you take it slow and patient. Right. Exactly, right? You control the variables, but how do you control it in a faster tempo? That's something that I think I'm looking forward to from Insidio.
I like the way that I take it is that when someone asks me to wait, and you say wait faster.
Yeah, where
An aggressive macro is wait faster.
wait faster, so you essentially wait lesser.
It's like the opponent, they want to get farms, like wait, but wait very fast. Because, I'm losing steam. I'm jumping into draft.
We'll give some time, right? We'll give some time to kind of get that gas back up. We're heading into the drafting phase of game 1 of the second.
Drafting phase.
Insidio up against Legion Esports. It's going to be fun because I think coming into this, we got Insidio on blue side, Legion Esports on red, East, Fanny, Tulsin, and Cho. And now,
Yeah, this is already showing what is the main priority for this wild card. Eve is really showing up as one of those heroes. Now we have to remind ourselves, Hilda is a threat. But what is Legion Esports gonna let do, right?
they have to bend the ship.
I'm more afraid of Hilda.
So, I mean, yeah, it kind of, it feels so. Okay, never mind. Nah, look at that shit.
Yeah, it's fine.
I was about to say it feels so restrictive on the red side, but hey, if you let it stand out by Insterio, then sure.
But isn't this showing your card where Insteel is basically saying they can't take the heal off? Because that was big and they banned that, or they just have something more pride. Maybe something like Hilda, Joy, I don't know. Khalid.
I wouldn't say that. I feel like banning out the hero doesn't necessarily mean you can't play it. It's
Or
just,
they want to assassinate.
yeah, it's like priorities, right? I think it does shit. Again, on two sides, you just
So
have
it's El Salvador versus Vietnam, I think.
They pick up shit first pick. I don't think they're picking up shit first pick.
Look, I think you gotta pick it first. Okay, Khalid.
Yeah, Khalid is good. Heck, I'll take the high off, though. Nah, this is not shit. Look at how long they're taking their time.
It's a he. Okay.
It is a shit, right?
Oh, whoa, ho, 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 ho.
Even in ranked people don't pick up shit anymore.
That is true.
Chip is strong.
It is strong.
It's really strong. If you, it's not like, you know, it's strong right now as well, bro. He's strong.
Are we really gonna see shit make it through without getting picked? That would be history in everything itself. That would be history.
Nah, let me just say, I've used the shit, and you know what it feels?
What?
It actually feels pretty good.
Well, at least we know the leader will not take shit.
Yeah. No, here's the thing. I'm being real with you, Husky. Chip is very strong. The damage is good. The gank is good. But come mid game, you don't play front to back anymore. The chip is more used as a flanking tool because the chip gets bursted down so fast. Like the nerf on his armor and his stroke, it actually does work. It actually is a big game changer. So the chip is like a more offensive kind of roamer instead of a defensive one. And there you go, Matilda. So no chip.
Wow, shit, to make it through the whole round.
Yep.
Wow.
Yep. I told you, man. I told you. You gotta trust me, man. I'm
Of course I do. Of course I do. I'm just in disbelief.
I disbelief. My name is Lafel.
Hi, Lafel. We're gonna savor this moment though. Not sure how often we'll see this. Matilda high loss, very decent front line, front to back, and plenty of utility. That means the goal laner has to be a very strong goal laner for Instiller.
I would say he needs a lot of DPS. Nathan is a very good shout. Honestly, now that they have the Alpha, it doesn't have to be a DPS because Alpha can shred the front line. So because you have an Alpha in your team, honestly, you can go for anything. You can go for the Nathan, you can go for an Eerie kill. You have a lot of options.
I'm not thinking for about Instiller mid laner. One is going to be the option. Now, we've already lost 3 of them. One make the third.
Something to handle the front line. Look at this. Something that Instiller can pick up is the 1-1.
That too.
The 1-1 is good here against Alpha, against Rapod, against Khabib.
Is Baron good though if you look at mid lane?
It's fine. It's just that the damage is a little bit slower.
I want to say Lilia, but we haven't seen that in a long time.
Vexana is fine.
If Vexana goes through. I mean, Lilia can still take it, right? They have to first take the second phase.
Honestly, Vexana is fine. They banned out the Valentina. The Valentina is fine as well. But them banning out the Valentina does show that they're going to get a big ult from mid-tier. So yeah, I'm thinking about the Vexana here.
Vexana, Aurora.
Aurora, yeah.
So we talk about the fun for Instiller, that one gets banned out. So even came well prepared.
Legion, honestly, they have a lot of options here. They can pick up the quad, they can pick up, maybe the clan is not the best, but it's something that you can consider.
We probably take the clean more of the response than anything, right? Wait, they bet A? Whoa, wow, okay. I thought they would be the one taking 1-1.
Yeah, so now Legion, they pick up the Bruno, a lot of range, so still they gotta fight with range as well. Don't can like to not be using a marksman, but I don't feel like why not? That's a lot of fun.
Yeah.
Honestly, Lunox is fine.
Lunox, Beatrix, if you want to go on the split, I think it's not too bad as well. Although I feel like King would suffer a bit more. Okay, probably a Beatrix, the most sense. Yeah, there you go. And then we're looking at the Vexana or Aurora. Fits quite well. This is our lineup. Should be Aurora, right? Because I want more AoE control compared to Vexana that has a lot more reliance on internal guard. So it's a trade for both teams.
Which honestly, both mages work really well in each composition. But right now in Helio, they're already showing the draft about playing the macro game, having the Ion, having the Matilda as well. There's a lot of sustain for the team on the Helio. For Legion, all about dive, all about having that instant, I would say, gratification of starting the fight.
With this Matilda pick, when we kind of draw example, we draw reference from game 1 between Denton Yaoguai and Nightmare. Matilda, they're very jarring limitations of what you can do, right? But against this draft from Legion Esports, do you think Matilda has some room to perform?
I feel like because they have the high lock, it's a little bit better. Because if somehow they get punished, this high lock is able to slow down everyone
Oh, the match started. Okay, okay. And this match is gonna be. I'm playing ball right now. In meantime, yeah, I mean, in the bear break time. So yeah, I'm gonna be watching right away. Okay, guys. So it's gonna be over right now. So I hope you know what I'm trying to say. Okay, let's just play this match. After that, yeah, we're gonna be good.
But so far, looking at the jungle here, they haven't. Okay, there you go.
There it is.
That's Nart going up against Justinian. And again, just slowing them down. This is slowing down by quite a lot here, Husky.
Yeah, Matilda needs to come. Matilda needs to provide some help instantly. Yep, finds the help. And while the early game is still going on, I gotta remind you guys that the M6 pass is available 18th of November until 29th of December. Plenty of free goodies, including a free new special skin for Baxter, the M6 Glory Avatar border, Baxter Battle emote, and of course the Claw M6 exclusive skin, sound effect, kill effect, statue, and so much more.
Yeah, make sure you guys get it quick. And honestly, just to make it very simple, just keep playing the game.
Yeah, just keep playing.
Just keep playing the game.
Support your team.
Support your team, and then you'll be good. You'll be all good. But now we're looking at the EXP lane here, where Hehe and Joe go in against Maniac.
Revitalize to the time. All right, now first blood for Joe.
Yeah. So right now, Legion Esports, it looks like they were able to slow down Justinian quite enough, and they actually capitalized on the advantage on going to the EXP lane. So Legion, they're the one that's actually playing this macro game very, very well.
If my eyes didn't deceive me, they did a lane swap also, right? They put Hehe in that bottom lane as the Vexana into the Hydos, so the Hydos can't clear the way properly. You can't really go onto the Vexana, and the Kali just deals with that mid lane as good as you would in any other lane. So I do like this adjustment. There's an attempted gang on the bot side, but Meow to be stunned up. Flickers. Quick stun guard to heal back up.
Honestly, the way that Meow has been moving around the map, it does feel like Meow is just a secondary roamer. And so far, I feel like he's going to get his level 4 very, very soon. But in Celio, their mid trio, they're moving quite well as a team. Gnar is taking quite a bit of damage. He has to be careful here.
So he stunned up again. Eats the spear of Alpha. True damage is deadly. Survives the sliver of health. Justinian wants to steal the turtle. Cannot find it. So Legion Esports gets the objective. And they continue to put on the pressure in the jungle.
Celio is actually playing this very, very well. Like, the way that they contested the turtle was in a way that they were going on multiple angles. If they get a kill, they get a kill. If they get
okay, so we're back, guys. I was playing the brawl match, so yeah. In that meantime, yeah.
The Vexana showing on top. Hehe helps out Daylight. When she took quite a trade just now, almost losing his life. So Legion Esports, they get off to a very decent start, but it just comes from Insidio, right? Talk about macro. You want to keep Justinian safe. Make sure that he has an advantage because he's 2 levels.
Okay, let me just put my shit in here. Okay. I'm like I'm some kind of, you know, the I'm some kind of ghost. I mean some of ghost, like, you know, the souls. Yeah, souls would be the best way to put it. I feel like I'm a soul in this stream right now. That's kind of funny. Okay. Wait, what? What was there? What was there? Wait, what? Bro, what was that? Yeah, look. What was that? Let me show it one more time. Yeah. Whoa. Oh, oh wow, that was really funny, guys. That was really funny.
He's wearing the retro because of that. The first 5 minutes, you have a penalty. You don't absorb.
Yes, I'm gonna clip that. I need to clip that one. I need to clip that one. You know, I need to clip that one. Wow.
It is worth it, right? It's so worth it. Look at that purple side. It's completely blocked off. Like, whoever checks this push, you gotta be ready. So Hylos will have to do the job. Meow is in such a nasty flank angle. Justinian will spot him out eventually. How's his turtle fight gonna be? Circling Eagle, 2-man knockout. Meow will just eat up the front line. There's no turtle contest. Unfortunately for Incilio, the Alpha though, ultimate in. Maniac pulled away, Raiding stands up to the back. Reaper has to retreat. And now Legion Esports pound onto Maniac. Glorious
Yeah, I'm pretty sure of it. Who's gonna? Wait. Well, let me tell you something, guys. This match, it's gonna be
3 minutes in, let your jungler grab your E.
wait, what? Okay, never mind.
Yeah, he is so comfortable right now. First item priority out for both the XP and the mid laners of Legion Esports.
Who's-
Meow.
Yeah.
Even if you are the Kali, you're not really missing out too much, right? Sure, you're sharing some resources, but the fact that you're securing a decent lead for a jungler, it's not that bad of a thing.
He's not losing levels as well. He's level 7 and Maniac is level 6.
Though I can agree with you with one thing when it comes to the whole is it worth it, is that I'm not that far ahead. It's just 1,000,
Yeah.
1.3k. They got 2 turtles and a first blood. That's all.
Yeah, I guess we have to see what happens in the Lord stage where if Meow or Joe is really, how do I say, punished by doing this. But so far, everything looks pretty good.
I think Legions are winning this right now. Oh, first build is Malefic gun from the Beatrix. Wow, that's new. That's new, guys. That's new. I mean, I am ex global Beatrix, so yeah. So that's new for me, you know.
Alpha grabbed his first
I mean, I am ex global Beatrix.
is unsurprised. So in terms of item progression, in terms of gold, getting the gold is really not that big of a difference. So in terms of the gold and the EXP, it looks actually quite good for the Alpha.
Oh, it just burst out just like that. Wow.
Playing fast.
Yeah.
Good that, okay, we can't contest objective, but no, you know what we can do? We can take out Daylight.
Right now, Joe is absorbing the mid lane as well. So now Legion Esports, they got to figure out that they are quite vulnerable in certain lanes, especially when they're moving like this, giving everything over to Joe, which is very, very interesting. Which I wonder if this is only possible with Khalid, or they can do this with many from the EXP lanes as well.
Probably explain that the move faster without Khalid, maybe CC, you know, someone that can rotate faster. I would say if, like, just reference what you pointed out, if the first item timing is the same for both junglers, then the only leverage Joe has is levels. It doesn't really matter too much now that you think about it.
Now talk about Zulu, man, because now Justinian has his second item. Lovely now having
Oh, there. So Incilo is trying to like 4-1. Their strategy is 4-1. Like they will be together like 4 people here and the yeah. It's now. I mean, it's working. It's working, right, guys? It's working. So they are playing like 4-1. They're playing like 4-1. Yeah. And it's working. It's working pretty. But even though I mean they are getting killed, but the tower is not. Tower is not like you know. They are not getting the tower, but they are getting they are getting the kill. But anyway, I think if you get the okay, I think they're not gonna go for it. Yeah.
especially because the Lord is coming on. I like the patience, but they gotta wait for the Lotus Pathway to come on cooldown. So it is
Yeah,
going to take
the Lord is came. So yeah, I think there's gonna be fight, and I think Legion Esports is 2K gold guys in here. So whoa, look at that. Okay.
to the back line. The Lord is very low. They do take out Meow though.
Oh, Vietnam got the Lord. They lost 2 people, but yeah. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Look at the damage, bro. Coming from he. His ideal name is kind of funny, you know.
And that's how you can actually get close enough to really start a fight. The thing is, no response. So your main damage leader was not really there, even though looking at the itemization,
I'm really sick right now, guys. I'm really sick right now because it's you know the season ending and season change. So that's why I'm sick. But even though I'm sick, I'm still restreaming in front of you guys. So hope you guys like this stream, and yeah, and thank you so much for watching anyway, guys. Wow. So yeah, I don't think yeah this tower's gonna be no. Wow, they protected this. Wow, that's really good defense coming from the Insilo.
because again, the way that they're moving on the map, they can predict where Legion Esports is going to be, and they're able to defend every angle. Legion Esports as well, I would say if they were able to control the minion waves a little bit better, making sure that the timing of how it crashes onto the turret, making sure that Legion Esports was able to push it away, then that would be good, because Legion Esports, they only have 2 kills so far in game, and the league, they don't really have that much.
Okay.
Away from the team, the Zero just instantly retreat. So that's the pressure that we're seeing. And just to minor detail, talk about how
Yeah.
we'll never be too far ahead. After that whole ordeal of taking the Lord and not being able to find a lead and losing Joe, look at that. The difference is not even 1,000.
Yeah. Right now is I think Insilo is right now is they were 2K gold behind. Right now is like 500. Oh, it's 1K. Again, it's 1K. Wow, that's okay. Okay. I think yeah, that's gonna be in a fight. I think yeah, they're retreating. Okay. Yeah, that is still playing like 1-4. That's I think I understand the Insilo strategy. They are playing 1-4. Okay, I mean their RMM is like the RMM is farming, and the 4 people are helping, and their Hi-Fi is going for the cleaning the lane, and that's how I think. Yeah, that's really good strategy coming from Insilo, guys. I mean, look at that. I mean, so that's why they are losing team fights. That's why Legion Esports is losing the team fights, because it's like 1v 2v4 to 3v4. Yeah, that's why. So meanwhile in their Hi-Fi, yeah, their Hi-Fi is also farming. So yeah, I mean, okay. Whoa, oh, okay, he got it. Whoa, oh, there's a side right there. Wow, damn. Yeah, that was a good fight coming from the Legion, you know.
Imagine if he didn't even get to use his retribution, right? I think he got terrified. If you look at the
Yeah, instant replay.
Akidia,
So yeah.
very crucial moment because when they used to run out of what Mercy was
So he was going for the Beatrix, but yeah. Yeah.
From Daylight, that was a difference maker. Daylight was able to take them out just so fast. The first damage coming in from the judo, the crits are starting to hurt.
you clump up together, you're gonna eat that rolling in the face over and over again. Like mentioned the armor reduction. And they keep the inhibitor alive. They're gonna use everything from the Arsenal, Banner's Rage,
Okay.
Joey commits the ultimate, ends up
Okay.
getting free. Fort Jones, good Warrior Order Sun, Meow also falls.
Yeah,
but
that was a mistake coming from the Legion Hyper. I think he shouldn't have gone for the their EXP. I guess their EXP is Hylos. So I don't think he's tanky, bro. He's super tanky. You're gonna just go there just like that for the tank, you know. If he was low SP, then yeah, you can go. But it was like 50%, more than 50% ESP there. So yeah, there was a mistake coming from the Legion Esports. I think they can defend this one. Yeah, they can easily defend this one.
more than just that, but unfortunately, no wave means no turret.
Yeah, I kind of feel like that was a little bit
And they
over.
forced it too hard.
Yeah, they forced it too hard because Legion Esports didn't have any of the fight. They just cleared away. I even saw Reaper trying to freeze the turret to potentially push it, but yeah, they weren't able to look at that Dominion. So that was
Bro, okay, so Beatrix is doing really good right now. I mean, the damage coming from Beatrix is really good. I mean, the damage coming from him is really insane. The build is this. Okay, I got it. Guys, you guys need to check out for the builds. You know, that's the only way you can, like, you know what I mean, like, yep.
Expensive items, but cashing in 16 minutes into the game. Third Lord coming up.
If this lot got the Legion Esports, I think they might. Okay, I think they might can defend this because they have the Beatrix. He has two walls that I mean AoE damage. He gives AoE damage. So yeah.
Yeah, I kind of felt like
Well, actually, yeah.
now they are kind of racing against the clock, and Legion Esports understands that. Agro now goes over to Exilio. They're trying to push forward a little bit, looking for hey, that's going to be inflict your out. They turn around.
Okay.
Unfortunately, Leslie goes down. It's going to be Immortality out. They take care of Mel. It's going to be 1-for-1 trade thus far. Legion Esports looking to push the envelope a little bit, but thrown out by the Yuzu's passion. So end of the day, 1-for-1.
Yeah, I feel like Legion Esports doesn't have to be that aggressive. Look at that top wave, it's pushing it well, and Joe was able to control the bottom wave as well. So right now, Legion Esports, in terms of the wave, is looking very good. They can actually force this.
Wow. What?
Now, never mind.
What?
Never mind.
What was that, bro?
What?
Okay, let me check the replay, guys. Okay, so yeah, first of all, their tank gone there, and yeah, it's so squished, and there you go. Like it's like 40%, 40% ESP there.
I'm very surprised that they
That's 40% ESP there. That's really good one. I might
that Warrior Raiders,
play Beatrix right now.
this turns everything around, and now, I mean, look at that.
Whoa,
Ooh, another random apathy.
bro.
That's the Lord. Daylight, he's walked away.
Yeah, Daylight really has to look at his health, man. Because
He's 0-5. I mean 4-5. He's 4-0-5. And giving this damage, yeah, Legion Esports, they might, you know what I mean? Like, they might lose this match. I mean,
his heal is basically jacked out. We all have all the items that he needs to deal with damage.
Yeah, you look at the instant replay brought to you by Kidia. This is
yeah,
weird.
just like that, he just vanished. And the hee.
That was sort of a mistake. Daylight could have blocked that shot. He left his mid laner out to dry.
His I mean his sniper is really good. Don't? Oh, his IGN is don't.
Oh, it is. I'm not holding. I can't use that.
By the way, which country they are from? I don't recognizing that flag.
Legion Esports, in terms of weight clear, they're actually quite decent. Oh, but looks like Lovely wants to go in. Lovely takes a lot of damage.
It's gonna be 4v5 though, but there's gonna be a top side push as well. So if this inhibitor survives,
So yeah, that's what I mean. Like even though they are 4v5, still they couldn't do anything. Cause they have the AoE damage. I mean.
we see that for Joe to go into their immortality after Winston Crown.
Let me just tell you how to do it in PvP. It's like, their engage is just poking.
Oh yeah.
They engage to poke and then go back. Engage to poke and then go back. Like, the way that they do it is really such a good, like, I come in, I see what I can do, and then I back off. I never fully commit.
It's like you're it, you know. It's like poking at Legion, but without the recall.
Wow, they are 3.4k goldie right now.
And then moving back as fast as you can.
I know the perfect recipe. It's like Tom and Jerry and Tom.
They're 3.8k gold right now.
So far, it's
I mean in Silo. Wow,
all the
they are pretty good.
maybe this is the Matilda thing, maybe without the Matilda they can't really do this kind of face off, but it does look like the Steelers are trying to force mistakes from Legion. Faking those engages, hoping for Legion to overcome.
By the way, guys, what is suffering right now? Wow, I'm suffering F N O
And you can clearly
F.
signs of Legion.
No, F N O P. No, I mean the Fnatic Onyx Philippines. Yeah, I'm kind of Onyx fan, you know.
Third Lord, to see what adjustments Legion brings to the table, I would assume that they like probably slowly switch the
So yeah, I'm suffering them.
so fast and the clean win. That's what the 5-star e-hailing right. You don't get any service better than that.
Right now, looking at the map, Steeler is covering this Lord perfectly. And we know he's getting towards both Meow as well as Narc is trying to find Don't. But Don't so far, his positioning, man, it's so hard to catch this guy.
Even esports, they do get aggro off the Lord, so instead of
Yeah.
reset, you don't want the Lord to be
Don't just giving the distance and
And he wins like a T. And again, the top wave is winning.
it's like no way.
So far, it doesn't look like they want to be the one making the decision to go. They're waiting for Legion.
I feel like they have to, right? Like, that's always isn't gonna last long. So this Lord is halfway out already. They get nothing out of it. Someone has to
So
take care of the base. People have to recall.
And Reaper not being able to fight is big because you need your mate for the AoE CC. And now Legion Esports, they're on the ward again. And the other wave is coming in from Legion. This is bad for Imperial.
Yeah, they gotta run it down. They can't even get Lucidity into the fight zone. Legion Esports just winning out based off of that top side macro.
I think Insilo is doing great, but I think if they lose, it's unfortunate because they are defending really good, and it's just that they lost to like almost all towers except for three. So yeah.
Back off. It's like, oh, thanks for using your all. I guess we're all good. The top wave is pushing in. We see no Aurora. We can move forward.
I suppose there's such thing as too patient.
Yeah, I think Hylos could have like they lost the fight and got the turtle. Lord cause Hylos used his ult. You know that's why. Bro, look at that! Look at that! The Lord. He is Lord. Just pass out just like that.
Get out on top. I mean, look at it. It's 10 to 5. It's 10 to 5. Full items. And yet the Steeler is playing this like it's a victory.
The fact that Legion Esports had to throw 2 volley for an inhibitor just to come back to the start of the particular game, it just shows you that Insidio has gotten it down to the T. I guess the lucky thing is that all previous lords, at least the previous two lords have been on his bottom side. Upcoming one also bottom side.
Okay, what kind of argues?
I don't know, that's the only thing keeping Legion Esports, you know, like being the side relief, like, oh, thank goodness, we don't have to deal with the top side. Anything that's one top side, it's gonna be a different story.
If I was in Celio, I'll be trying to force one inhibitor.
Yeah.
Like looking at the bottom, it's very, very low. Like at least one inhibitor for one inhibitor. You don't make Legion Esports win every single time the Lord Event comes up, right? I feel like they have to figure something out. If it's not, they really need to get someone up there and deal with two Legion waves so that they feel, feasible.
It is a job for Justinian and Justinian alone. That's the thing. I mean, at this stage of the game, you're dealing with the buffed up minions. They are incredibly durable.
Oh yeah, for sure. Like it's funny because when you consider you have full items, you think you would one shot everything. No, not at all.
The minions beat you.
The minions have 6 Sky Guardian helmets.
I think the timing for him to kind of split that map has already passed, for sure.
Yeah.
Now you just feel the pressure of, oh my goodness, this minion wave is so hard to take down. But on the flip side, if he did set up a double wave somehow, then it benefits the a lot more, right? Because it takes so long to die.
But we can see here. Look at Bela. Bela is going to deal with that single minion, and the push is just going to start all over. Oh,
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm thinking of that. I think you gotta do it fast. Do it fast, or at least force Legion into an uncomfortable spot. So maybe at least gonna throw his body for it for sure. Look at that. Losing most of his health. Unfortunately, they just don't have the resources. They put themselves in an awkward position. No flawless pass.
They don't have the resource right now. So I think this fight they might. Whoa. Okay. He got the rod.
It's a death dealer, and Legion Esports loses Joe, and and Cilio have
Wow.
that moment.
what was that Reaper? Oh my God!
I wanna see the replay, guys. I wanna see the replay. You know.
For immortality
Come on, show us that replay.
on the map, Reaper. That was game changing.
Show us the replay, boys. Show us the replay.
And look at the irony of the name, definitely Reaper. They're reaping the rewards of that play, and now Cilio is on a full steam ahead. You have more than half a minute on 40 seconds on Joe, almost a minute for Meow to come.
Okay, never mind.
Time to run down those lanes.
I think it takes time to replay it, I guess.
And more.
Yeah, but right now looks like they want mid. Maybe they're gonna try to end this now.
Yeah, it's 20 seconds. More than 20 seconds. They don't have the yeah, and slow win. And slow gonna win this match. Yep, there you go. Well, they cannot do anything. They couldn't do anything because they didn't have the minion clears waving the to clear the waves. They don't have the clear the waves because even though Bruno is single player, single hit player, single hit hero. Yeah, they couldn't do anything about that. And Incilo has the minion players because they have the AoE heroes. So yeah, eventually yeah they won. So I think it's a good thing, I guess. Okay, let me guys. I need to eat for lunch, guys. Okay, I'm gonna be back after the breaks, I guess. I'm not going anywhere, guys. Just stay, guys. So I'm gonna just put this back on the, and the mic as well. So I'm gonna just increase this audio capture. Okay.
Guess what? It was a mid laner that secured it for the team. So wow, props to Reaper. Incilo put up a dang good fight.
I gotta say, we're gonna look at the drafts coming in from both teams, and I kind of feel like it's fine. I just see that both teams, their playstyle definitely has holes in them, where I feel like other experienced teams is able to exploit. Where in Celio, they're playing a little bit too disciplined to the point where you can just force things out and then actually push them away from their objectives and then get the objectives for free. Where Legion They had a good standing in the game, but they didn't use it to their advantage.
Yeah, it is, again, right, we kind of brought up the question of the unstoppable force against the immovable object, and in this case, I guess the immovable object was able to withstand the blows from Legion. I think the craziest thing is that the kill count of this game,
It's not that high.
it's only 5 for Legion in almost 27 minutes. It really shows you how drawn out the game is.
And how Legion... Okay, I'm going to put this on both teams. Legion could not find an advantage to actually get any kind of wins in terms of kills. Lovely, on the other hand, is the reason why no one died.
Yeah, I agree. I think it also came down to that very awkward Lord dance where Legion kind of lost their jungler in the first push. They threw 2 bodies in the first Lord. They got an inhibitor, and afterwards at the Lord dance they started losing members. The first Lord that ended with a negative net gain for Legion, what was kind of like the thorn in the side for them as well. They wanted to push the envelope, they just didn't have the resources to do so.
Call me crazy if you want, but you gotta ban out this Matilda, man. Lovely is too good on this Matilda because we see that Legion, they have the resources to actually get kills, but every single time, all these false engages. The Hylos as well, the Hylos Matilda combo is more impressive in Incilia than any other combo because they have a lot of false fights where it looks like they want something, but it's just like, no, we just want to force you guys to use your skills, and many a times they actually do.
Yeah, and we see a lot of these fights, or a lot of these seemingly fights about to happen, all happen at choke points, right? Lord fights, jungle. In Celio, they just don't, they understood which location is the best for them to really utilize the team comp, and that kind of was a thorn in Legion's side because if I'm a Bruno, I don't want to be in that fight.
Right now, if you're looking at this, look at this is weird. Legion has all 3 Lords. Legion has 3 Lords compared to 2 for Incilia, although to be fair, the last Lord that was very, very important. And in terms of towers, 8 to 7. Legion had a pretty good game.
Yeah.
They just couldn't figure out how to take down Incilia. They don't have enough damage, which is weird. Like, you know why it's weird? They have 1, 2, 3, 4 different ways that they can start the fight, right?
Yeah.
Even the Vexana, flicker, first skill, all that's a way to start the fight.
To be very honest, the entire game, I've been wondering, will not ever use AOG to start a fight, to split the battle line, right? To isolate key members of Incilia, but we say the Incilia turtle a lot. Legion also did the same with this Gatokacha.
Yeah, look at his goal difference, man. 16 minutes. 16 minutes of the game, Legion had goal advantage. The problem is they really didn't utilize it that well. They were able to get neutral objectives with the turtle and the objectives and everything like that, but they weren't able to win any kind of team fight. And the question really is Incilia that good at avoiding team fights, or is it really the Hylos and Matilda combo?
I feel like it's something that complement each other, right? Hylos and Matilda, great combo, which allow Incilia to avoid all these fights that Legion were kind of fishing for, but also because Legion, I kind of feel like they could have been a lot more proactive with certain abilities like the Gatot Ultimate, the Khalid Raging Sandstorm, but maybe based on that early, like first 10 minutes where these team fights didn't turn out well for the Khalid, they decided to change the approach to a safer, more passive way of playing the game, and it just plays right into Incilio's hand, even though they were given the RNG advantage.
Yeah, you know what? That RNG, man.
I'm telling you, our 3 back-to-back lords on the bot side.
Dude, if that was me, I'm like, oh, are you serious? I would ask for a pause. Are you serious?
Are you kidding me? Like,
come on, man.
We gotta do this all over again. Hey, if the game doesn't want you to win, you gotta create your own window of winning.
Legion had so much advantage on that game, and they still couldn't do it. They need to adjust for game number 2. We're gonna look at the game MVP here, and it's Reaper. And in terms of highlights, he has amazing highlights, but that one play on board, that's game winning.
You would never expect an Aurora to do that. Not at such a crucial moment, right? Like if that if that play came with any other outcome, they lose the Lord, that game ends right then and there, I think.
Yeah, if Legion got their Lord, maybe they could finally end it.
It's a Hail Mary attempt. It paid off, right? To toss the coin and then they got hit.
For you to win, you got to take chances.
Yeah, they decided to do it, right? It took them long enough.
Yeah.
We've been asking, man, are you going to make that move? But hey, Reaper decided to take matters into his own hands.
Yeah, looking at the highlights here, look at Reaper. He's
Oh.
not. He's the kind of guy that will not hesitate to flicker forward and start something. Where he hasn't been really doing that a lot. And the engage here, Legion died because of the Aurora ult.
We did also compare both the Vexana and the Aurora, where the Aurora you just give a lot more of these AoE controls, right? Like it feels a lot more comfortable dealing with this tight space, and I do like the fact that Insido is utilizing it to the max.
Yeah, and
Yeah, this one was the weird one. Look at that.
yeah, I don't know why Legion Esports was moving that way. Oh, hold on. Oh.
It was the hailstorm.
No. It's two things. Joe made a mistake as well.
He retreat early, right?
He retreat early, so he wasn't even frozen, and that's why he couldn't retreat. He did retreat, he just retreat early.
in these
Small.
tight moments,
Tiny.
wow, you feel the nerve. That nerve really got to Joe.
I can't even.
You can't even fault him for it.
I can't even fault him. It's not his fault.
It's unlucky.
It's a very scrambled fight. It was just like, God, I'm gonna press retreat. If I get it, I get it. If I don't, I don't.
It's either I press retreat first or I risk
Dying.
and then I don't get it anyways, right? Very unfortunate.
Game number two. I really feel like it's on Legion to make adjustment. Because I feel like in Celio, they came into this game prepared. They look amazing. They know what they wanted. And you know what I want?
What is
I
it?
want Hello Panda. Fuel your game with Hello Panda. Crunchy biscuits filled with creamy chocolate, the ultimate snack to keep you energized. Level up your day. Visit Hello Panda's website for more. And in fact, during the breaks, listen to the Hello Panda song.
Yeah, I'm learning it.
Hello Panda.
Hello,
Hello, Panda.
Hello, Panda.
Creamy biscuit or something like that. Yeah,
Something strawberry, right?
Something strawberry.
Figure that
We'll
out,
figure
yeah.
it out. You'll figure it out, okay? Give us time.
Give us still some time. Maybe
First
by
day.
tomorrow I'll remember it.
Yeah. I'm looking at the BM desk and they're also promoting.
Oh man. Of course, we again gotta remind you guys that the M6 Pass is now live. You can participate in the M6 Lucky Gift. So many things to get.
From 18 November all the way to the 29th of December, participate in the Lucky Gift. Join the draw for a chance to win Claude's new Epic skin, Challenges Flare, and Beatrix's new M4 Epic Painted skin, Light Seeker. Don't miss this rare opportunity to get Beatrix M4 exclusive M4 Prime skin returned for a limited time. And if you guys are participating in an M6 Pass, this bad boy right here, I don't even dare touch it. I'll just point at it.
Yeah, it's so sacred. We have sponge underneath it just to make sure that it is in the most solid position ever. I want to collect this. I missed out on the Yuzong one last year and I have a lot of regrets, but this one, I have to get it.
Regrets are a bad thing.
Yeah, it is.
It's like regretting where you can start a fight but you don't, and when you start a fight you die.
Oh, come on. They're already dead. Stop beating the dead horse, Lafel.
Ban Matilda, no?
Yeah, I think so too. Like, it goes back to what you brought up, right? Was Matilda the biggest problem? Is Matilda the reason that they have such a versatile enabler, or is it just Legion's esports reluctance to take the fight?
Oh, it looks like we have a chat here with Daylight. What do you think about this new patch? And Daylight said, Assassins are still meta in this patch, so they still need to be nerfed. Personally, I hate Assassins, but I like the Malefic gun though, because it adds range to my marksman hero. So Daylight, he's just like, I don't like things that make me not have fun. You guys might like it, but I don't.
I think that's basically
Nerf them.
all marksmen and mages.
All
right?
marksmen, exactly.
No one in their right mind that plays those two roles like assassins.
Yeah. There's no Vexana player that's like, oh, I think Hayabusa should get buffed.
Oh yeah,
I've
I love
never
playing
heard,
Hayabusa.
I've never heard a Vexana says, you know what, I think Hayabusa needs a buff.
I've never heard a Vexana player say, I'll take my chances landing the fear before he Ogi shadow kills. No one does that.
No one does that. No one does that. And now we're about to jump into the drafting phase. Can Celio do it again? and they win 2-0? Or will Legion Esports just show that today it's all going to be a 3-game series? And now Legion Esports is going to be the first pick, Celio second pick. It looks like Legion, they ban out the Cho. Coach Gee bans out the Jushin.
So they do end up going for the Gatot ban this time,
Sir,
even though they did
what's
pick
your
it in the
command?
previous
Your
game.
team
Get the
is
Fanny
banned.
ban out by the side of Incilio. It's fair to say that, you know, with Chip not being in the equation as much, at least Red Side gets a bit more of a breathing room in terms of the bans that they could opt for. But still, with how Game 1 went, I feel like if you are Legion Esports,
Always
you
on
are
play.
losing out on
Your team is
the
banned.
mobility, right? That's why they banned the Matilda. So actually three crucial roamer bans by Legion.
Fight! Fight for the ultimate answer.
And you know, like we said, the Matilda needs to go. Hilda is banned out as well.
Among the planes.
Oh, Eve! I was thinking what got through, and Legion Esports, they got Eve. So just like that, they have an advantage. Now let's have a conversation here, Husky. Old times,
Old times.
the way that you fight against Eve is with a Claude,
Oh yes.
right? We haven't seen the Claude pop up ever since, actually for quite a while now. For quite a while now, we haven't seen the Claude. Even with the changes of his mana, even after he got buffed, we haven't seen a lot of Claudes. Now, I want to see if in Cilio, they keep on playing range and just playing Beatrix, or will they try it and pick up the Claude?
So far, it seems like they are gonna stick with what worked. Still get the Hylos and the Suyo. Not only got the buff in his Art of Thievery, but he also got buffed in the base damage of that Blazing Duet. So it does allow him to be a lot more proactive. You know, a lot more damage early on. But I feel like in this case, they probably would still stick with what's like comfortable now that there is a, you know what? I changed my mind. If there's a Phoveus and an Alpha, the Claude doesn't look too bad if you want to be able to duck around fights.
Yeah, but again, it's really about their comfort. Do they
Yeah.
play with a Claude? Because playing with a Claude is much different than playing with much other marksmen. Because the Claude really wants to get that farm very, very fast. So instead of giving the farm over to your jungler, you're gonna give it over to your marksman. And now they have the Lu Yi. We've
Wow.
seen what Lu Yi and Claude can do. You can like, if the RNG is not on your favor, like game number 1, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. Oh, you ban my Matilda? Guess what? I teleport. Not
Yeah.
just me, I teleport my whole team. I can bring more than one guy with me. This is a hero that has been permanently banned up till now. So Incilio finally gets a crack at the Luo Yi. And not only the cross-map plays, the big brain macro plays you could pull off with the diversion, you also have the area control, right? Like Alpha, Phoveus. You want to be in your enemy's face, you can't do it when there's yin-yang reactions constantly triggering on you.
Yeah, but again, so far it's looking good. The Hylos is a question mark here. It can be in the EXP because we just saw what Maniac can do with it, but it can also just be flexed into the roam position. Right now, Legion Esports, they are banning out roamers, but let me remind you, Maniac had 100% win rate with the Arlet.
That too. So Beatrix does get banned out by the side of Incilio. Another thing I'm looking at is, I feel like this Hylos probably would go into roam. There's a higher chance just because into Phoveus, you don't feel really
Yeah.
good, right? You don't
Yeah.
feel too good into a Phoveus.
Other than that, right now,
What else can you
wait.
ban?
What if
What is?
What if in Celio, just like, Hylos goes to the EXP, and then they pick up a chip? So that you have a lot of ways.
Oh, wait!
You have a
Luo Yi
lot-
chip!
Yeah,
Ah,
but not
ah.
chip yet. You know
Dang
what?
it.
I should have kept my mouth shut.
Yeah, I mean, you
They
just waited for, like, if you waited for 3 more seconds, we might have been able to get that god combo that we missed out for, what, more than 1 season?
Yeah, I just had to open my mouth, Husky.
Dang it, LaFell. It's okay, it's okay. We'll probably have next one. Maybe if this goes game 3, we'll get it again.
Yeah, imagine the Lu Yi chip.
Oh man, it's like it's a wet dream, you know. Like I
Yeah.
would love to see that.
And I mean, like, if you're a fan of Incilio,
That's true.
if you're a fan of Legion Esports throwing back to first game, that's a nightmare.
I mean, Legion Esports, they are not a fan for sure. Oh.
Right now, Legion, a marksman that can open the map reliably, maybe that's why they banned out the Beatrix, because going up against the Louis is going to be very, very dangerous. The Natan gets picked up as well as the Khalid. You know what? If Legion Esports goes to the late game, they might win this one. because I've seen a lot of games where it goes to Lord pushes. Natan and Eve there, they can clear out any wave.
Yeah, like high ground defense is so strong when you have these two. Well, the thing is you don't even know if the Khalid is going to be Romo XP. What am I saying that? Okay, forget I said that. I was like, wow, that's a big flex. Apparently, I just had a brain fart moment. So Khalid roam.
I've seen a game where Phoveus goes roam, so it's not.
I feel like I've seen it.
Yeah.
I'm not sure where I saw it though.
Yeah. But you won that game, Husky, so you know.
The Phoveus roam won us that game, to be fair.
Yeah. And now, this is a good pickup actually, especially if the Edith is going to the roam position, can handle against the Alpha quite well. Honestly, when it comes to the draft, previous patch, Legion Esports, this is one of the best draft that you can get. In Celio, however, with how they've been playing the map, now that they have the Lu Yi, I do feel like this is a kind of a hidden strat. One of the unlocking things that can really show their full potential.
The mastery of Luo Yi really makes a lot of difference. We've seen some teams get Luo Yi and not being able to really utilize that versatility that she brings. Coming into game number 2, we'll see if Legion Esports can find the equalizer as we head into the land of Dawn. This time we get Legion Esports on the blue side, and Celio will find themselves on red.
Incilia right now having match point. It's on Legion Esports. They just had a very long game. Can they recover? Can they reset? Can they push Incilia to a game number 3? Legion Esports, this is their last chance to go up against Incilia. And right now, looking at the movement from the junglers, again, same side of the map. We want to see if Legion Esports, they actually want to go for the late game. Or this time, they're going to be a little bit more proactive, and this time Incilia not having the Matilda, vice versa. Are they going to be the proactive one, or are they going to be the one reacting?
I think if you have the Luo Yi, proactivity feels like
this is interesting.
a must. Wow, Brace Smite.
Yeah,
on
Brace
Luo Yi.
Smite on Luo Yi. And Lovely looks like it's not going for the Warcry, it's actually going for the Quantum Charge. So looking for more survivability and movement speed instead of pure damage with the Warcry. And even the Bruno, look at this. He wants the items fast. Now, honestly, like, looking at the emblems, a lot can be dissected here.
Yeah. He's like, if Legion Esports have strong late game, you know what? I will get to late game first. But at least I'll try.
No, honestly, it's like the Bruno, honestly, for both marksmen makes sense because Natan wants his Trinity items as fast as he can, and Bruno, he just wants his first item. After getting that House Claw, he can start forcing the fight. So maybe it's just, you know, making sure that he gets either the House Claw or the Berserker Fury first, and then after that, just force fights. Maybe that's why he got the
Bargain Hunter.
I'm thinking Bargain Hunter, Mystery Shop, it has been changed so many times.
Yes, it changed. He gets the discount, right? He gets the discount pass. He has a discount code.
10% discount.
10%. Maybe some poke, hey. It's the same strat again. Oh boy, that Yin reaction is deadly. First blood should go over to Joe. Legion Esports, just like game 1, finds the first kill.
Yeah. But right now, we got to see how Legion Esports really pushes this because they have the advantage. And in game number 1, they were able to secure 3 turtles. If they can secure 3 turtles here as well, I just want to see how they can start taking more objectives and then getting more team fights.
There's Growth Pathway, though. Flicker of Shatter. Nart gotta flicker away, and this time Justinian will not miss. Finds the turtle. Maniac, Law and Order on a Joe. Verdict is that Maniac slammed on. Mia will find a kill, and Reaper misses the dispersion. So at the end of the day, 1-for-1 trade, and Celio finds the turtle and will cash in on this purple buff.
Oh, but they're really pushing it. Can they kill this before the... Yeah.
Huh?
Okay. Okay.
I mean, it works, right?
Yeah, because I thought, like, okay, that seems a little bit early for the diversion, but they made it work. They made it work.
Yeah, but Justinian doesn't have the retribution. The idea.
Okay, guys. Hello, boys and girls. I'm back. So yeah. Let me see. Let me just increase this one. So yeah. So you guys can also listen to the.
I thought in my mind, I was just trying to piece it together. What if, right? It's a wild idea.
Okay.
Eric, skip the Luo Yi.
Let's go.
But not the usual Grandmaster, a chess Grandmaster. The Yin reaction is like a chess piece. What's that movie again?
It's in the back of my head. I'm referencing. You know what? I know Remar and all the other guys are watching. If you guys know the movie, I'm thinking about,
Oh, I thought you meant the movie is called It's in the Back of My Head.
No. It's not. If you guys know the movie title, I don't even remember the actress's name. But anyways, back to the game. Again, an advantage for. Oh, this time it's New Zealand. But again, in terms of advantage, it's not that big, Husky. Looks like for both teams, they're not really forcing out a fight. I mean, the fact that we were able to have some time for ourselves to think about a movie name, a movie title, and still nothing going on. Queen's Gambit! Thank you very much. Oh, that was the one. Queen's Gambit. Thank you very much.
Zipper. Oh, Joe is going to go down and get blasted by this version. Just in time for Joe to spawn.
Oh, they're okay. They're talking about the movies. Okay. Oh yeah. I guess.
It's popularized chess is quite a thing. Should be able to turtle without any issues. Easy to introduce it. And now they're going to flip back. Meow. And another flicker. Surprised that you try to walk out more into an idiot like that.
Insilo is winning this one right now. Wow, I didn't know that this mouse is strong, bro. Insilo was this mouse strong, bro. I really didn't know that. Anyway.
But again, no way means that. We've been seeing Legion Esports really try to utilize this Khalid. I mean, game 1 it was now, game 2 now it's not, to make early moves, but I think it's very unfortunate that they haven't found great success across 2 games.
I really didn't play yet the what is his name again? Whoa. Yeah. Yeah, it's terrifying. But in late game, I think they do have late games hero, but we'll just about to see anyway.
Both junglers are at the top side of the map. Again, for both teams, it looks like they want to play the macro game, which is kind of uncharacteristic for Legion here. Legion actually playing slow. But I don't know if I like this hockey, where you're playing for your opponent's time. Right? Like, this feels like Legion wants to play like Insidious.
Yeah.
Okay. Whoa. Oh, he knows. He knows that they were there. Okay. Well, they are still playing the strategy of the of 4-1.
Once we have items, we're going to fight. Before we get items, we're really not going to be doing anything. Diversion. It kind of calls back to what I brought up, right? Like,
okay. Oh, he got caught. Wow.
Can we have an instant replay? What was that interaction? He was like, push, pull, knock up, everything. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
It feels really bad when you're a phobia, but all of the flickers so far, I think we see from now is to escape. He's not having a good time at all.
Okay, whoa. Yeah. I think Insilo is gonna win. Like,
but still not gets out.
Yeah, but look at not even have to use the flicker. And Helio, they're don't mind me for saying this, they're grabbing everything for free here, Husky. They're like, hey, you wanna kill? Go on, get a kill. Hey, you wanna hurt? Oh, go. Get a hurt. I'm not saying that Legion is letting it happen, but at the same time, they're not doing a good job stopping it.
Yeah. I know it's early to say, but you can slowly see it go out of control for Legion right now. I'm gonna say, like, They have 4 body cards around it.
Looking at the items here, looks like the Bruno is opting for a second item, Malefic Gun, which kind of makes it so that Intuitive they really are just going for the objective instead of going for a Berserker Fury. He just wants more range.
Guys, they can
Looking at Daylight here, he's still waiting for Holy Crystal, but nowhere near close to his Holy Crystal here.
Bueno, esa es donga.
He's pivoting to the Wisdom Nation. He realized that this game is accelerating too fast. Robert Samuel used an attempt to engage, but it's too late. He didn't follow the Lord so dark. He's gonna sacrifice his life.
They're just getting bust out just like that, you know, like, wow.
The timing long ago.
Maybe it's because of draft, but right now, usually for their front line, hasn't really been doing much. Nard, Joe, Meow. It doesn't look like they're having a good time actually doing anything in this game. No engages, no frontline body blocking, no nothing. Like, it could be because of the Edith, because honestly, Edith does well against the
Whoa! He got it. He actually got that.
You should have tried to fight it here too. That's a bit of an error. But man, that came really close.
Oh yeah, very, very close, but overall that could be just Gideon just checking out, okay, how much damage do I have? Can I kill someone under 30? Alright, I can. Well, I can try again later.
Almost enough.
Almost enough.
Thankfully, he's not a shutdown, right? He doesn't. He only has 5 assists prior to that, so no big shutdown goal for Daylight. The time and loss. Taking out the way, sometimes so pushing with the more as well. Even with 4 members of his studio, they still have so much presence.
And you saw Joe got attacked once. By one basic attack. And he had to output hard.
Yo.
Wow, that's painful.
So,
Oh.
right now, the chances of them really stopping the push from Helio is quite low. Quite low. Right now, it's 10 minutes in, and only inhibitors are left here. Diversion in.
And it allows for so much potential, right, in the play. Like the combat movement, they won't get rid of it though. Almost took out Daylight and Meow at the same time. Still, possibilities are endless.
At this point, it's just about mental. You're just scaring these esports from doing anything.
And those were halfway, another EN reaction. Daylight had to purify out of that. Or he would have went down. They were trying to get the inhibitor first. They sacrificed Maniac for it, but still, big crit.
Whoa.
43k damage.
Yeah. Oh my god.
Another double kill. It's Celio.
The damage coming from Bruno. That's insane. Are they gonna lose right now? Yeah, they might. Whoa. Whoa. Whoa, maniac. Wait, whoa. Oh my god, that Daylight. Wow. Oh my god. He just, whoa, man. Like 4v1 or 4v2, something like that, you know? Yeah.
Start looking to win the fight here, Husky, because again, now you have Maniac. There's nowhere for Maniac to go.
Wow.
It's almost a sense I would say that this doesn't look good for Studio, but hey, they got all 3 in it.
That was all for the Lord here. And
Bro, the damage.
The minions are much stronger. Super minions are much stronger than normal minions. So
When you don't have all 3 inhibitors,
yeah, it's you. They can just keep guiding the sword.
you want to play 26 minutes games like game 1? Sure. Well, be my guest. Studio willing to do that.
Damage, look at the damage, bro. 17k? I mean, 1.7k damage per attack?
From the Lord, yeah.
Yo.
It's gonna be the distraction. Lawrence Hathaway cuts off the entire backline. Alpha Spike is in.
Ooh.
Lord knocks him out. And it's gonna be a Simeon that finds the objective. Everything.
Who got the Lord? Oh, Justin is from the Insilo. Okay.
Do or die.
So he still got that. He still got the Lord.
Then he can still survive. Here's the thing, you haven't used as well as the Khan. The Khan already has the Holy Crystal and the Wind of Nature, so...
Wait, who is the tank here? Oh, it's
The Divine Blade as well.
yeah.
Well, then. Solid 5 with some nature.
No.
Wishing Lantern.
Wishing Lantern. Oh my god, that's key.
There you go. Lictor of Shatter. Two-man stun. Raiding Sandstorm to the back. Hits no one. The Lawrence. So powerful. And this time of daylight can save it. It is.
Whoa! Whoa! I thought he gonna defend it, but anyway, it's a victory coming from a victory on Incilo. So yeah, congrats W2 Incilo guys. W in the chat. I mean, yeah, they won in a way. If they have the, if it was the late game, then yeah, they could have chance. They had a chance, you know. But it's unfortunate anyway. It's unfortunate for them, I guess. Well, they played well though. They well played, but it's unfortunate they lost in a way. So we just hope that they comes back, you know. Okay. It's a feast. Whoa.
Greater than ever, right? Yeah, greater than ever. Even though Marcus, look at it. They look nasty. They're in a suit. They're in a suit, Husky. They're in uniform.
Yeah, they have a uniform for Marcus.
They have a
It's not
uniform.
just, you know, just a vest or shirt. It's a
Before
full
this, it was a jersey.
Yeah, now it's a full suit. Can you believe it? Suit and tie. Suit and tie.
After this, Tuxedo.
Oh boy. But grand final, who knows, right? Who knows? Grand final.
Let's talk about the games now. And Legion, game number 1 and game number 2, it looked like they were a bit lost. And I kind of feel like that's the biggest problem. Where
Yeah, I also agree with that.
what to do from minute 1 all the way to the game end.
Mm.
It just looked like Legion Esports was not prepared to go up against the Studio.
It does feel like it. I think
Yeah.
because we set the stage of
The first match was like the first match was like in favor of the Legion Sports, but in late game they couldn't do anything because they have the late game advantage is 0. That's what I mean. And this match, I think Hylos is the one who carried their team. I mean, Hylos is the one who carried the team in Silo team. That's what I think, guys. That's what I think. Okay, that's what I think.
talk about how fast Legion can go based off of the MCM. Game 1 didn't really show that ferocity, at least to the degree that I expected. And then you look into game 2, they just felt so lost.
Yeah, it looked like everyone didn't have the confidence to start something. Yeah, it could be the mind games because they're going up against the
Yeah.
where all of a sudden they could teleport 4 people in your back line and then you get crushed.
Yep.
But
I think they didn't.
you're paralyzed. Like options paralysis where they're like, should I do this? Should I do that? Should I back off? Should I move forward? At the end of the day, they didn't do anything. And again, it's just
I think they played 1-4 strategy. I mean, Hi-Fi is on the side of collecting the farming the minions, and other 4 goes to support MM. That's how they won, guys. That's how I think that's the Incilio's strategy. You know, that's how they win, and it's kind of worked. You know, it's kind of worked. But it's it's unfortunate for the Legion Sports, I guess. So yeah.
really couldn't do much, and it could be because Reaper as well as Lovely did well, and Maniac, what an amazing frontline, man. Like he's always there to prevent
Yeah.
Legion Esports from doing anything.
Yeah, money. On both teams, I mean both match. Maniac was the one who carried. That's from my perspective. Okay, so the Hylos was really good for team support, for ganking, and you see, guys. So I think if even though he didn't like do much on this on the match, I mean he didn't get the kills, but he's
Where Mystery Shop Ford making it so that he gets his first item relatively fast, and then the
marksman for both of them. And Lovely as well, we see, well, it's not rare to see Quantum Charge on it either. But lately we've been seeing a lot of War Cry so that when you go to the private round, you deal a lot of damage. But so far, even with the Quantum Charge, it looks like it wasn't that big of an issue. Damage was still being able to be dished out and still tanky as ever.
And even when you look at the emblems for Meow, the talents for him, he took Festival of Blood, but he also took that Inspire, right, for the extra cooldown reduction into Concussive Blast to try and lane against the High Loss. Usually this would be favored. I kind of feel like that Braceman would do a bit better. Like we've seen that interaction prior to this, even prior to this patch. It was a bit weird, especially in that mid to late game when he's constantly trying to force fight alongside Nard, but it never works out because he had to always flicker to safety whenever he gets caught by Reaper, Xenia, and Reaction.
And we can also see being really worried going up against Incidio, where instead of having Rupture, went for two movement speed emblems, right? Having the agility as well as Wither's Blessing. Usually you see Rupture there so that you can actually deal damage. So that could also be a reason why Legion Esports, they couldn't really take a fight. Because no matter what, they don't have enough damage.
I think if you cover the team tags and the player details, you would think that Legion Esports draft is sort of Insidio's kind of draft, right? We want to go late game with incredible late game damage, and for Insidio's draft, it's like Legion, you go fast, but the complete opposite has happened.
Yeah. Bruno didn't go for the crit emblem as well, went for Trill, so again, that's also something interesting where it looks like he doesn't want to rely on the crit. Like even his normal non-crit attacks is strong, and then when he does get a crit, you were saying like what, 1.3?
1.3k, yeah, 1.3k at the end, yeah.
Now, looking at the damage here, Reaper is still the one that dealt the most amount of damage. Even though without the Rupture, still did good damage, 52k, but unfortunately, Joe, only 18,000 damage dealt, where comparable to Lovely.
I think for viewers who might have missed out game 2 and you just look at the stats, you might think that, oh, it's just a 3k goal deficit. But remember, a big chunk of that goal came from the glorious defense by Daylight, but prior to that, it's not even close, right? It was a landslide in favor of Incilio.
Yeah, if Daylight didn't get that Maniac, then, you know,
this game would have ended in like 11 minutes, I think.
Yeah. Let me just say, though, I would say if there's any play of the day, the first game that Aurora steals, that was play of the day for sure.
That is 100% play of the day. At least for now, right? If we end the day without anything that is more impactful than that, that is my play of the day.
Yeah. After this, we're going to see who is the MVP for this match. And again, this, I would say, is a little bit more passive than active. But so far, in Celio, the entire roster, I love that everyone understands their job. Maniac is the front line, and he doesn't...
Sorry guys, I'm back and... So, who's the MVP again? Yeah, don't. Yeah, he's taking the Malefic Gun everywhere. I think Malefic Gun is really good right now. I might try this one. I might try Malefic Gun for sure. For I guess every match. By the way, guys, I am MM player. So yeah.
They go for a hostile and then there's a period. For Joe, you want that range.
You get the items faster, and because you took Thrill, so you just have a lot more raw damage and relying on your crits, right? And it benefits you even more when you are snowballing the lane out of control. Like, look at this. He's just casually hitting the structures while his team is, just brawling and fist fighting with everyone else. And when he finally joins the fight, he's just landing massive crits.
Yeah. So that's how you played. You don't care about that others, that yeah. The Daylight, it was really good. It was really good one. And the damage.
The thing is, the teleport went through.
It ported Reaper's core back to base.
Yeah, like the basic attack went. This is truly Nathan. Transcending time.
Yeah.
I want to say time and time waits for no man, but that's Beatrix, which is pretty weird, right?
So next is who's correct? Geeky Esports versus Alfendor and RQ Akira versus the Mongolis. The Mongolis. Wow, the Mongolis. Oh wait, no, Nightmare. I mean, who's the Nightmare?
Open strong.
Yes,
Both
folks.
Insilio as well
Wait,
as Kira are the teams to watch. And so far,
Insilo.
has lived up to the hype.
In Group B, definitely.
Which country they are from?
Going according to a lot of people's expectations, but Group A, we are seeing that.
I don't know, guys. I really don't know what's.
Is already a very, not just a strong statement for the Chinese region, but at the same time, it's a testament to how this entire year of MLBB esports has really evolved, right? We got the fall of the kings in multiple regions, like for Indonesia, for the Philippines, for the Turkish region, for the Latam region, and even right now, we have so many shifts in the tectonic plates that I personally am excited, even though it's just 2 series.
Yeah. But either way, like, we have 4 matches for today, and that's the end of the second one. Which, by the way, I'm just gonna take this time to say that Husky, you're not gonna cast for the next one.
Oh, I know. You're not gonna cast for the next one.
I'm not gonna cast for that.
We are not gonna cast for the
Yeah. So just to let you guys know, after this, it is gonna be Gideon as well as Safa gonna be substituting for us. So. Do you want to eat this now?
Oh, I do want to eat this as we talk about the next series, right? About Bolsonaro against GK Esports, obviously one of the Group E favorites against another potential underdog story.
Can we call it the sponsor? Because I don't want them to be the one to eat this. Hey! Alright. Yeah, come out. Here you go. We still have the box. They can throw the box, right? They can throw the box. So, this is Hello Panda, and I don't know what they...
I want to eat that one, bro. Come on, give me as well.
Oh, chocolate!
Ah, yeah!
Oh, yeah.
Wait, why are you...
Oh, good. Oh,
Come, show me your mouth, bro.
this is so good. This is so good.
Oh my god, I want to eat that too, bro. I want to eat that too.
Yeah, stop properly. I think this is good. Also, we can just eat this.
Yeah, why leave the rest for them? They have plenty of time to get back. We started the first 2 series.
Legit, this is so good. This is so good.
I got it.
No, like, you would think like it's sponsoring or whatever, but no, it's not. This is legitimately very good. Get the chocolate one. Like, we can actually say the chocolate one.
I want this. Well, bro, why can't I find it? Damn.
There's actually the panda. Oh yeah, I'm not sure if anyone can see this. It's the panda I found. Look at it. It's the panda.
Okay. Oh, I see it.
I'm eating over a panda on the first day. What am I doing?
Hey, we get to eat on live stream. It's good. We'll get this good. Thank you very much for Husky as well as my name about. We're having a good game. We're very good being with it. After this, it's going to be over now going up against UK Esports.
Yeah.
And Papa. Good job, buddy. See you guys tomorrow.
Wait, what? This is the end? It's ended? Bro, what the? No. Yeah. Yeah. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm trying to say. Like, UELF versus the gig. Yeah, I thought it's over. I thought it's over, but yeah, thank God it's not over yet. I want to see more teams. You know. So how they play, how are they from? Okay, so Gideano and the Esdafa is gonna be the next caster, I guess. Yeah, I think. Rogue 9 series. Okay. Wait, Snapdragon hit what? Hey yo. Alright. iPhone 9 series. ROG iPhone 9 series. ROG. Oh my god, it's just unfortunate that Fnatic Onyx is not, I mean Onyx Indo is not gonna play in M series, M6. I mean, that's kind of sad for the Kyrie. And, Kyrie, I'm a big fan of Kyrie. If you don't know, but he plays well. But the thing is, wait, what? Damn, the arts. It's really good. Wow. Wait, is that Mia? Damn. Wow. That is really good. I mean, oh, the Super Chess game, right? The Super Chess game. I'm gonna back. Let's see the support chest, guys. Let's see the support chest. Let's see the support chest. Yeah, today's that day that support chest is coming. So I'm gonna just do one spin or two spin. So yeah, today is the day, right? The support chest game. Wait, what? It's 22. Oh my god. I thought it's 21. Damn. Okay, never mind. Let me just get this one. Okay. Participate in one guess. So I guess I'll just participate it. And wait. Yeah. I didn't bet this one. Damn. What about this one? Oh my god, I didn't bet this one as well. Okay, never mind. So I think wait, what? Oh. Did I win? Damn. $21. Oh, it's 22. Okay. So I'm gonna just do it right here, I guess. I think I need to solve that one. Okay. Today, mutinha di bembo, tristinha di bembo, direi. Okay, I'm gonna just in meantime I'm gonna just play a bronze match. So yeah. Yeah.
That will undoubtedly be greater than ever. We welcome all of you, our lovely fans, back.
Thank you so much for welcoming me. Thank you.
Of the F6 World Pass here in Malaysia.
My name's Dafa, and joining me on the desk for our next couple of matches is none other than Gideon. How you feeling? I feel good.
Yeah, Gideon.
After watching those two best of threes, I'm kind of excited to see where the rest of the world
He's from also Malaysia, I guess. Wait, did he?
confidence isn't there.
Oh, he just
People are adjusting.
skinny. He became skinny.
That is true. We have had a bit of a shift. A lot of teams
He's skinny right now.
maybe adjusting to the new meta.
What? That's new? That's new?
Only seems to be leaning more towards early grade game.
I wish I'm also skinny like him. You know, I'm getting fat, really fat right now. Oh my god. And
Maybe it's because it's what I'm used to, right? I'm used to seeing
he's thin right now. He's thin.
full wipeouts happening in 6 minutes a game, but this time around we're seeing a slower pace of style and more so indecision among
He's thin right now.
prioritize throughout the game. That is true. Those are all factors that have to be considered every single time we jump into a game. Just like we should consider looking at the best gaming device on the market, Unleash unmatched gaming performance with the ROG Phone 9 Pro, a mobile masterpiece that seamlessly blends high-power gaming with a sleek, modern aesthetic. I mean, they just keep on making better and better stuff. The last time I remember when the 9 Pro comes through with another breakthrough for ROG as they continue to beat the best. Now, speaking of being the best, here's the wildcard so far. A lot of the teams that we've seen play feels like they've kind of adapted to what the meta is calling for right now, but we're not seeing as many experiments. I thought that because you're in the wild card, why not experiment early on? But it feels like the stakes are just too high. Yeah, there is, of course,
It's good right now.
single
It's just hot right in here, you know, because I have the long hair.
but this time every single
Yeah, it's
game,
good.
every single point matters.
Wow, I'm so handsome.
I'd like to see some slightly more unique metas. These teams have come this far, and they're not going to allow their journey to end just like this. Now, we're going to show you the current standings. If you are just tuning in, our next upcoming game is going to be from Group A. It's going to be KK Esports up against Ulfhendar. I hope I'm saying that correctly. There have been many, many different variations of it, but generally, they are my personal favorites to take over Group A and also make it out of the wild card. Coming into Group B as well as Group A, it's going to be DFYG 2-1 and getting 1 point for themselves. In Group B, it's Incilio with a 2-0, allowing themselves to get that point. And remember, this is a single round robin. Teams will have to play each other at least once before we decide who makes it forward. That is indeed going to be the case here. 2 groups, 8 teams, so many hopeful players in the dimension, but only one will get the chance to join the rest of the teams in the Swiss stage for the main M6 tournament. We've already seen some interesting things. I think especially the Empanyaguai stood out a little bit as one of the newest regions to approach MLBB, and yet they were able to take their victory. I think even their first actual international victory here on a stage like this, so that's a huge statement, and I'm sure that all of the rest of the teams playing today will need to keep up. Well, that's the exciting part, right? Because last year it was KBG, now KBG is already in the Swiss stage, which begs the question whether the region as a whole is growing. And this is what the wildcards is all about, to see whether the regions outside Southeast Asia have caught up with the rest of the world, and if not, could be in a position to actually challenge them. Challenges are just aplenty here because every single team has been growing so much, and with the meta suddenly shifting, I think we all know that there is a trend happening internationally as well, where a lot of teams that have been like top spot mainstays, even in larger and smaller regions, have been getting dethroned left and right, with a lot of new names showing up, already qualified through the main stage, and a lot of teams actually having to play for their spot through the wildcards. Now, I totally agree with you. Even for our upcoming match, it's extremely clear that, S2G already beating the previous Fireflux, now Ulfhendar at this point, which is, again, pretty surprising to say in and of itself, but you know DK as well, right? DK is Twisted as well as Twisted Minds. We don't see the traditional Falcon, so it really feels like it's all scripted, but I just feel that the younger generation has come here to play, and if so, are looking to set a statement as a region as a whole. With the meta of MLB consistently changing and new patches being dropped left and right, you gotta be able to adjust at a moment's notice.
Okay, it's almost there though.
Big names that are just not here at M6 at all. So it's a very scary thing to think that, you've
been so dominant for so long, and then suddenly your position is in jeopardy. That is, of course, the situation that Ulfenar find themselves in right now. Previously, Fireflux, a team that has actually put up really, really solid performances against top names across the world. Well, with that being said, let's have a look at the whole overview. I know you guys who've been watching since the beginning have seen this graphic, but don't worry, we're going to be focusing down on some of the players. And generally, in Group A, people have been saying that for Ulfenar, this should be pretty easy for them. They should be able to kind of blow through that group in comparison to Group B, where you see a couple of teams who have the potential. Ulfenar, I think a lot of the fans do think that this is going to be the favorite. The team that seems most likely to claim that final wildcard slot into the main stage of M6. These are all veterans. They have so many international appearances, and they're able to make it through the wildcard stage. This will be their
potential four-time M series appearance. Fallen Turkey MPR. Yeah, Turkish are. I think Turkish also are really good. I think that's what I think. They were on M series. By the way, they were really on M series though. If you don't know that, they really were M series in previous series, in previous M series. I think they have the chance, but we'll just see about that. We'll just see about who's gonna win this series. I mean, yeah, it's not the main M6, by the way, guys. If you don't know.
We know that some of their players are going to have a little bit of difficulty as well. I think especially Alien, who is more used to playing the typical dual type fighters in the EXP lane, now being forced to play heroes like Hylos or Gatot makes it a little less comfortable. But on the opposite side, we have GK Esports, which has gone through a pretty notable revamp entirely, only keeping Shen as their player from the previous roster and bringing in a whole bunch of new faces.
They're bringing on the smiling General Smile, and of course, two key imports, Xeno and Carvey, both of which previously played under the banner of the Mongols before they headed here. So it's kind of crazy how quickly GK was able to kind of mission mash this composition together, and honestly, they are doing very well. The real question is whether or not they can actually go through a polished, full veteran team in Ulfenar.
It's a little interesting interaction here, an interesting dynamic between these teams, because on one hand you have Ulfenar, which has been such a solid lineup. They haven't really changed their roster at all throughout multiple years and have been dominant up until now, where they unfortunately lost their direct slot, but are still looking very powerful going into the wildcards. On the opposite end, we have GK, which went through a full revamp, and despite the usual difficulties you would have with changing your lineup entirely, have actually been able to find a good amount of success, which they want to carry over to the international stage.
Well, let's see whether or not that success is going to be enough in this best of three. This is going to be the first time they're going to be playing here in Malaysia, so it's going to be an exciting time to see whether or not these styles from these different regions, which I think is expected here in day number one. It's all about adjusting to each other's styles before we eventually build up to that international meta.
Yeah, but preparation is also going to be important, right? While you need to be able to adjust on the fly, having information about your opponent, doing the correct research. And nowadays, with the meta being as open as it is, where the hero pool is not quite as fixed as it has always been, a lot of creativity in the draft, in your approach to the game, needs to be studied to make sure that you're able to deal with whatever your opponents throw at you.
But that's the thing, right? As much as people are going to say, yeah, it's super flexible in terms of roles. Yeah, that's why they're called flex picks in the first place. I think that mid lane, as of right now, has more room to be explored. I feel that EXP feels very, very narrow right now unless somebody's able to experiment and take that chance.
Yeah, I agree with you. I do feel like EXP lane especially has kind of had the short end of the stick in this recent meta, because with Assassins coming back into the jungle, and we're seeing Roam kind of open up a little bit more to setters and even supports. EXP lane kind of has to play the job of the person standing in front and soaking up all of the damage. So the usual fighters, like in the past where you see a lot of like Paquito or Benedetta, are just not quite viable anymore when you have like Hylos, Obvious, Elite, New Flavor coming in and just eating everything, because your team will always need that front line.
best yet, they are outperforming these early game damage style EXP lane fighters, which is super frustrating for a person like me who's like, I want to duel, I want to fight as early as possible, and these heroes just don't stand up to the base stats.
Yeah, I feel the same there. I think we're both EXP laners. We like to fight. That's why we play fighters, that's why we play EXP laners, but the meta just doesn't quite work for that. So I think we do have a recent popular addition in Hilda, which kind of fills up the best of both worlds, right? Early aggression, crazy amount of damage, despite going full tank and just being unkillable with Revitalize.
Which makes me wonder whether or not, like, even for some of the Swiss stage teams, are they going to be looking towards the wildcards and thinking, hey, maybe these are a couple of good ideas that we could implement, or it doubles down on their scrim results. Hey, we've tried this out in scrims, now we have a double confirmation that it works.
I mean, scrims are going to be important, right? Every single time. I'm pretty sure a lot of these teams have already taken the chance to scrim with each other. I'm sure they came a little bit earlier before the wildcard started so they could get prepared, get used to the Malaysian atmosphere, and make sure that they are in tune with what the game expects of them right now. And like, there's just so much new stuff that you have to really think about as well, right? I think we've had some recent revamps. I'm still waiting to see a Cyclops. I feel like he deserves a chance to shine. But besides that as well, Malefic Gun.
Yes.
The impact of this item.
Malefic Gun has really made it tough, especially for people like, well, sorry, not tough, but better. Bruno is taking full advantage of it. Beatrix being the #1 user of it as of right now. Some people go first item, some people go for second item. Really depends on your own personal play style. But for me, I just feel that we need to see more from it, right? Malefic Gun users, yes, it makes sense, but the base stats are generally pretty small. You really want it for that early game pressure with the Fury Hammer that you build as a component, more so the passive to really outtrade your opponent when they walk back. That's why Claude. I'm thinking of Claude, whether or not he can be, like, they buffed up his base stats for the Art of Thievery. That seems pretty good. Clint as well also can use the Malefic Gun. The only problem is that he's not very mobile.
Yeah, mobility is prioritized, and because of the changes to Malefic Gun, where it is a genuine alternative to Malefic Roar while giving you that extra range, we're seeing way more Bruno, Beatrix, Moskov, all heroes who were already popular at one point but have suddenly just shot up because they're able to make use of that range to really disrupt people. Heck, I played Pubs recently and I got destroyed by a Mia as well. Like, heroes are being enabled by changes to items like this, and I'm just waiting to see where it goes. This is definitely more of a gold.
Yeah. Listen, guys, what they are saying. So Malefic Gun is right now is the one of the best item. I mean, for the MM lane, for the gold lane, it is the best item for the Malefic Gun, guys. Remember, guys, they are casters. They know what are they doing, you know. So you need to remember that. So they are saying that Bruno and Claude and Beatrix. Well, I play Claude and Beatrix. Oh.
Oh, interesting. We will get into the Swiss stage with my biggest thanks to Beyonce. Great quote coming in for the Thorn Queen herself. Interesting. It seems like they have some unfinished business in the Swiss stage. This is the first time I'm hearing about it, right? I'm curious to know whether or not they're thinking about SRG knocking them down during MSC and thinking, hey, that could have been us. We could have been in that grand final spot.
I mean, we all know that Ulfhednar is a very powerful team. They've had international experiences, but that also means that they've had to face rivals time and time again. They definitely have people they want to meet in the Swiss stage, but I also think that there's going to be a little bit of that happening right now, because we have Carvey on the opposite side on GK Esports, who was a previous member of Deus Volt, who knocked Fireflux down, these are the same players of course, to the lower brackets in M5. So if we're talking about revenge stories, there's already one happening right now.
And now let us introduce you, Ulfhednar here, with Sunshine, Apex 47, Rosa, Tienzi, and as well as Alien. If you don't know them, they've been to many international tournaments already under a previous name of Fireflux, but now under this banner, they represent Turkey, and more so, they're looking to dominate the wildcards.
It's very common for us to see teams switch up
Yeah.
from time to time when
they are quite good. I mean, they played M series, real M series. They played real M series, guys. They played real M series. you need to remember that. And RRQ, Akira also played M series, of course.
Oh, absolutely. I'm one of those supporters too, but they're going to have to face off against GK Esports with Carvey, Shen, Smile, Zeno, as well as Samo. Now, both Smile as well as Samo has had a lot of this. I'm not forgetting about Shen as well, all having competitive experience back in MENA, Zeno as well as Carvey as well. Somehow this team meshes very, very nicely. And after watching their grand finals against Twisted Minds, there are definitely some core concepts that they weren't getting, which I'm hoping that they have polished upon coming into the wildcards.
Another factor to consider as well is that personally, GK Esports are actually very, very confident as a team. It almost bridges on the edge of arrogance, as some people may say, because they even announced during their own MPL that the trophy was already going to be theirs, and they were celebrating victory before they even got the win. And well, as we can see, they are in the wildcards now, so that didn't quite work out for them.
Hey, I appreciate big egos because at least then it puts pressure on themselves to do well. Up against veterans here at the M Series, I think if they're able to 2-0 them, that would already be a huge statement.
It would, especially since, like, yeah, this is a fan favorite. This is a team that has multiple experiences, multiple appearances in the M Series itself, and has put up a strong fight against some of the top contenders in the entire world. So definitely a statement, but OpenR wants to live up to that status as best they can. They're not going to allow themselves to be taken down in their very first game of the wildcard.
I also wanna. I really also wanna be team coach. I mean, yeah, coach. Cause I think team coach is really good for me. I cannot play. I'm not a sports player, but I do have strategy. You know, I do have strategy. I do have the strategy to play. So yeah, I wish that I wanted to be a coach, like on any team. It doesn't matter that who is. I wanna be in a coach. Cause you know I watch multiple stream, or you could say the and I think I'm gonna be a good coach. That's what I feel like. My IQ, I think my IQ is more than 130 plus. 130 plus. My IQ is 130 plus. That's what I think, guys. That's what I think.
Now being allowed through a little bit more often, with GK prioritizing the high notes to go for a little bit more that team fight control. We see the Cho being locked in on the side of Medlar, followed up with that Gatot.
Okay, strong start coming out from the side of Ulfidar. Where do they go from this? Both junglers have not been locked in. I mean, the Cho already de-incentivizes GK from actually diving deep in towards that assassin pool. They could go for an early alpha if they want to, but they're going to lock in their gold laner as expected in that first phase. So far, 80% pick ban, 50% win rate so far. A gold laner that is great in the early stages and well wins.
Bruno has been shooting up in pick rate ever since teams started realizing the extent you can really abuse Malefic Gun on heroes like this. Strong early, strong late. Just generally not going to lose out lane to most other picks, and Toss is very safe to pick even when you don't know what his lane opponent is going to be. And they're going to complete their first base draft with the Suyo too. I like standard that if they want to. I would love to see the TS deal more because we've seen that before into Studio, and it honestly does pretty well. The sustainability on top of the fact that you can consistently pump out damage is always great, but they are going to be leaning into the Harith this time round against the Bruno. Looks like OpenR want to make sure that they at least have a gold laner that can still go toe-to-toe with Bruno in the early phase.
Oh my god.
Will still have the advantage there. The fact that they've gone in this direction, though, means that they haven't picked their jungler at this point, and it's going to make it quite easy for GK to ban out common options like the Alpha.
Let's see what it's going to be, because it's going to be Red Side who starts off the bans first. We're currently missing mid laners from the side of GK. It looks like it more of picked off composition from ULF. I mean, based off of the first 3 picks, but if they get rid of Aurora, they could think about, I mean, Yi is already banned out as well. Getting rid of the Khalid, actually, interesting.
Getting rid of the Khalid, that instantly makes you think that they want to prioritize an assassin jungler, because Khalid would be one of those heroes that if you play roam, instantly can invade. If you play EXP, you can clear lane quickly and invade. So if you're going for a assassin jungler that's a little bit more vulnerable in the first couple of minutes, getting rid of it is pretty good. And with Hilda gone as well, that means we're not going to be seeing overly aggressive EXP laners in this game.
I don't know. I don't know whether I want to push it to the extent of Phoveus is going to be uncontested, because at the same time, Phoveus does play poorly against things like Glue, for an example, which we haven't seen at all today. But Phoveus most likely is going to get picked up, but only until we do see some... interesting. Arlaban.
Getting rid of Arla, not the most popular pick, can come up at times where the EXP lane pool has been narrowed, but I don't quite think that's happened just yet. If that's the case, Open are particularly concerned about GK going for control team fight situations, because if you have to deal with Glorious Pathway and Final Slash together, that does make positioning more difficult.
I suppose, but it doesn't feel like, considering that it's like you have the Chill Kick, you already have the Avatar of the Guardian. Even if you do find a counter engage, I don't think there's much to really fall back upon. I mean, yes, you do have the Suyo, but at the same time, I'm only expecting to see ULF to actually go for something along the lines of Alpha, just to be able to kind of deal some form of true damage and deal with those frontliners a little bit better. If not, I mean, I'd be very happy to see something cool like Barca, for example.
We haven't seen heroes like that in quite a while, though. Looks like they'll go back to the reliable Aurora, also very good for providing that zone control, second to only Eve, and since the real world manipulation already banned off the table, having a way to stop GK from just running down that glorious pathway should be pretty effective. From here, we see the Sicilian, the debut of the hero in the wildcard stage. Actually quite a terrifying hero nowadays.
Now this has been really interesting, because so far the big argument for Sicilian is like, yes, he plays for the later stages of the game, but as a mid-trio, now that the HP, general max HP has been shrunken down to health growth, Sicilian's third back impact significantly hurts. It really, really demolishes most mid laners who don't have a lot of health to begin with, and if your support isn't able to buy you that space, you're just gonna have to take the punishment.
As Cecilia is able to position quite safely in the mid lane while clearing things up, and because of the frequency of fighting nowadays in the meta, is able to build up stats and more easily compared to before, especially if you have a solid front line, which they do with the Hylos and a Grok. Once you get into the late game, he hurts so much, and they don't have to worry about spreading their resources thin as well, because Bruno already can hold his own in lane quite well.
And here comes the final pick coming from Wolfendar. It's going to be the Ling. Oh, so they're going to go really fast on this one. Interesting, because a lot of their composition, that mid-trio needs to be able to move really, really quick across the board. Alien is going to be playing Cho EXP with Apex 47 taking the Gatot. So having control over this mid lane is definitely possible for them. They've got great wave clear with the Gatot, which begs the question, DK, did they foresee this? Because again, that Grok, that wild charge is going to be the big difference maker in these team fights.
If you're able to position the Grok properly, it can be really, really debilitating. And we already know how this hero is able to mess with buffs in the jungle too. So against a hero like Ling that's very dependent, what are your expectations, Gideon?
Well, my expectations right now, I think that the early game is a little 50-50 between the two. It's going to boil down to the mid-trio priority. In terms of the laning phase, I don't want to say too much just yet, but I feel like, you know, Harrod or Bruno, very volatile lane.
That is true, but not quite as volatile as the wild card itself, because one slot on the line, we're going to be jumping into our first game of game number 3 here at day 1 of the wild card with GK on the blue side versus Wolfendar on the red.
Alright, let's get right into this. Orange starts for both junglers here. They end up on opposite sides of the map. Let's see which side is gold and which side is EXP. Top side is going to be gold, EXP on on the bottom side. So we're expecting this lane to maybe unlock onto the bottom side. If not, because they've got information with Alien, who's already invading to steal away at least one camp.
Can already see a good amount of damage being done here in the mid lane, but before anything really gets started, we'd like to remind you guys, M6 Pass is going to be available from the 18th of November to the 29th of December. Make sure to complete all active tasks during the event to reach level 75 for free so that you can get amazing rewards.
Yeah, these are Challenger Spice. Prime Skin has been Blaze Claws, the M6 exclusive product. These are Spice. Now, based on this early game, we've already seen that Rosa is just feeling the range of Smile. Taking a lot of damage, doesn't lose his passive just yet, but is able to come back into lane. Keep note that the range is significant for Smile, and if he maintains this type of distance to unleash his artillery, it's going to be hard.
Up in the mid lane, Shen already forced to use Flicker quite early on, and he managed to find Tom out Zeno as well. Caught in back while Tim's lane comes out Rosa, securing first blood onto the enemy jungle.
Beautiful work here, and at minimal losses as well. They didn't have the flicker at all. Shen out of position, having to force that flicker out quick, but TNZ is not going to let free kills go. Now, with that first initial kill falling into the hands of Rosa, more mid lane control means that they can start spilling down to the bottom side of the map. They just need to make sure at the very least that their gold laner just holds out on their own, don't die, stay alive, and let's play for these neutrals 44.
In fact, if they can maybe shift a little bit more attention towards the gold lane after this first turtle, that could help them deal with this first blood being given over to mid, because Smile up until this point had actually been doing a very good job of just zoning the Aurora off the wave, so with that kill, they've just managed to even it up back up again.
I'm more curious, how exactly is Zeno going to find opportunities to fight right now? Because again, Alien is doing a great job against Samo, clearing these waves twice as fast as he is, has a level lead, and also is relaying information back to TNC.
And all that information working very well. Samo, glorious pathway drop down on the turtle, but Alien is just stopping the rest of GK by himself. The king finds it. Turtle secured by the lane, and Zeno already taken out by Obednar. They continue to fight as well. Tempest Blaze comes out. Samo and Shen both being slowed down. Half the Dark Guardian is going to be zoning him away from his escape path, and they get the taunt as well, giving a killing spree over to Rosa.
I don't know. I don't think Zeno should have walked up there. I mean, you saw Alien use everything, right? He used the Shunpo, 30 to Jean Kundo didn't hit anybody, so he doesn't get the reset. So all he has is the Way of the Dragon. So I'm not too sure what exactly was going through their minds, but I personally think it might have been an oversight.
I think there was a slight lapse in communication, because the glorious pathway was placed down pretty nicely, but the rest of the team wasn't close enough to take advantage of it. A lot of it was because Alien was just standing there menacingly, so they couldn't get close enough. But yeah, the timing just was not right.
It's not looking good so far, because now they both have times on these bots. Alien is doing such a phenomenal job right now. That being said, if they steal this away, where's the next opportunity that they could maybe set up again, right? The proxy is successful, top side seems to be pretty much untouched, and double waves being obtained by Sunshine. He's only going to scale twice as fast, 2.8k at 4 hits.
TNC just uses Berserker's Fury as well at 4 minutes, so that's very quick for a Ling, especially against a Suyo. GK has missed out on a potential early game spike with this jungle hero. And that means that Obednar will be able to start taking control a little bit.
Alright. It looks like even Zeno going to complete the Hunter Strike first. He's not even going to think of going into a component like a Fury Hammer and then building straight into the War Axe to try to sustain through the damage. Because again, in the early game, you just don't have the HP to deal with all of that. But speaking of which, Rosa 3-0-1 right now. Anybody who's falling in that ult is almost guaranteed to die.
And this is coming from someone who was nearly taken out in the first minute by the Sicilian. So an instant reversal, and that's why Rosa lives up to the title of Torn Queen here. You gotta be careful.
Well, next turtle is up. I think that Ifindar is going to be looking to fight more than actually trying to secure this turtle, because to them, the turtle is such a minuscule objective comparing to slowing down the raw power of Smile and even Carvey. They can just slow down their farm. That's good enough.
Oh, here comes Alien, gets the flicker, right into the Avatar Guardian, but Zeno's able to dodge with the iframes, Comes out, only hits Samo. GK still in a good position, revitalized, glorious pathway used by the high-low, so TNZ not going to be able to follow up on that kill, but Alien still distracting Xeno the entire time, not allowing him to get close to Turtle, but TNZ messes up the retry timing, and Shen steals it away from Ulfhednar. They now go onto the mid lane, Purify forced out, Smile taken as a trade.
Unlucky indeed. Let me just double check the items to see what Xeno got. Yup, he did go for the tough boots. That's why he wasn't CC'd as long. Great for him, because this is now starting to turn around. Now that GK is able to secure at least one turtle, they just need a full winning fight against Ulfhednar. Maybe a 2 for 3 would be okay, but ideally a 3 for 1 would be the best scenario.
It's a feels bad situation though, because Ulfhednar was doing such a good job of keeping Xeno off the turtle, and then TNC just messed up the timing. I'm not too sure what really happened, because I don't feel like Shen would be enough of a threat for him to make that mistake.
Well, at the very least, they did find Smile there. I think personally for me, turtle or not doesn't really matter to Ulfhednar at this point, right? They got the early game secured, the mid game is starting to come by, and we're expecting item power spikes for Ulfhednar first before we see it from GK. There's the Feather of Heaven coming in from Sunshine. I don't think Carvey has got that Berserker's Fury or even the Haas Call completed yet.
Yeah, it doesn't seem that way. Sunshine also has the level lead on the Bruno, so unfortunately this goal lane, which should have a bit of advantage for Carvey, still not quite going his way. This is a very good window for Ulfhednar right now, because we know once you get into late stages, Cecilion Bruno can be pretty scary. Here, another gank attempt on top lane, not able to find Carvey. Shen is here, Zaman Force being dropped down. Ulfhednar wants to dive the tower, wall charge, hit 3, and then Shen is able to flicker out to safety. Smile as well, popping the ultimate, chasing down Apex 47, and Ulfhednar, unfortunately, will not get anything from this.
That's so worth it. They get at least a flicker out from Shen. This next neutral objective, there's no surprises from Shen specifically, but at the same time, we are seeing this very common rotation. EXP leaving their lane early on, running towards the top side of the map to try and zone off the enemy gold laner while the jungler picks up the farm on the bottom end. Now, the big issue of Suyo is that, yes, he's mobile, but he's not as quick as Ling. Ling can cover the cross-map marathons in a mere seconds.
And with the changes to Suyo as well, he's not quite as agile as he used to be, nor does he do as much damage with his tap skill too, which does mean that the odds are even just a little bit. That's why we're seeing teams prioritize Suyo last. Wave of the Dragon finds the Grok. Shen in trouble, watch charge use, glorious pathway as well to zone out the rest of Ulfhednar. As Samo walks forward, Shen able to recall back to base. TNZ taking bottom tier 1 at the same time. Bruno not going to be able to stop him. Lord being delayed. GK wants to find someone, but Alien doing a very good job. Avatar the Guardian comes out, Xeno iframes away, and neither team gonna be able to get that advantage in the Lord pit.
Yeah, and again, we can see that Ulfhednar, they want to fight, and GK, they understand that. That's why they're doing this back and forth against them. As long as Carvey doesn't end up dying to the Ling on the bottom side of the map, then he will be okay, and they can scale at pace with Ulfhednar. Now, Carvey already completing his second item. He's got the Haas Call. He's also got the Berserker's Fury. We're waiting for him to eventually get that Malefic Gun, but he's already ready to fight.
Yeah, Bruno is able to fight basically at any phase of the game, and as long as GK can continue delaying, giving Carvey free space on the map while making sure that Smile stacks up, they'll be in a great spot actually. Glorious Pathway comes out once again onto the Lord. Wave the Dragon onto Xeno in the backline. He's not able to get close enough, but the Lord is not being whittled down. Frigid Glacier catches out Shen. That's going to be a killing spree for TNC, as the rest of the team is just splitting up. GK, double kill now, goes to the side of Ulfhednar. Smile will finally finish off the Gatop, but the Lord has been taken by the red side.
Oh my gosh, it's a 2-for-1 in favor of Oh, he gets it, no problem. Smile ends up falling. I take it back. I thought a 2-for-1, okay, maybe not the worst in the world, but maybe they can go and turn it into a 4-for-1. I mean, Denzi already using that Finch poise, luckily, so he doesn't have to worry about the chase. But at this point, GK has a significant deficit, 4.8k in favor of Ulfhednar, and we are seeing that TNZ has completed his third item, Power Spike achieved.
He has nearly a 3k advantage over Xeno right now. That's how much of a lead Ulfhednar has, and even though Ling may not be the most popular pick nowadays, this is a TNZ classic. You can see the comfort on it. He instantly turned that smile into a frown, and GK not looking good right now.
Oh, but you can see that the damage is building up, right? Level 10, one item down against Rosa is able to chunk out 50% of his health.
That is very, very scary. Cecilion stacks up so ridiculously into the game, actually, but Lord has collided with bot tier 2. All of GK here, besides Xeno, gonna be able to respond to it and take it out quite quickly, actually. Ulfhenar shifts over the mid, able to get that at least.
Oh, nicely done by Shen, just making sure that the Holy Shielding doesn't blow up. They will lose that top side one. It looks like there was, unfortunately, not multiple Shens to actually cover all of the illicit lanes, but in 93 more seconds, we're expecting that Ulfhenar, I want to believe that they want to rush the Lord because they already have such a lead. I'm looking at Sunshine's item. Does he have 3 items? Yes, he's already completed the Holy Crystal as well. So more than enough reason to actually press the dagger deeper into the skin.
But there's also the argument to maybe not pressure GK too hard and give them reason to extend outside of their base. Because the longer the game goes, and if they're able to defend, players like Carvey and Smile will actually become problems. You saw how much damage just that one bat impacted.
Well, I know for a fact that the Queen would never ask Apex 47 to give up his life, but he's got a great ult, and I think they can guarantee at least one inhibitor if he just commits the ult a little bit further from where the inhibitor is to zone off the rest of GK once that Lord starts crashing through. But this is all theory crafting. It's still a 1-8 scoreline in favor of the ULF.
A very one-sided game so far, even though initially it looked like GK might be able to do something. 8K in 12 minutes. Ulfhenar in complete control of the map. No external structures standing for GK, and Lord coming up in 25 seconds. Their composition not actually the best at wave clear as well, so it's going to be an uphill battle.
I mean, they do have Smile, and I think that's their only saving grace unless Carvey decides to get his 4th item to be Windtalker, and then maybe he can keep up the pace. But so far, these neutrals, and more importantly, these buffs, do not fall into the hands of GK, ever.
And they are just gonna have to deal with that, basically. Lord finally spawned now. GK needs to set up the wave so that maybe they can walk out and contest this, but even then, it's not really sure if it's worth it.
No, you're just playing into the hands of the ULF. That's the problem, right? They want to fight you, but you don't want to give them that fight, so you have to sacrifice neutral objective after neutral objective until you hit the right timing. Now, this might just be a checkmate angle. 9K, if they can break an inhibitor and maybe get a pick off of GK before that Lord crashes into an inhibitor, they might be able to end this game pre-15 minutes.
Especially if they're able to find Smile somehow. They have tools that can easily dive into the backline. TNZ on the Ling, the Avatar, the Guardian, like you mentioned. Positioning going to be key here, but at least they still have all 3 inhibitors. Let's see if they can hold it. As bottom lane now going to be the target. Sambo taking so much already. Tempest of Blades used quite early on, and the wave has been cleared out down bottom, but the Lord has already taken out the mid tower, and Alien by himself takes out top inhib as well. Very calculated gameplay from Ulfhenar.
Oh, so precise, so good. 2 inhibitors for free. You fake a commitment down on the bottom side. You have Alien push on that top side, and you know the Lord is going to be crashing down through mid, and GK clearly not strong enough to handle it. Here it comes.
Avatar the gun comes out. Glorious Pathway zones them away, but the kick onto the Cecilia, the target he wanted. Bridget Glacier takes out the front line, and GK Esports is just dismantled in an instant. They're able to clear up the minion waves, so Ulfhenar has to wait a little bit longer. In fact, their waves are not pushed up, so GK will survive for now, but that is some serious damage.
Oh man, Alien, he's got a bit of help, but he understands like the game could end. If I recall now, it's going to be a 4v3. I mean, I can almost guarantee this. Just one more.
Well, and there's the one more coming. Another 5 seconds before the other 2 members come out, but Ulfhenar is just pushing straight in. Shen just barely survives. Minion wave is still alive though. GK not able to get on top of it, and because of that, Ulfhenar with a very, very convincing victory in game number 1.
Truly elite warriors, berserkers in their own right. Cool, calm, and collected, but God, it feels, you can feel the heat radiating off of this team. No mistakes being made, overall clean, and they made sure to choke out their opponents.
This is why Ulfhenar is considered the favorites. This is why they are the obstacle of every single wildcard team to make it to the main stage of M6. They've made a statement here. Now they just need to close it out.
I mean, I think that GK had some really good ideas. My issue is that so far, we haven't seen outstanding performances, if not better yet. Can we see somebody win out in the lane? Bruno had a tough time, I understand. EXP had a tough line, but mid lane is where we were expecting to see some form of pressure, or at the very least, controlled aggression against Rosa. Didn't get that as well. So I think, is it a draft issue? Is it them getting outclassed? Tough to say, but I would point towards the draft first.
Pointing towards the draft first, I do feel like they had the tools necessary, especially I think Smile was doing a really good job right as the game started, and he almost picked off Rosa and the mid lane, right? I think that first turtle fight does come into mind here, because in an early game meta, snowballs become a lot more prevalent, so you have to make sure to avoid giving away advantages that you have early on.
Agreed.
And because there was a disconnect in the Glorious Pathway and the rest of the team to start the turtle fight, I think it gave Rosa back the EXP that they were already missing a little bit early on and instantly caught up.
Well, I'm curious to see the post-game item build first, because, again, a lot of it really comes down to what came first, and more importantly, did they achieve the timings that they were looking for? And that's what I'm talking about. I'm looking specifically at Smile, right? Now, as much as Cecilion can scale well into the late game, the problem is that you have to take a little bit of a detour in your item progression. You must get a Gleaming Gem so that you could stay in that lane for longer before you pick up things like the Glowing Wand, the Wishing Lantern, and he was eventually going to build up to that third item, but it's just getting it costs so much. Rosa, on the other hand, 2k ahead, 2.7k ahead as a matter of fact, able to achieve 4 items pretty efficiently, and that just goes to show how many resources you really need on a mid laner.
Even having that Wishing Lantern at the very end there, Aurora as a mid laner is typically leaning more into utility rather than damage, but Rosa was in so much control that they could just afford to go for that, and that just adds on even more burst that GK has to deal with. With a lineup like this, you do ideally want to play around Xeno or Carvey, but we didn't really see them visit the gold lane much, and Xeno got really messed up in that first turtle fight, which instantly delayed his progression against a hero like Ling. That's just bad news.
It is bad news, but at the same time, it's like, you should have seen it coming, right? You saw the Cho there, you saw him move out of the lane first, and at the same time, as much as you want to focus your eyes on the neutral objective, you cannot tunnel vision, especially with single target lockdown. Right now, in terms of chemistry, the ULF UF has done much better than GK. I think they need to streamline what the composition wants to do and really focus down on the important elements, whether it be their mid trio or their side lanes.
Yeah, you gotta be able to streamline your decision making a little bit more here, because you are clearly up against a team with much more international experience and maturity. We didn't point him out very much, but I do want to give some kudos to Alien as well.
Oh yeah.
That Cho in the EXP lane instantly allows him to unlock himself from lane very easily against a sandbag like Hylos, which lets him affect the map right from the get-go. And the fact that he's able to just dash around and distract 3 or 4 members of GK by himself, that's already doing way more than the job description asked for.
Attention is currency in a game like this, right? You can only pay attention to so many things at once. And I think personally for me, I was concerned that this meta was going to stray away from Alien, because he is a playmaker, he is very much a damage dealer, and he likes to pressure his opponents in that way. Cho fits him perfectly like a glove. I would have been super sad to see him play the Hylos, and maybe if he plays the Hilda, I guess it's kind of boring, but at the very least, with this Cho, his positioning is hyper aggressive, but knowing that he can push faster than his opponent is already a great tool.
That's also the power of deciding the order of your draft, right? Because Ulfednar started with Cho Gatot, both flexible heroes that can be switched in either lane. It makes it so difficult for GK to decide, okay, how do we pick against this? And I think that cost him.
Well, I think maybe they should have considered Phoveus. Maybe that was the way to go. I don't know. That's personally for me. But generally, I think that if GK is going to approach the situation once more, really pay attention to the picks and bans here. That first phase really costed them a lot. I think they did much better in the second phase, though, as they started bleeding into it. I think that the Grok pick, unfortunately, as much as I believe that was a good counter-engage tool, soon as he loses that flicker, he's just not a hero.
And he lost the flicker very early on, so it did not quite work out. But our MVP of game number 1 is none other than the Torn Queen herself, Rosa, in the mid lane for Ofenar.
An absolute pillar, an absolute anchor, a rock for the team. If you're falling back and you need somebody to bail you out, you can believe that the Queen does not let you die for free. And it's great to see. So far, we've been seeing all the standard procedures coming in from every one of these teams from wildcards, even when we are expecting, you know, an ultimate, pure domination coming in from Ulfandar in comparison to GK.
Yeah, GK, they got a lot of work to do here. There's potential, definitely. This is a team that can be very flashy, can be very bombastic. Their confidence, their arrogance comes from a reason. But Ofenar is not a team that will fold easily, and you can see the chemistry they have just from their performance in game 1.
I'm hoping that a great example of this is the kick in to the Avatar Guardian. I hope that we get that moment. It's probably going to happen later. But yeah, this very first scenario, not exactly the best in the world coming in from GK, but hey, you know, you make mistakes in the early doesn't mean that you can't get out of it later in the day. I do think that at least for GK, they need to communicate just a little bit better. Is this the one? Gets the initial kick?
Not quite.
No, it's not the one that I'm looking for. Oh well. But yeah, you can tell that with the chemistry, there is, again, very different idea of how they should be playing across the map. But GK Esports have been matching the ULF every single time. Whenever they started to cut their waves and head over to the top side, sending their EXP over, at least GK was there to try and minimize the damage.
Yeah, I think GK still has potential. They've just been dealt quite a heavy blow here that they will need to adjust back from. A lot of those team fights, they tried to make it happen, but there was forced separation being made by Ofenar, where every single time Alien's already on top of Xeno, or TNZ's already looking for an alternative angle, while the Hylos was like just running ahead by himself. They gotta fix that.
I think it's a luxury for them, okay? Just like a Fairy. Luxury meets Gaming Fairy's first M6 Swiss watch, a special jewelry collection for Jushin as well as Mia, and brand new champion rings and medals. So follow @Fairy World on TikTok and our websites for more updates.
That sounds really cool to me, actually. I think you guys should check that out. We all like our in-game bling. Why not invest a little bit in some out-game bling as well?
My wrists are feeling a little empty here, just a little empty. It would be nice if we could fill it up, but that's not all. We also have the lucky draw.
Yep, from the 18th of November to the 29th of December, we can participate in the M6 Lucky Gift, where you can join the draw for a chance to win Claude's new Epic Skin Challengers Flare, as well as Beatrix's new M4 Epic Painted Skin Light Seeker. This is a rare opportunity that you do not want to miss, because you can get Beatrix's M4 exclusive and M4 Prime skins. So they're only returning for a limited time. You gotta get on it right now.
Gotta do it as quickly as possible. Well, coming into game number 2, there are a couple of adjustments that need to be made. Particularly for me, it's just the EXP side of the draft. I think, you know, overall, now that we kind of know the level of Sunshine as well as Carvey, both sides actually did okay in the lane. I think that inevitably Sunshine was going to win because of the double waves that he was absorbing from top side and as well as mid, but generally we're not seeing solo kills.
Yeah, Gold Lane is interestingly becoming a bit more of an island nowadays, when classically that was always the identity of the EXP lane, right? Where you'd always just leave the EXP laners to do their own thing. But now, because they play such a pivotal role as potential setters or front lines in team fights, they have to participate in fights across the map. And that means a little bit more space for the Gold Laners to do their own thing instead.
I do think, though, that if they wanted to shake things up, if you are looking for counter-engage, and if not to slow the pace of it, I do think that high ground marksmen work really, really nicely. Natan, for an example, and as well as, you know, the notorious one, Beatrix, of course, being very, very devastating. But let's quickly get some coach info here. Our coach focus, the profile, this player turned coach, used to compete with 2-time world champion Few, and can lead GK to secure the last Swiss stage slot. I mean, look at his history, right? He played in MPL PH Season 1, second place with the Digital Devils Pro Gaming, MSC 2018, second place with the same team, MPL PH Season 2, as well as 3 under Signal Ultra.
Being champion of MPL Philippines Season 2, this is one of the OGs right here. And I think a lot of people will attribute GK's success after a team revamp, a full lineup revamp, to Coach Yako having that experience being brought in and being very effective, right? So I want to see a little bit more of that. Can that gameplay extend further and pose a threat to Ulfednar?
Well, let's hop on in towards the drafting phase to see whether or not they're going to change things up. Nope, they're going to stay on the blue side of the map here with the ULF being on the red side. Let's see if they're going to change things up because, again, the Gatot first change that we are seeing in terms of the bans alongside the Yve.
Okay. Getting rid of Gatot. So the Yve was already banned out in game number 1, but the avatar of the Guardian turned out to be a bit of an issue for GK in the previous game because when combined with the Way of the Dragon, actually posed really effective ways of not just setting up fights, but cutting off escape routes.
Let's see whether or not, I mean, Fanny ban as well makes sense here. Let's see if they're going to change up their third pick. Was there anything in the previous game that they need to get rid of? I'm thinking maybe to like limit, to really push Alien to the limit, get rid of that Cho at some point of time.
Yeah, the Cho actually should be contested a little bit because having it face off against the Hylos in the EXP lane just gave Alien way too much space. Not to mention that GK didn't really have the most reliable CC. So not only could they not catch Cho a lot of the time, they couldn't catch TNZ on the Ling. So that is a flaw they have to address.
Yep, Vintilla, so it looks like they're only just changing for the Gatot ban. Now let's see whether the ULF is going to adjust or just continuously stick to what they know already. I mean, they found success in game number 1. To repeat that without the Gatot, I don't think Gatot was the pivotal, the crux of their composition.
Yeah, Gatot, I always feel like Gatot isn't really meant to be the initial initiator. He's always better as a secondary form of entry. And that's why you want to combine him with heroes like the Cho. Sure, the Cho is supposed to be the EXP laner, but in that case, he becomes the primary engage, and it's so much easier for Gatot to set up that AOG once the battle lines have already been scattered.
Yeah, now here's the scary part. As much as I want to believe that the ULF wants to pick up that Cho, maybe with the Khalid alongside it, it feels really bad for GK. If they decide to go for either one of those two options, then Phoveus is going to show up straight away. If they lock in that Phoveus, I know for a fact that Alien during M3 played the glue before.
They
so
will
the Hylos again.
Still go for the Hylos, huh?
They think it's that good.
Hylos can be pretty effective. We've already seen very good Hyloses, even just today in the wildcards. The Glorious Pathway is not just used to run in and escape, but also as a way of just cutting the fight in half, just drawing a line in the literal sand and saying, you cannot pass this point. It was really messed up in the previous game because Ulfednar just had more mobility overall. So the Glorious Pathway was kind of null and void.
Here, does GK play Lunox? Already struggling with the Suyo. I don't think Hayabusa is going to make it any easier here. Let's see. I mean, the ULF could easily just pick up the Suyo, call it a day, and then just move on from that point. Or, if not, they could build a thicker composition to deal with it, or just stick to the lane.
Okay, gonna go with the Suyo. I actually did think that Ulfednar didn't need to lock in their jungle here. It's already shown that TNZ has a pretty deep hero pool. So if they're able to force GK to ban out a bunch of junglers, I feel like it would just be better for them. But I guess they want to stick to something that's a little bit more meta, since Hayabusa is not a hero that gets to see the light of day often, actually.
Also true. But when we do, there's only two versions of it. It snowballs so hard that he doesn't even need his stacks to use the Yoki Shadow Kill to get multi-kills, or he doesn't play the game at all.
Pretty much. Very snowball oriented. If you're able to get like 2 or 3 kills under your belt in the first 5 minutes, the game just instantly becomes yours. Then the Skypiercer stacks just take out the rest of the enemy all by yourself. But if you're not able to get that initial lead, Hayabusa just falls so far behind.
Yeah, and it's all about pressure, right? Now, we're looking back at the draft picks recaps in game number 1. The second phase was heavily towards assassin-style junglers like Nolan as well as Hayabusa. Now, they're shifting over to big setters. They're getting rid of the Tigreals to make sure that they can walk into these fights and don't get counter-engaged. I am curious whether or not we are going to see the ULF also get rid of the Arlet like they did before, but finally somebody gets rid of that Phobius.
The Arlet was an interesting ban, but it made a lot of sense after seeing what Ulfhednar went for, because they want to be the ones in control of the team fight, right? But they don't go for that. They actually ban out the Vexana instead. So this is instantly making you think, what are they intending to give Rosa that Vexana would be a problem?
Yeah, interesting. I wouldn't have imagined that Vexana would have been the way to go. Yeah, I mean, top priority mages are already out. I would have imagined that they want to play the Sicilian all over again.
Is this a glue angle? Are they banning Vexana because of they might last pick glue?
They might as well ban out the Farmis while they're at it, unless they pick Farmis here.
Because Vexana would be a hero that would come out without needing to counter something compared to Faramis, right?
Oh, that's true. You can blind pick it just
so
to
they're
deter.
banning Vexana because it's more likely they'll like just blind pick the Vexana here. But
nah, they can't. They wouldn't do that. That'd be crazy. That'd be crazy.
I mean, it's a lot of forward thinking, but it's possible.
I won't deny that. I like the way that you're thinking right now, but at the same time, I think that Ulf, they have to make a decision whether or not to show this show in the EXP lane, or they can just hold it off and lock in their mid laner. They're gonna lock in their mid lane, and they're going for the Loyi.
Ooh, we've already seen Aloy being very aggressive. Just the match before this, that diversion really messes with you because you always have to be looking behind you wondering, is someone in that brush? And that could make Hayabusa's job a little bit more difficult because this is normally a hero you have difficulty catching. If you can just teleport anywhere you want, then that's no longer an issue.
Yeah, but it also provides a vulnerability, right? Because again, if this snowball happens for GK, the mid lane is most likely where they're going to attack. If not, maybe Sunshine on the gold lane, but that's only if the opportunity presents itself.
Yeah, Aloy can be pretty aggressive, can be pretty oppressive with her damage in the mid lane, but since they did pick it earlier on, it gives GK the opportunity to go for that mid lane counter. And whoa, the Belleric! The counter to the Aloy diversion.
I mean, yes, but a Purify does the job. I don't know about this one. I don't know about the Belleric as a pick. I would have imagined that maybe Chip would have been a lot better, but it's clear that both teams, they don't need it. I mean, wait, actually, hold on. ULF can actually pick up the Chip if they wanted to. I feel like it's all right, but it kind of is deterred because of that Belleric. Maybe I'm just pulling strings to see if they connect.
Yeah, I mean, if you have Chip and Loyi, then your map presence is just undeniable entirely. But there is still the potential glue angle if they want to go for dominance against the high-lows. Let's see what it is. It's the glue angle.
You called it. Nicely done, Staffa. Apex 47 going to be having his hands on this show to maintain pressure against Xeno on Hayabusa. I have to say, this is some really great drafting coming in from the ULF. Ulf does some good work here. EK, I am a little skeptical about this draft so far, but we need to see where they really focus their resources on. And that was the big problem in game number 1.
In game number 1, we saw GK not really able to find a winning lane or even a win condition off of their Suyo because of early engagements from Ulfhednar. This game, they still have the Bruno and the Sicilian, but with Hayabusa, they have maybe a little bit more leeway to let Xeno do things in the first couple minutes of the game.
Maybe they can like cheese out a gank early on, maybe between levels 1s and the 2, leave that mid lane open for Sicilian and Smile to actually get to where he needs to be. But that's only just a theory.
Well, the Land of Dawn opens up wide once again, ladies and gentlemen, because we are jumping into game number 2 here. It's going to be GK Esports up against Ulfhednar. The latter currently in control and 1 game away from securing their first victory of the M6 wildcards.
Both junglers going to be starting on their purple buff, going to be ending up on opposite sides of the map. Towards EXP is where we see TNZ heading towards gold lane on the opposite side for GK. You can see that both Rosa and Apex 47 making sure that they are just positioning themselves towards the gold side of the map in case of anything happening. And let's not forget, Lethal Wanderer is about to come up.
If they can catch Xeno's rotation, can instantly provide some good information. Xeno jumps in, does some damage to Rosa. Rosa not able to clear the wall. Has to use Flicker very early on, and the Little will be secured by the Hayabusa.
All right. As expected, they were going to give that up, and here comes the gang.
Yep, TNZ on top of Smile. Both mid laners now going to have their Flickers forced out in the first minute.
Wait, this rotation, specifically coming in from TNZ, reminds me of two junglers, King Kong and as well as Chibi from Vamos, both of which like to do this particular rotation of picking up both big camps and then one small camp, insta-gank mid lane, invade to the opposite side.
It's a good timing because at that point the mid laner is not typically expecting a gank, and they're also going to be pushed up a little bit more just to help contest the Little Wanderers. So you can maybe catch them off guard, though in this case it was just the battle spell baited out.
I think it's worth it. The battle spell alone is so worth it because that means Apex can flicker on top of Smile and there's nothing he can do about it.
Xeno just hit level 4. Both junglers now at that point. Turtle gonna be coming up in a short while as well. This is where we'll see how aggressive GK wants to be. Because, yeah, if you can get a couple kills on Hayabusa instantly. Oh, but a stun. Blade Surge comes in on TNZ. Shen dropping low with the Yin Yang reaction. Xeno not quite able to connect just yet.
I think at this point, GK, just give up this very first turtle, right? You're missing important battle spells. You've already used the Revitalize coming in from Shen. You should head down to the bottom side, maybe consider setting up a dive. I mean, Harith is wide open. He doesn't have defensive battle spells that'll get him out of an Oki. Shadow kill.
Yeah, that could be a good place for GK to pick something up, but they're matching here in the Turtle Pit. Alien in some trouble, still has the split, gonna finally use it. Ogi Shadow Kill comes out, he's able to jump on top of Samo. Glorious Pathway comes out just to slow things down. Yin Yang reaction again, doing more damage as Ulfhenar prolonging this fight. Alien finally gonna jump off of the Hylos and use his Flicker to get away as well.
Okay, all right. Things are pretty chill for both sides. Again, we haven't seen First Blood be achieved. We're not seeing double waves being taken as well, but at the very least, okay, Esports. Oh, hold on.
Alien jumping on top of Xeno once again. Wave the Dragon onto Shen. Blaze Surge connects for First Blood. Secured easily by TNZ alongside the first turtle of the game. Instantly a diversion into the brush, and they catch out Xeno. They find him. He's gonna walk right into the trap.
God, they're too good. What a call coming in from Ulfhenar. They knew exactly what that rotation was going to be. After figuring out that the purple buff was taken, they knew for a fact he's going to orange. We can sniff it out. We can smell it.
The timing is perfect. The experience shows right on their sleeve as Ulfhenar in one fell swoop instantly deny any potential early game snowballs GK could have.
Now, I am interested in knowing whether Ulfhenar is going to get even more aggressive by trying to deny the purple buff. We do see that Alien, he's already on top of it. He might make a call, and Rosa might just be able to send them into that back line.
Diversion's already back up, so Alien's just providing vision. Samo gonna go in, try to stop him, but this is a clue we're talking about. Diversion into the back bush. They see Xeno already. Blaze Surge connects and the kick. Xeno cannot even respond. Glorious Pathway used purely to let Samo escape, and Ulfhenar are in a dominating fashion.
Oh man, they're so good. I love it. I love the motions that they are playing. You know exactly what they want to do, and they can see the vulnerabilities in GK Esports. Now, whenever you're playing against both Chippen as well as Loyi, you have to think about the map differently, right? And you also need to make sure you know the cooldown timings for this TP.
It's so quick and efficient as well. Not just Rosa identifying the rotation timings, but Apex and TNZ, their combo CC is so quick, so fast, you just don't even see it coming.
Well, you have to anticipate. You've no other way because nobody can safely open up the map. And even for Shen, right? As much as he likes to like open up the map, say hello, check out these brushes, there's a very good chance that he ends up dying. He's only level 5. He does not have the base health to sustain through it.
Yeah, this Beleric is picked up as a way to counter the diversion, but Rosa is just playing so quickly, it's not even working, and the diversion straight away into Carvey! Wave the Dragon kicks him right into the Harith, and the Wrath of the Dryad isn't even going to be able to do anything because the Purify comes out straight away on the Zaman Force, and the knockup once again to give Sunshine a double kill in the gold lane.
Beautiful stuff coming in from Ulfhenar, making sure that they are the elite of the elite soldiers, and they are doing so well. GK, at this point in time, recovery is going to have to come from the mistake coming in for the ULF, because Apex 47 and TNZ, they have got Xeno's number. He is not allowed to play the game, and Samo will have to do anything necessary, and I think that the next 4 minutes is Samo giving up his lane to give it over to Xeno so that he can catch up in EXP. Look at this beautiful stuff. As soon as they saw him walk out of that bush, it's over.
And even the pre-purify from Sunshine as well, that was not reactive. He already knew the Belleric ult was coming out and just popped it to make sure that he wouldn't be stopped from DPSing for even a millisecond.
It's great. It's great. It's very clean, but that's only one singular turret 6 minutes into the game. A 4.4k lead, now it's going to eventually turn into an 8k lead as it builds up to this next objective. So GK, don't contest it. Look to play the rest of the map and look to try and find as much gold as you can, because this mid-tier 1, as much as you want to keep it alive, that's solely based on whether you can protect Smile.
The scary thing, though, is that even if they want to play the map, the diversion is just always going to be a threat. Look at Alien, look at how much damage he's soaking. He flickers in, gets the stun on 2 members, and the Way of the Dragon finds Shen once again. Glorious Pathway comes out, but it's not going to save them. Face Apex for Leah 7. Going to be the first one taken out by the Ogi Shadow kill, but Samo's still going to be left exposed, and Sunshine with the killing spree very easily, diving between the towers in the mid lane.
Yep, Alien just having the time of his life. This glue, really nasty pick here, but looking towards that top side, we do see that Zeno at least is trying to wait on his own, hopefully doesn't want to overextend here, because again, they're playing with zero information. They don't know where the majority of the members of the ULF is going to be hiding.
And this is why heroes like Lo Yi have to be respected. There's a reason Chit was banned so often for such a long time. The way it forces you to think about the map every single waking second. GK Esports just don't have enough resources to keep themselves like active.
Yeah, and even when looking at the gold, it's pretty rough. Item progressions, Shen hasn't even completed a full item just yet. Still on components. Xeno, he's got a Legion Sword and a Hunter Strike compared to Tianzi, who's got 2 fully completed items, and I think he's also going for the Queen's Wings on top of that.
Yeah, Tianzi showing how it's done on the Suyo here. Another tower, easily taken, given over to Sunshine as well, just to even further avalanche the gold lead coming in from this Harif. Already 2k ahead compared to Carvey. Doesn't even have his second item yet on the Bruno.
Man. Can't really do much until... I mean, the Berserker's Fury is just way too important. That's a main source of damage.
Oh, Yin Yang reaction doing so much damage. Glorious Pathway, nothing can be done. Killing spree for Tianzi. Tier 2 tower gone. Ulpednar just walk out like nothing ever happened.
Man, has GK not had enough practice against this Lo Yi? I mean, I know for a fact that they were banning this out pretty consistently as well, so it's not like they haven't played against it before, but at the same time, it's looking like things are going out of control way too quickly.
It's just being done at a much more efficient rate than I guess they're prepared for. Ulpednar demonstrating a master class here from their experience of 3 different appearances in the M series. Currently kill score 8-1, AK gold lead 9 minutes in. GK just don't really have anything. Split even used preemptively to zone them away. A good stun from TNZ. GK literally do not exist on the map.
Yeah, Ulfendar is literally just walking up, puffing up their chest and being like, what are you gonna do about it, bro? You want that tower? Nah, you're gonna have to fight for it. How many people are you willing to sacrifice for this tower?
It just feels like such a terrible situation for them. I mean, they want to do something, but Ulfendar is outplaying them every single time.
Hey, Apex, you better watch yourself. You can't get hit by skills like those. You gotta stay as the bully. Look at him. The fact that he's trying to do these fancy schmancy movements, all because they know that they have the lead and they have a very clear checkmate angle. They're 9k ahead. They push them all the way back to inhibitor turrets. They get this Lord, speed this game up, and then they're going, and I'm pretty sure they're going to force out another fight.
In a similar situation to Game 1 as well, GK Esports just don't actually have that much wave clear. So even in the base, they're not that strong unless they're able to... Oh, Xeno in trouble. Doesn't have his quad shadow. Zaman force you. Oh my goodness, where did he go?
Can't show yourself on the map like that. Not without pressure, especially up against a Lo Yi. Every single time they start calling for delivery services, you know somebody is going to die.
Rosa literally is tracking their parcel right now, and they ordered Xeno for dinner. They're really enjoying their meal too, because GK Esports cannot put up a fight at all. Lord pushing in mid lane. Smile has not built up nearly enough stack. Two-man Jeet Kune Do knock up, but Apex gets stunned, so he has to flicker out to safety. Tower actually not being focused too much. Lord dropping quite low. GK doing a good job of clearing it out, and no minions left. Ulfenar cannot actually force this down, so they'll keep all their inhibitors alive for now. TNZ instantly rotating up top, but with only one minion to work with, they're not going to continue that. Xeno comes in. Ogi shadow kill. Will it be enough? No, he jumps to the minion wave. So unlucky.
Really unlucky there. RNG not on his side. Just waiting for the next delivery to actually happen. We know for a fact that it's same game delivery at the same time, but it's a 1-9 in terms of kill ratio. It is not looking very, very good for GK unless they can drag this out for, I mean, currently level 11, 26.2k gold in total. They're going to have to wait for at least 6 more minutes. So at 17 minutes is when we're expecting them to pop off.
Will Ulfenar allow the game to last another 6 minutes? Doesn't seem like it. Alien already jumped in here. Reaction wave the dragon. GK Esports, their front line just melts. It is gone. Mega kill for the Torn Queen herself. Bow before her majesty as Ulfenar break into the base. It is now wide open for them. Only one inhibitor standing, and GK Esports, their time in the land of dawn is limited.
Yep, 12k now as it continues to bridge. Oh man, the item progression. You know, I was thinking maybe to look at the goal graph at the end of this game, but you know what? I take it back. I don't think we need to look at that anymore at this when it gets to post. At the same time, right? Just look at the differences. 3k difference for the gold laners, a 1.2k difference amongst roamers of all roles, a 1.3k difference amongst mid laners, a 5k difference. Oh my goodness, a 5.6k difference amongst junglers, and 800 for the Alien. He doesn't need that much gold, to be fair.
We're seeing a little bit of a social commentary about wealth disparity right now, because Ulfenar are clearly in the top 1%.
Hey, we as the middle class deserve better.
Well, what class does that make GK right now?
Hey, look. It's because of the upper class that they're in this position. If not, both of them would be in the middle class, all right? Social commentary at its finest. But man, I don't see them getting out of this. Smile takes too long to scale into this. Carvey, by the time he actually has his Malefic gun, Winsome Nature would either could be a situational item that Harith could get just for funsies, just for fun.
Yeah, he doesn't even need it, right? Because GK doesn't actually do enough damage to threaten him. But why not, right? Just get a Winter Crown too, so that you can add a little bit of insult to injury.
And both, why not?
Even though you can only use one.
It's just to send a statement that I could have it. But then it'll be even cooler that just before he dies, he sells both and gets immortality anyways.
Like, why not buy a second yacht?
Yeah, true. Oh man, the checkmate angle already achieved here. Now, eventually, the Lord is going to spawn at the 44th second, and they want that last inhibitor.
Last inhibitor is just going to stand there and take it, because there's nothing GK can do to stop this from happening. And this is all before the Lord has even collided in. Xeno trying to do his best to keep the lanes pushed out, so they don't have to deal with a full map sync. Conceal play, flicker, Jeet Kune Do, way of the dragon onto Carvey of all things. But Sanguine Claws actually locked them down underneath the base. And that means that Apex and Alien are taken out. A bit of an overextension here from Ulfenar punished, but Rosa is still unstoppable. First one is the horse, second is the assassin, as GK fall one by one to the yin-yang reactions. And now with the minion waves, they don't need the Lord, they just rush on in. Mega kill for TNC to close things out, and a clean sweep for the fan favorites as Ulfenar take down GK Esports.
That's a 2-0 victory here. Quick domination, making sure that they are showing themselves as the class above. You better get on their level. If not, it's just going to be scenario after scenario where Ulfenar has set up from the beginning all the way up to the end.
We were talking about adjustments. We were talking about things GK needed to do after their game 1 loss. But it just seems like it ended up being worse when this Luo Yi made her appearance. The diversions, perfectly timed to cut off rotations throughout the entire game.
I mean, that's the thing. When you're playing up against these global alt-type heroes who are able to bring along, people. It's about tempo. You must maintain tempo. You must maintain priority. You can even do fake outs as well. You could be looking to pressure one side of the map to force that ult to eventually come to that side and then just back away. You have to be able to maintain that type of control when dealing with these global ults.
But you gotta give props. OpenNar knew what they were doing this game. Their experience was on full display. They knew where their targets were. Every single waking moment without even needing to see them. And when you're playing against something like that, it's just, how do you respond?
Number one, ban out Cho. Number two, I think that Matilda ban on blue side, as good as she is, just doesn't feel like the playstyle that Ulfandar wanted to do, because both times we've seen that Apex 47, big setters, heavy setters, his previous M history as well, all of them, majority being setters, and very few times do we see him actually wanting to lean into the support type roamers, the enchanter types as we like to call them.
But I suspect the reason why the Matilda was so heavily respected is because GK was playing a front-to-back lineup, right? They really wanted this Cecilion, and the goal is to make sure he's not jumped on. So if you have a Matilda...
well, I mean, technically the rest of your team should be peeling for you anyways. He had Flicker, he had the right tools, he had the right battle spells as well, and I think that Smile from game 1 to game number 2 played a lot better. He's not losing out his battle spells early on, and his positioning is, honest to God, pretty good. The only issue is that he's getting jumped on by Cho with a Flicker, on top of the fact that nobody has a real answer to Alien.
Well, it's just how the cookie crumbles sometimes, right? GK, their loss here can not just be attributed to maybe their draft not being the best, but having to deal with the fan favorites, a team that everyone is expecting to be a shoe-in for that final M6 slot. And they're showing it. You can just see how much goal disparity there is.
My goodness, 3 to 13, 14 minutes into the game. Now, the worst part about dealing with the ULF is the way that they play. It's not hyper-aggression. It's just a slow chokehold. They put you in that triangle and you just don't know what to do, but just keep on wiggling.
And wiggling is something that GK tried to do, but their draft just doesn't really help them much. Right, you have the high-lows, which can be very flexible, right? So I think Samo was trying to do his best. But the Belleric is meant and specifically drafted to counter the Luo Yi. And we did not see a single Wrath of Dryad on Diversion. Rosa was just too fast.
I mean, yes, Rosa is too fast, but at the same time, it's not like they could have spotted it out of nowhere, right? And most of the time, we're not even seeing a full 5-man TP. We're seeing like a 2-man delivery package into the back line, maybe even a 1-man delivery package, most of the time it being Alien.
I think GK may have overcompensated a little bit with this Belleric. Yes, it's a good counter to like Chip and Luo Yi, but you first gotta be able to catch them, alright?
And that's why, I don't know, it could be the view that they have on the meta as of right now, but this is definitely GK at its worst. They can only go up from here for the rest of the round robins, as they have to play against 2 other teams to ensure that they have a chance to maybe contest for that Swiss stage.
Do you think maybe it's time to give the Cecilion a little bit of a rest?
I don't think the Cecilion was an issue. We could definitely see that it had a couple of moments where it's able to chunk out. Like even Sunshine and Rosa had felt it at a certain point. Getting hit by one bat impact and you're like, whoa, that does a lot more damage even though you only have an item and a half.
I mean, we can't deny Smile was doing a very, very good job on the Cecilion. They were prioritizing it because he clearly seems comfortable on the hero. But Cecilion is still the type of hero that diverts a lot of your responsibility, especially in the early game, to the rest of your team. They gotta be there to peel off of you. No matter how good of a Cecilion player you are early on, you are vulnerable. And that means heavier burdens that the rest of your team has to shoulder.
Wait, well, there's a counter argument to that. Then how would you categorize Yves? Because that would be the exact same thing, right? You would still have to peel for the Yves. And, I mean, you have soft CC, I guess, but that's about it.
I mean, Yves is more utility, right?
It's more utility.
Because when you pop her ult, she's gonna be immune to CC. So she already has a little bit of an inbuilt defense there, right? And even if Yves goes down, you're not really too worried about it. But Cecilion is one of your main sources of DPS.
That's fair. That's fair.
Right?
That's a good point as well. I don't know. It's tough to see GK take hits like this, and I think that unfortunately it might not necessarily just be the draft. I definitely think there were moments where there are holes in Ulf's games where they could maybe even sneak out into the wave. I think that Xeno figured that out just a little too late.
Yeah, we actually saw Xeno being able to go out and push waves for way longer than you would expect against someone on Rosa's speed. So there's definitely some chinks in the armor that you could maybe try to break open. But man, Rosa still leaving an impression on the international stage. MVP 2 games in a row.
Oh my goodness. Makes it look so easy as a bit later. Really does. Like, you saw at the very last moment that even Rosa was confident enough to be like, hey, I'm gonna just flicker and try to go for a yin-yang reaction onto Xeno, and one-shots him.
Rosa is just playing 3-dimensional chess the entire time, and he's not even playing E, you know, doesn't even have the chessboard, and he's already figuring out every move the opponent is going to make. Playing on a slower, more utility-based hero like Aurora, gets MVP. Playing on a more active, high damage mid laner like Lo Yi, gets MVP. He's just so good at it.
It's really nasty. These calls like this one here, really nice. They are just so on top of it, right? What is the next move? Where are we going to punish? Where's the next play that we could be made? All of this being fought ahead of time by their shot caller Rosa.
It's as if Ulf Hednar was holding on to like a spare key to GK Esports' house the entire time, and they just didn't know it, you know? They forgot to take it back from the previous owner.
They're still holding on to the lease. It's like, ooh, I wonder what this is. I mean, the way that they play so far looks really good. Very clean as expected. But at the same time, we're looking for ways for them to actually improve. GK in particular, right? The Belleric definitely needs to change out in this particular position. They need something a little bit more reliable to open up the map. Again, I still don't understand as of right now why teams, especially when coming into the second phase as well, not touching Chip at all.
Yeah, we know that Chip has been nerfed quite a few times and is not quite as strong as he used to be, but the value he brings in terms of global presence is still there. I feel like teams do still try to consider him at least, especially against a Lo Yi, but for now, let's have a look at the updated standings.
With that being done and said, Group A, Ulvend are going to be sitting right on top, 2-0 as well, winning out their match here. Coming in for that next match, we are going to be looking towards RRQ Akira up against the Mongols to see where they're going to stand, because Incilia right on top of Group B.
But one thing's for sure, the wild cards are already leaving an impact here on the very first day of the tournament. Many teams showing off what they've learned in the many months leading up to the competition, and some others finding that their opponents are a little bit more than they bargained for. We still got one more match before we end the day, and I hope that the games continue to be just as exciting as they have been.
I mean, they have been pretty exciting, but I'm expecting at least teams to play a little bit cleaner here. Now, there has been a lot of inconsistencies with our next upcoming match, RRQ Akira as well. I mean, you can pull it up right here. It's RRQ Akira up against the Mongols. These two teams, I think that RRQ Akira, for the longest of times, have been up and down. They've come to the M Series time and time again, but have really struggled to make it out of groups. And even when they do, they play their hearts out. It looks great. The Mongols, on the other hand, the fact that they beat Lil Gun, IHC, what exactly did they do to get to this spot? Did they beat the download system? Are they just hyper-aggressive? That's why I'm keeping such a close eye on this squad.
Yeah, whether or not they can become a dark horse, right? And I think this last match actually has interesting parallels with our third match as well, right?
Yeah.
With RRQ Akira and Ulf Hednar both being long-standing dominators in their region, finally taken down a notch at this particular tournament, and Mongols and GK both being teams that have recently gone through pretty big revamps or reshuffles of their lineup, bringing new flavors to the stage.
I love it. I hope to see new playstyles as well. So far, we haven't really seen hyper-aggressive teams. We've seen control teams, very macro-based teams as well. But I would love to see some of these teams show off why they got to this place got to this stage in the first place. Focus down on their gold laner. Maybe it's just purely their jungles that they're focusing on. I get the meta is in that direction, but at the same time, show your colors early on.
Yeah, break the mold a little bit, right? We talked about this, how the gold lane's a bit more of an island, EXP joins fights more, but why not switch things up, right? Go mess with the gold lane, let your EXP laner do their thing, break the tempo, force teams to adjust to things that they haven't screamed or prepared for, and that's where the most interesting games come from.
Yeah, truly, truly. With that being said, we're going to be throwing it over to a short break. And don't worry, it's going to be a short one because we want to get this next game up and running. So the next time you tune in, it's going to be more MLBB action.
Fight for ultimate glory starts now.
Mobile Legend M6 スイスウォッチ
Fight
Living up to its name, the opening day of the M6 World Championships has been a wild ride here in the wild cards in Malaysia. With 3 matches already concluded, we still got 1 more to close out the day and to set up the stage for what these teams are gonna look like in terms of the standings. Once again, my name is Dafa, and joining me on the desk for the final match of today is Gideon.
Yep, for our upcoming match, we have the Mongols up against RRQ Akira. Again, you mentioned it perfectly. It is a bit of a mirroring of what is to happen, or maybe is something a little bit different. Previously, we just saw Ulvenar just taking down GK Esports 2-0. Is this going to be a reflection of veterancy of the M Series competitors, or is the Mongols going to shake things up?
Compared to the parallel in that sense, I do think there are some unique points to point out between these teams compared to Ulfednar versus GK, in which RRQ Akira does seem to be on a slightly less consistent streak overall.
I mean, yes, they are on a slightly less consistent streak, but one thing that you guys can maybe look to enjoy, Qiddiya Gaming and Esports District, which unites gamers, communities, and fans across all genres and all walks of life. Go check out at Qiddiya Gaming just to, have a look, see what's curious, what's up with their communities, and what exactly are they doing. Because when we're talking about communities, RRQ, one of the largest, and being able to have a team in Latam as well as a team in Indonesia, you can only expect that the organization is going to communicate, these orgs will commute with each other amongst their teammates, especially over a singular game title. I think that RRQ Akira probably could learn a lot from RRQ Indonesia, but at the same time, does that translate well?
Yeah, does it work? Because RRQ Akira is a team that does like team fighting. There is that brawl style that you do see from their brothers, RRQ Hoshi. However, there has been some difficulty from them adapting to the more recent meta, because even though it promotes a little bit more aggressive play, there's some switches in the more specific responsibilities of each player in each lane. Especially, I think the EXP laner, similarly to Alien, has a bit of difficulty adapting to the new style of hero that they have to lane with.
I mean, unless you can find the right tools, but then again, versatility really is beneficial in meta right now, especially with the flex picks that we've seen so far, making it difficult to kind of predict what winning matchups or guaranteed winning matchups that you can ensure in that second phase. With that being said, for those of you who are just tuning in, let's have a look at the current standings of Group A as well as Group B.
So far, after 3 matches here, in Group A, we have Ulfednar standing at the top with a 2-0 win-loss streak. Tianfeng Yaoguai showing the world what they're capable of by taking a victory 2-1 versus Nightmare Esports, currently 1-2. And GK, unfortunately, after their loss previously, sitting at the bottom of Group A.
On the opposite side of Group B, Incilio winning 2-0, and now our current matchup, RRQ Akira versus the Mongols, to decide where they're going to be listed, whether in the top side or the bottom side, joining maybe Incilio or maybe joining Legion Esports, currently with an 0-2 record.
Every single one of these teams have come into the M6 wildcards with something to prove, to show the world that they are capable of standing on the same stage as all of the other teams that have qualified directly to the Swiss stage. And many of them representing regions that haven't had a lot of chance to shine in the world of MLBB.
And that's the thing, right? Every single time we've seen a team actually touch the M stage, if not had a good experience in the M stage. When I say good experience, meaning making it out of groups, or at the very least making it through a very competitive group, we see them well, I don't want to say exfoliate, that's the wrong term, but compounding skill, right? They come back every M series stronger and stronger and stronger. Fireflux Impunity now into ULF, very, very good example. We're looking for another team similarly, if not able to go further beyond.
Yeah, Ulfednar showed a very dominating performance in their game previously. A lot of people have already considered them the fan favorites to move forward, but I personally want to see more dark horses. I want to see more of these teams demonstrate why they are here, how much they have grown, and that this meta actually suits their own respective styles even better. It has already been a shift. The world order here in MLBB has already been overturned in multiple major regions, so why not make it happen in the wildcards too?
Look, we live in a society, right? But inevitably, I feel like a lot of these teams are losing their the creative touch, right? We haven't seen the major differences in a lot of the minor regions all across the world, or even amongst the major regions. Most people are kind of copying, pasting item builds, rotations, and the way they should be looking at the game rather than coming up with a unique perspective.
You can't really deny that in the end, copying the bigger teams, the ones that are consistent, the ones that take over the world, are going to be the best way for you to improve, right? Figure it out why they do a certain thing, copy it, and master it. But it is true, I agree with you, Gideon. I do feel like a little bit of that identity, a little bit of that uniqueness coming from their own regions is lost when this happens. What really should happen is a bit of amalgamation, right? We want to see a mixing pot of different cultures, but in this case, different gameplay styles to create something completely new.
I have to agree with that. The more that we look at it, we're seeing the same heroes being used time and time again, which is definitely understandable, but they're all used in the exact same way. Even in terms of item builds, we're not seeing like many people even picking up certain items like even Lightning Truncheon, for an example. Untouched, unused for the majority of the tournaments.
I mean, that is mainly because burst mages just haven't been seeing the light of day, right? It's all been utilities, seeing Eve, seeing Aurora, Vexana, the only real exception in that case. But who knows? Meta could develop, we could see something new. But let's once again return to this big old fancy graphic.
All right, now we're going to be looking towards Group B side, right? Now, remember that 2 members previously playing under the banner of Mongols moved over to KK Esports, right? So that means they had to go through a bit of a shuffle of their own. RRQ Akira used to be known as the kings, just absolute kings of Latam. Nobody stood close to them until finally they got dethroned. And unfortunately, these guys, they've been to pretty much every single M series, and every time that they perform, either they make it out of groups, lose out on the very first round, or don't make it out of the groups at all.
Yeah, compared to Ulfhednar, who have majority been around since M2, RQ Akira has been around since the days of M1 even. So this is a long-standing legacy that could be dethroned right here. And RQ Akira are gonna do everything in their power to make sure that that does not happen. But the odds are stacked against them. They've already stated that it's been a bit difficult for them to adjust to the newest meta that has come to the land of Dawn, and a lot of the players, despite having really strong potential, have been having their ups and downs, even in the recent season of MPL.
Yeah, and that's why I think, you know, I would have expected King in particular to do really well in the current meta, because again, last time playing tanks wasn't his thing. It was really, really uncomfortable to do, but then we jump on over to the National Championship and the Mongols being able to take down IHC, Lil Gun, as you may have known him, and they turned it really, really well. Now, this team defeated M5 wildcard winners Lil Gun, and they also have, sorry, I don't want to get this wrong,
Rinix K.
Rinix K. Rinix K. Oh, the pronunciation, man.
Yeah, but it is kind of a cool name, you gotta admit.
It is.
Rinix K is one of the star players here for the Mongols, formerly a roamer, now switching over to the gold lane. And despite that being a very different responsibility, has shown incredible mastery in the position. We've talked to some of the other casters internationally, and they even stated that he's actually able to match up to Bebex from Lil Gun, which put up really strong performances. He also has really, really deep pockets, where he played 5 different heroes against IHC in their grand final.
From roamer to gold to MVP. And I'm a little excited to see this, right? Because again, Lil Gun, IHC, man, I really, really like that team. I really did. They were true to their name. They would always download their opponents, give up game number 1 to reverse sweep them eventually. We're not going to see that in the Mongols. I want to see what's different about them. Are they the kind where it's like, do I need to download you at all? Or am I just looking to make sure that it's a 2-0 no matter what?
Yeah, it's a bit sad that Lil Gun isn't here, because that identity was just something else, right? That lose game 1, suddenly become a different team in game 2. You never see that kind of thing. It's always so unique. So hopefully Mongols are able to show us that they have a unique personality of their own here, and if they can start things off by taking down a team like RRQ Akira, that would be a massive statement.
Yeah, that would be a very big statement, especially since RRQ are looking for some form of redemption. This is the first time that they're going to have to go through the wild cards. They never had to do this before, so I would expect them to at the very least be looking better than a majority. But let's quickly look on over to the quotes coming in from Gusta Lagusta. He says, at first, losing to Maycom Evolve was a big surprise. I never imagined we would lose. It was a tough moment, a dull day, but over time the pain fades and the learning begins. Victory or defeat, depending on the perspective, always becomes experience.
Ooh.
Dang!
Wow! Put that on the cover of his autobiography. That is quite a quote here from Gusta Lagusta.
Jeez, I don't know. Maybe I'm wondering whether he's like, you know, what do they call it? It's not misquote. Oh, I can't. I did this in university before. Referencing, that's it. Referencing Faker at some point. But still, really great quote here. And I think at least a humbling experience is necessary to understand how much more you need to grow to reach the top.
Yeah, maturity and experience comes hand in hand, and with experience, you will always deal with loss. It's how you're able to pull yourself back up from that loss and face a new day that really defines your skill and potential as a player here in Mobile Legends Bang Bang. RRQ Akira are still a team that has to be feared. I think a lot of fans are still expecting them to potentially be the ones to face off against Ulfednar if fan favorites go the way they go in the grand finals, but dark horses are possible, and the Mongols are here to make that statement.
I don't know, where are you leaning towards to? Because even for me, like I'm not too sure which horse I'm going to be backing in this upcoming matchup. I think that both have great storylines, great personalities, but at the same time, the Mongols entice me only because this is the first time that they're showing up. We've got to see what this first impression is going to be.
Well, we've already seen a very good performance from Incilio earlier as well, right? A team that doesn't have a lot of international experience. So I personally like rooting for the underdogs, especially if they bring something new to the table. You know, I think the Mongols are a little bit on the underdog side here, even though their potential shows they could take down RRQ Akira.
I want to agree. I want to agree, but at the same time, it's I feel just because they're in a smaller region doesn't make them underdogs, and that's why I need to see this game to get an initial impression, right? For all we know, it could just be like, you know, Lil Gun used to be called Crazy Raccoons, and they just dominated the wildcards all throughout. I don't know if the Mongols are going to be able to put up a similar performance, but if Lil Gun could have done that, could they do it here in 2024?
You know what? That is a fair point, right? Despite being a smaller region, Mongolia has made some really surprising things happen on the international stage. So we always got to be prepared to expect the unexpected here, especially since RRQ Akira has still been trying to find their footing for the recent stages. So we will see, right? I think their particular team dynamic is also going to be very interesting to look at. But first, let's talk about a topic here, Gideon. Which off-meta heroes do you think deserve the spotlight at M6?
Oh, dude, I got a couple in the bag already.
Ooh, okay.
Number one for me, I got to see some Clint. I want somebody to pick up Clint, because I think our Clint, as of right now, especially with the quality of life changes, is honestly pretty decent, on top of the fact that he's one of the few Malefic gun users that does pretty well with it, right? It helps extend the range on top of his passive extended range, so he gets a crazy amount of distance.
I see. I mean, Clint used to be one of my favorites as well, so I would be very happy to see him. Is able to dominate gold lane pretty easily early on, and his range becomes pretty insane. It got reduced a little bit recently, in addition with all the changes to like force swing and backswing timing, but that just means that he shoots so much faster. When I played him after the patch, it's like, whoa, okay. But if you ask me personally, I want to see Cyclops.
You want to see Cyclops?
I want to see Cyclops.
Now, amongst the Malaysian, specifically Malaysian cast, I don't know about the other regions. We haven't got together to have a bit of a powwow about it. I think that Cyclops, as of right now, as a mid laner, I mean, his ult is nice that it's a lot faster now, but other than that, does he scale well? Does he clear waves as effectively from early to mid? Personally, no. I can't back this horse just yet.
His wave clear, I will admit, not the best in the world, but with the changes to his skill 2, the planet's attack actually pokes really, really well. Like, he can hit you from way further away than you expect. And while the ultimate moves faster, it is still actually somewhat on the slow side. So I don't actually think the speed is the issue. It is the spammability. you can get like 3 or 4 star power lockdowns in a single fight towards the mid to late game, and that is like what, multiple choke kicks, you know, without the displacement. That's pretty good.
I mean, I want to say that it's good, but at the same time, if you're using that ult most of the time, you throw that ult down, one person gets locked. If that person doesn't die, those clapback is just too heavy. The cost is way too high. And I think that utility mages are just a little bit more effective in that case until we start leaning into a meta heavily around these burst type mages. But then again, if Cyclops comes around, that means the counter Pharsa is going to show up as well.
Actually, I'm expecting that the meta will develop in that direction, right? Because especially now, if we're seeing a lot more like of the classic marksmen getting their chance to shine thanks to Malefic Gun, especially marksmen that would traditionally be a little less mobile, then you're going to start seeing mid lane shifting more into artillery that can easily reach them despite the extended range.
Yeah, but the biggest issue, it's going to be the jungler. So let me introduce to you our RQ Akira here with Gusta Lagusta, Luis, Sagan, King, and Takashi. I really want to see the performance of King this time around. This should technically be his meta. And even for Takashi, same argument I made for Alien. These guys are big playmakers. They love damage-style junglers. So does that mean he's going to devolve down to Cho, or has he adapted to the meta a little bit better?
The thing is, they did adapt to tank jungle meta very, very effectively. And similar to a lot of other assassin players, because they've been playing tank junglers, utility junglers for so long, the shift back to assassin is something that they've had to adjust to, with some players being more successful than others. RQ, though, is a flashy team. They like to take advantage of enemy mistakes, but if the enemy team is clean, then they'll have some difficulty finding chinks in the armor.
Oh yeah, especially when they're up against RNXK, Shenlin, Meiki, Zetsu, and Bankai. Oh man, there's so many ways that I could just mess up saying their IGNs. There's so many easy connectors.
Yeah, RNXK is already a confusing one, but I believe it's also pronounced Mikey instead of Meiki too.
You're
so
right.
That's something we have to keep in mind. But the Mongols have made the world surprised by taking down Lil Gun, which was a team that already made quite an impact at the M5 wildcards. Definitely coming in without a lot of information as to what they're truly capable of, and that could be a factor that they use to take down a more experienced team.
Of course, and if you notice, I just noticed this, on their jersey itself, they actually have the shoulder guard print of traditional Mongol riders.
Oh, yeah.
That's actually so sick. That's a very nice touch and a very cool detail. But now it's time to set some expectations here. What are we expecting in the draft from both of these teams? Are we expecting them? I feel like RRQ Akira, definitely the more team fighty sort of style. I would like to see Mongols try both styles of team fighting and also a more of a pick-off skirmisher style too.
So based on the discussions that we've had with some of the other casters internationally, we all know RQ Akira is a more aggressive team. They really, really like team fighting, especially towards the mid to late game. But they actually don't focus on micro 1v1s that much, right? Let's put a pause on that because we talked a little bit with Takashi.
As an ESP laner, we asked him, what do you like about this patch? And he says, I love the patch notes because I love playing Granger. He's here I consider meta. The patch brings out more of the off-meta soldiers like Hilda, Khalid. They're pretty strong now, but I dislike the buff on Fredrin. I hate playing against him. Understandable. Understandable.
Yeah, when you're, especially as an EXP laner, right? You want to jump on someone, you want to do damage to them. You don't want them to throw your own damage back at you, right?
Yes.
And that's exactly what Fredrin is doing.
Ugh, gross stuff. And not to mention, actually, this actually ties in quite nicely to some of the off-meta picks that I've been, hitting a couple of chirps on the side. Fredrin does pretty well into Hilda. And with that being said, you guys are welcome to the M6 code. Please quickly redeem the code with welcome to M6 or Tom6, depending on how you look at it, or just scan the QR code like a regular.
Make sure it is case sensitive as well, so the caps on the TOM are actually important and the W as well. If you don't capitalize those correctly, then it will not work for you. So make sure you guys grab it. Very easy code to write down as well, compared to the usual mishmash of letters and numbers. I really want to know who Tom6 is, but I guess we'll figure that out another time.
Maybe another time. Funny enough, as you've been talking about earlier about teams actually boot capping, Mongols in particular have been doing a decent amount of boot camping. I don't know. We were told that they've been boot camping in the Philippines for a little bit of time, and just before the tournament here for the wildcards, they've been in Malaysia for at least 1 month before the qualifier.
Ooh, that does sound pretty good. Having some familiarity with the place you are playing in does help make you feel more comfortable when you are up on that stage, and comfort can be a pretty big factor. When we compare RRQ Akira's more bombastic team fighting style over to the Mongols, they are actually more akin to a calculative PH style of game. They like to go for a slower, safer tempo to squeeze out the economy, but once they've hit their timing, and they're quite good at identifying this timing, they will immediately spike up the timing, go quick, and take down the game.
That definitely sounds very Southeast Asian. There's so many Southeast Asian elements in there, and I don't know. I want to see whether RRQ Akira is going to be able to handle that type, because again, these identifiers, right? If you really boil it down to a micro level, a component even, a timing even, that could be enough to send RRQ Akira spiraling, losing tempo, and so much more.
Yeah, especially since RRQ is a team that likes to play with preparation, and they want to use that preparation to force mistakes and take advantage of those. If they're against a team that they don't have a lot of data about, and that team plays like a slower, more calculative, clean style, RRQ Akira may be facing against a team that they're not the most well matched with.
And I don't know. I'll probably have some conversations with some of the management of RRQ Akira. I'm curious to see whether or not they had bootcamp, any type of preparation coming up towards the wildcards here to maybe help out with that consistency. But it's time to head into the drafting phase between these two teams. Let's see which side of the draft they decided upon.
We've already seen how sides of the draft can be pretty important, with a lot of teams actually choosing to remain on the blue side, even though red side can have some advantages here and there. But it looks like it's going to be the Mongols having first pick and RRQ Akira having second pick.
Alright, let's see how this is going to play out. Yevon as well as Hilda instantly banned out, followed up by Zhu Xin. As well as Fanny, seems to be the standard bans here nowadays between both of these teams. I'm expecting Coach Cabral to really be on top of it.
Creativity. We've highlighted this multiple times, but the draft is a lot more open nowadays. Even though we are starting to see a lot of the same heroes again, the way the order that you pick them matters very heavily in keeping your draft open and your opponents guessing.
Let's see whether or not Chip is going to get let through this time. Are there any other must bans at this point? I mean, they've already got the Zhu Xin as well as the Yve out, the Hilda as well. I think that the Suyo after the nerf isn't as deadly. I mean, yes, it has combat prowess, but at least you can't just like, oh, it's 3,600 HP on the Lord. I can just instantly take it.
Another thing to note as well, we already talked about Renix K's hero pool, but he actually does quite like the magic DPSs. So we saw Lunox, Harith, and Alice in the gold lane during the grand finals against Lilgun.
Oh, that's very interesting. Including the Alice. All right. So first pick here going to be the high loss for the side of the Mongols. RRQ looking to reply. There's many different options here, and I mean, if I close my eyes, cover the team names, I can imagine that this could just be like, I don't know, maybe a Cho plus X?
Yeah, I mean, that's what happened in the previous matchup. Cho, pretty good opener, right? Especially now that you can flex him in both Roam and EXP. Gatot has already been banned out, so we won't see that combo, but the Suyo will be locked in here. Will it be the Cho?
Well, we'll see. We'll see whether or not it's going to be the Cho. But the fact that they've already banned Fanny as well as the Chip does kind of give me an idea that RRQ have a plan walking into this game. King is known to be has known to play the Fanny before. The Chip definitely is always going to be a problem. But this, instead of the Cho, they're actually pairing the Suyo up with the Khalid.
A little bit of a flavor that was recently popping up. Khalid also able to flex into both EXP and Roam positions. Very good hero at messing with the early game of the opponents, especially if they're playing a weaker early game assassin jungler. Very easy for Khalid to just walk into the enemy jungle, mess with them because he has very high base damage.
Yeah, that is true, but then the only problem is that if it ends up in the EXP position, Mongols could look to punish by locking in the Phoveus right here, right now. A very good matchup for that Phoveus as well, but it might just be a little too early to lock it in. 6 more seconds left on the clock. Mongols going to be maximizing the full duration time before they go for the lock-in, and it's going to be the Alpha on top of the Aurora. So they're expecting RRQ to be heavy on the engage.
I think this is fine as well. Even if we didn't see these heroes already coming out of RRQ Akira, we already know that they're a team that wants the force engages, so counter-engage with Glorious Pathway and Frigid Glacier would be very nice. But this is actually what you noticed earlier, Gideon, right? The Mongols jersey has armor-inspired designs and the traditional deal collar, blending tradition with esports.
I don't know, see, sometimes men, when they just look at random history facts and they watch like 6-hour videos on it, it comes useful sometimes. Yes, I did watch a 6-hour video on the Mongols. Now, looking back at it, the Luoyi is going to be something that they're going to have to think about, right? Because now RRQ have a lot of global presence. We're expecting that the Mongols are, you know what, they're coming up for the front-to-back, a traditional front-to-back composition, but now with Luoyi, a lot of different angles to flank.
Yeah, I think Luoyi is a very good way of dealing with a team that is known to play a little bit more calculated, because it's very good at forcing mistakes where mistakes would not normally be. The glue getting banned out as well.
You know it. Come on, you know it. You know what they're setting up for. They want Phoveus. They want Phoveus. They want Phoveus. It's so free. It's so free. They've already taken out the Khalid, and at this point, what else do you play in the EXP lane other than the Hylos and maybe some other tank, because Gatot is basically gone? It's a free lane.
Well, we know that when the going gets tough, Tekashi likes to go back to Terizla. So that is also a maybe.
Do they actually want to play Terizla into this composition, like as a counter-engage? I mean, I guess they could, but I feel like Arlet might just do a little bit better, if not Edith, but Edith is already banned out. Well done, Mongols, already ahead of me there. RRQ Akira, let's see what their final ban is going to be.
So one thing to note, the Mongols, they always like to go for a double frontliner kind of style. Oh, actually, RRQ Akira banning out the Phoveus themselves, so this is leading me to think that this is most likely a Khalid EXP.
Right, that's kind of interesting to see. All right. So that means the Mongols, with their final ban, so much has been dedicated towards the EXP sector of that map, and I think that at the very least, Hylos into the Khalid, not exactly the greatest, but it's not like heavily in favor of Khalid. It's really just who outsustains the other.
Yeah, very sandbag fight, which can be boring, but hey, if you gotta do what the meta requires of you sometimes. But interestingly, both heroes can still be flexed as well into the roam position, so it's hard to really say for certain right now. And with the show locked in for RRQ Akira, the questions just keep going. Who is going where?
I don't know. I mean, I think that's what the Mongols are currently feeling like. Like, oh man, it's really difficult to figure out who exactly is going to go into the EXP lane at this point. I think worst comes to worst, they just go for a EXP laner who has some decent clear, call it a day, and then focus towards the opposite side of the map. Because again, RRQ Akira are trying to make sure that Gusto Lagusta has a winning lane in gold.
Yeah, not just that, but the draft that they have right now is very formless. It's not your typical front to back. It's very easy for them to skirmish, to go for separate angles with the Luoyi and the Cho, even separately sometimes. So the Mongols, if they go for a front-to-back lineup, will have difficulty keeping track of things. Something that can open up the map is important, and something that can out-mobilize RRQ Akira potentially would be good. So we do see the Wanwan and the Barats.
Interesting. So Wanwan is pretty sick here, mainly because she can pretty much dance around a majority of the heroes coming in from RRQ Akira. And I think that even if they do get on top of the Wanwan, she has the inbuilt Purify, so that's nothing to work with. Next thing, the Barats. Again, as much as we want to believe this is going to be a sandbag, at the very least, Barats can sustain in the lane and clear pretty effectively. Now RRQ going to go straight into the claw to look to be able to jump into that backline, look for these big bursts, and still be able to kind of distance himself if the crossbow of Tang is activated.
Sticking fully into the formless draft here. I initially thought it was going to be the Bruno from RRQ Akira, just to bully Wanwan early on.
That's
but
what I was thinking too.
They're going straight for like heroes that can all be independent, all take care of themselves, and just play on their own sides of the map at any point necessary. This is going to be a tough draft to pull off, but if they're able to do so, it's hard for the Mongols to keep up.
Yeah, well, we'll see, because I feel like the Mongols, their plan is very, very straightforward. My problem with it is that can it scale in comparison to RRQ? Because as formless as they are, they've got a lot of pack-a-punches in their comp.
That is true, but only one team will be able to reign supreme after taking into control all of the factors here. Let's see whether it is RRQ Akira or the Mongols who will claim victory in game number 1 of our final match here in the M6 Wildcards Day 1.
All right, let's see how this is going to be played out. RRQ Akira on the red side up against the Mongols on the blue side. They're going to be starting on the same side of the map. Orange start for Zetsu and King going to be on his purple. They want to end up towards the gold lane here, which is going to be interesting because now it just means that EXP finally going to be left on an island.
Yeah, compared to the previous game where you saw a clear EXP laner that would be able to unlock themselves quite quickly, in this game we have double sandbag with the Khalid and the Barat, so both teams focusing on the gold lane a little bit more instead.
Guys, don't forget the M6 Pass is available as of right now. Complete all of the activities. Honestly, just keep playing the game to reach level 75 for free and get some pretty incredible rewards.
Including Claude's battle emote, M6 Glory avatar border, and new special skin, Baxia Dauntless Shield for free. I'm sure you guys already know, so we're not gonna punch it in a little bit too much. For now, not too much happening here before the first turtle spawns.
As it should be, you know, it needs to be formless, it needs to be cool, calm, and collected here. But in terms of raw rotations, both teams, you know, keeping up with each other, both junglers really being the pivotal point on the direction of which they need to rotate.
Yeah, both these junglers are very active. Even back when Suyo was a must-pick or ban, Alpha was commonly picked up as a way to counteract him because this is just a hero that is instantly able to start fighting quite early on with that true damage. So at this point, it's a pretty classic matchup here in the jungle, and it all depends on who's able to get that snowball started.
And now, one more thing that we need to point out is that the recent changes towards Claude specifically. His Art of Thievery, base damage, oh, hold on.
Lin, okay, he got stunned by the Blade Surge, but it is a Hylos. He doesn't even use his Revitalize yet, but he doesn't have level 4. Neither does Mikey. A beautiful Flicker to Tona's welcome, but a beautiful Flicker Raging Sandstorm by Tekashi into the backline. Bankai's initiation completely negated as RRQ Akira take over the Turtle Pit and continue chasing. Frigid Glacier comes out. Two-man freeze. That's going to be one final hit from Luis, though he trades his own life in return for it.
Oh my goodness. I'm surprised that Tekashi is still alive there. I definitely thought that this Ballista minion was going to get one more auto, if not at least the orange buff to swing that, to swing and hit it. But even so, it's a 3-for-1 trade, and RRQ Akira, that was an extremely clean fight.
Yeah, really well played by Tekashi especially. Bankai did a really nice initiation, but the rest of the team grouped up to try and follow up on the Daytona's welcome, and that just set up beautifully for the Khalid to come in with his ult.
Really swept the Mongols at the legs, right? Oh, hold on. They're going to be able to get Litho Wanderer at this point of time, but the next point of attack, I'm not entirely sure, right? Because after playing around the first neutral objective, are they just going to be passive, or are they going to look for maybe a couple of gank opportunities, or go for the traditional send Khalid to the other side, Suyo goes down to the bottom and maybe look for a dive?
And based on what we know on paper about these teams, the Mongols are going to be slightly slower in terms of where they approach things, but will try to find advantages where they can, while RQ is a bit more on the flashy side, so we would expect them to be the ones starting to make things happen, especially when they have all their cooldowns ready.
See how it's going to go, because again, these neutral no-man land creeps going to be contested here ever. And I mean, the information is always going to be key, but at the same time, Tekashi and as well as a Bankai not really getting much done at this point other than when they are in these team fights.
Yeah, the EXP lane becoming the island it always was known for. Diversion though, gonna visit that island. Daytona's welcome, use the dash away. Really nice reaction from Bankai.
Good stuff. That's what you want to see. And actually, wait, let me just double check something real quick. I want to see, did both EXP laners, yeah, they're going at the exact same rate. Both of them completing the Thunderbelts at the same time and opting to actually go for the Warrior Boots. Interesting choice.
Yeah, both of them are pretty tanky, so they don't really have to worry about CC. In fact, if they can force it on them instead, they would be quite happy to take it. RQ, though, gonna be the first ones to rotate over it and start pulling the turtle to their side. Zetsu a little bit behind, but the rest of the Mongols are already here setting up a shot. Kakashi looking for the off flank. Yin Yang reaction on Shenlin. The kick, but revitalized. Use Raging Sandstorm. Dodged away by Mikey. Zetsu steals away the turtle as the Mongols take out Tekashi, who is way too far from the rest of his team.
Yeah, that's that is actually so unfortunate. One revitalize, making the difference from Shenlin to keep him alive. But again, a lot of battle spells being used. RinXK, at the very least, his damage, a lot of it just came through the Inspire for him to actually blow through Tekashi. And I think that Luis, really good initiation, but unfortunately Revitalize is just that good in the early game.
Mongols are very specialized in playing double frontline heroes. They have two tanky boys, which is the Hylos and the Barats. So if either of them get kicked, they're actually quite okay with it. And RQ Akira, their damage is right now very burst-based, so the Mongols have a little bit more consistent DPS over time.
And so far, they've matched up against each other on the top side of the map, making sure, again, no initiations have been started. They're going to have to wait a little bit longer here. I'm expecting Bankai to maybe look for an engagement of his own, or is it going to be Shenlin? Because again, there's a lot of patterns. They haven't really formed patterns in the way that they engage. So far, it's very, as you mentioned, formless. They're being like water. They're just waiting for these opportunities before they unleash.
Yeah, I think especially after the first fight as well, the Mongols may not be trying to force things anymore because the counter engage on their side is just a lot stronger. And if they can force RQ Akira to spend resources running at them, then, well, we see Sagan get taken out here. Not even sure how he got picked off like that, but Zetsu's gonna instantly follow up with a double kill on King 2.
I thought maybe he got flickered upon, but no, it's just the raw Daytona's welcome. He just hit it nicely, and they made a call and they caught 2, which is a little sad to see because that means RQ Akira is gonna lose a decent amount of tempo only for a bottom tier 1.
Like I mentioned, the Mongols have pretty good counter-engage options with these two tanky heroes, so RQ actually may need to stop stepping on the gas a little bit and refocus their efforts elsewhere, because this turtle is going to be very easy for Zetsu to claim.
Yeah, and I mean, the double tank lineup, the most annoying part of it about it is that if you want to go for a marksman, she's a little too mobile. The Wanwan, hard to catch. If you want to go for their mid laner, there's two fat tanks just waiting to counter engage. So I think at this point, if RRQ is looking for any point of punishment, it has to be towards the jungle.
It's tricky to do so though, because RQ Akira doesn't actually have the best ways of engagement. They're relying on Luis and Tekashi, and while Luis is very good at separating people from their team, Tekashi is hoping that the Mongols stay together so they can hit them with a big Raging Sandstorm. So because of that, the positioning becomes a bit more difficult. This is what we were talking about. Raging Sandstorm on top of Zetsu, taking a lot of damage from King and Sagan, but the dive's still not enough. And now the Glorious Pathway comes in from Shenlin. Bankai in the backline. Daytona's flickers in, finds King, stuns him against Sagan, and sets up for a double kill to Mikey.
Well, I don't know why Sagan bothered sitting in that bush. It was just, I mean, worst comes to worst, you just keep walking out of there. Your tier 2 is not that far away, and they're going to lose a mid-tier 1 off of it as well. The Mongols just going to quickly just raid from top all the way down to the mid side of the map.
I like how Bankai basically just made Sagan experience Yin Yang reaction himself.
Yeah.
He just threw his teammate at him.
Again, Sagan should not be sitting in that bush. There's no reason for him to sit there any longer than he could, especially since that once the Daytona Welcome has connected, you basically have anti-CC, so that's not stopping anytime soon.
RQ Akira now definitely on the back foot. 4K behind the Mongols, who have been doing a great job of responding to their aggression thus far. And yeah, I think they are living up to what we mentioned, right? Very calculated rotations, very clean and slow gameplay, slowly taking over the map.
Let's see what the next move is going to be, because passiveness, yes, it's great, and it's also good to be reactive against your opponents, but I'm not seeing a lot of forced errors coming out from the Mongols. Are they applying that pressure to RQ Akira to force them in a position where they have to make a mistake if not lose everything?
We'll see, because the Lord is at 30% HP already. Mongols blitzing it down very fast. Shenlin taking a lot of damage, but Rory's halfway comes out with the Revitalize, and it's just like nothing ever happened. Clean from the Mongols.
Yeah, so funny. Bankai just standing inside the Lord Pit to try and deny space and an angle for King to go in, or even try to get out if he gets swallowed up by the Daytona's welcome. Regardless, the Mongols will be able to secure it, and if they continue to keep up that... Wait, actually no, still stolen away by RRQ Akira despite all of that happening.
Yeah, all things considered, RRQ Akira not actually that far behind. 3k at 10 minutes is a very surmountable obstacle, especially since in that previous fight, they were allowing Gusta Lagusta to just farm up the top lane. This Claude has been unaffected the entire game, is going to become their late game win condition, so the Mongols still have to respect that somewhat.
I mean, they're going to be losing a decent amount of economy that they build up only because of these Lord-empowered minions. I would like to see a replay of that most situation again. I didn't think he had the range to get in it, so either it came out a little too late or...
Oh, Flicker Jikundo kicks the Aurora, but the Glorious Pathway just splits off the rest of RRQ Akira, so killing spree for Zetsu. Passive popped on the mid laner. Daytona's welcome Flicker once again, not able to get the stun onto King, but no worries, the rest of the team is there to help them with that. That's 2 members of RRQ Akira down.
Man, this is really frustrating. I can understand why IHC, or otherwise known as Lil Gun, lost to the Mongols, because the Mongols, they don't really give you anything, right? Until they turn it around, and then it's too late. You don't know what the conditions are there that they're looking for, and more so, if you're just slightly out of position, you can expect them to force it upon you.
But RRQ Akira is actually uniquely equipped to be able to deal with a team with this playstyle. A formless draft means that they can play every part of the map at once. Yes, they will probably have to sacrifice a couple of bodies to make it happen, but as long as Gusta Lagusta can continue scaling up, they can still actually take over, because the structure score between them is not that different.
It may not be different, but this 3.6k lead coming in from the Mongols hasn't really been moving too far forward. And we're already at the 11th minute, right? So even if the Mongols do hit that initial item power spike, I want to see how they really go, how exactly are they going to capitalize on it? Because we do see that at least from Renix, he does get the winsome nature. He's not going for the Trinity build. Opts to go for a early Malefic Roar, which I respect a lot. Trinity build completed by this Claude, looking to extend it to a Malefic Gun.
Yeah, Malefic Gun gonna be very useful on Claude as well, especially against a comp like this that can quite easily run you down. That extra rage could make the difference. Diversion play with the full 5-man. They found Renix K and stunned him instantly. He cannot escape that one.
Yep, players, they gotta learn, they gotta learn. You don't check the bushes on your way around, you're gonna get punished for it. Really, really unfortunate there. But now that the Lord has spawned, and since that Renix K is already down, I think that RRQ Akira should look to take position.
Absolutely. This is the best timing, especially with Gusta Lagusta pushing up that top lane as well. Shenlin being forced to stay behind to deal with it. Blitzing the Lord right now is an option, but they'll go ahead and zone out Bankai just to be extra safe. But is that going to be the right idea? These few seconds could give them a Way of the Dragon. Louis is just keeping Zetsu in place. He cannot come and steal the Lord, so it will go over to King. Mikey gonna get shut down by Gusta Lagusta as he goes in, does the damage necessary. Bankai just barely escapes himself, and another flicker out from Louise to get out cleanly.
Really difficult spot RRQ Akira put them in. They weren't entirely sure how exactly they were going to get in towards that pit side, but at the same time, it almost felt like they were just trying not to give an angle to Luis, but at the same time, you gotta give it to Luis. He did. Oh my goodness! Ouch. Whoa, where did Renix K's health go?
Gusta Lagusta has hit his power spike definitely at this point, and the Mongols, although they've been playing with a tanky lineup so far, in this meta especially, a Fed marksman can melt frontliners so fast. These next couple minutes going to be crucial.
Going to have to wait here, trying to sync up the waves. At the same time, Mongols are responding accordingly to minimize the damage of these Lord-empowered minions. Finally, the lead actually coming back to RRQ Akira as expected. It's not like the Mongols had a devastatingly large lead anyways, but let's see if they can at least... Oh!
Diversion, purely as a diversion here to let the Lord crash into the top inhib. Glorious Pathway to zone out the rest of RRQ as the Mongols deals with the Lord. They're not gonna lose their top inhib, but they will lose their mid tier too. And they are still split up right now. Luckily for them, Louise structures, no flicker, so he's not able to make a play.
Okay, so no structures left other than inhibitors for the side of the Mongols. They are only 1.3k behind. Honestly, that's not that bad. RRQ Akira, it feels like at this point, the way that they're playing their draft is really, really good, especially if they have access to the backline. So they just need to allow themselves to find these flanks. And without any turrets around, it just makes it easier for them to find it.
Yeah, now this is a bit of a problem for the Mongols because we can actually see that they are playing very closely together. This is a front to back, so they have to be grouped up as 5, especially with the threat of diversion looming over their heads. But that just gives even more time to Gusta Lagusta, and Bankai missed his Daytona's welcome. Diversion play comes in on the opposite flank. They're gonna get the knock up on Bankai. A beautiful Raging Sandstorm into 4 members, but Takashi is way too far in front. Winter Crown only delays the mega kill to Zetsu.
Yeah, Sagan, he needed to quickly run up forward. Doesn't have much movement speed. He isn't able to close the distance in time despite Takashi having an incredible engage onto the majority of the members of the Mongols.
It's actually just way too fast. We have seen this before. There are players who out-tempo their own teammates at times, and that can cause disconnects. That was not something that needed to happen, especially with a 4-man Raging Sandstorm. But RQ Akira are still in control for now. Luis looking for an XK. Shenlong is here to stop him, but this is a big collapse. As now Bankai comes in, Wave the Dragon, gonna be purified by Renix K as he pops the Wind of Nature, jumps in, not able to get Crossbow of Tang, as the BMI is used by Claude to get away, but not able to escape from Mikey. And now RQ Akira are caught out with their pants down. Bankai gonna be traded away. Sagan almost trades. Renix K actually does do so at the end before losing his own life. 2-for-2 trade.
Nicely done by Sagan, making sure that he's putting his back against the wall so that Renix K can't get that very last weakness point to go into the Crossbow of Tang in vulnerability form. But at this point, with this 2-for-2 trade, especially since the marksman has been taken out from the side of RRQ Akira as well as the Mongols, they probably are just looking for position with no real commitment.
Yeah, this is a fairly even game state right now. The net worth lead in RQ Akira not actually that big, but they do still have all of their tier 2s standing. So it's going to take longer for the Mongols to rush in, but they'll go ahead and find Takashi anyway. Unstoppable. Way of the Dragon kicks Mikey right into the hands of King. He loses his passive. Luis still has immortality up. Diversion pulls Gusta Lagusta in. King gonna trade Mikey away. Killing spree for the Suyo as RQ Akira comes out on top.
They continue to start pressing their advantage forward here. They need to get this Lord as soon as possible. They're even popping Revitalize to stick on top of it.
Lord dropping very low now.
Oh, no.
A full team knocked up into the Yin Yang reaction. Zetsu still able to take the Lord, but that did not need to happen. They almost lost everything.
Oh my goodness, that would have been super upsetting. And King was threatening at least an inhibitor.
Oh, and now Renix K is just going to chase him down. King able to heal up quite a lot there, but that's a shutdown on the Suyo.
Very, very decent shutdown as well. Actually, no. He probably didn't have much bounty gold on him. He's already died 4 times in this game, and it's not like he was able to accumulate it further than that. At this point, we're already reached the late game. Oh, TP just to kind of open up the map. Commits to it as well.
Gusta Lagusta going to be sent to the bot lane.
BMI.
And just BMI is back. That's the Claude Loyi combo for you.
You know what's really upsetting? Whenever somebody uses Conceal or you're putting like BMI's very, very close to the wall without giving the idea of where the circle is, it's actually pretty difficult to see.
Yeah, that is one of the tricks, right? It's something that you don't really think about unless you play a lot of the hero, but here comes the Mongols. They want to get the tower with this Lord. Will be able to clear the top tier 2. Yin Yang Reaction doing a good job of chunking them out and preventing them from pushing with another wave, but they're evening up the tower score now. All external towers on the map are gone.
Now we're back to phase 1, square one. 18 minutes of this game, and now we're getting into selling your boots and starting to swap out items. That's all the economy is going to be used for. A Windtalker purchase for Gusta Lagusta to speed up that wave clear while at the same time pumping up some decent damage. Not to mention that when we look at the damage taken, Bankai as well as Shenlong taking the most. Almost identically even. Wait, hold on. 5 at 6,000. No, there is a slight difference.
It's about 5,000 damage difference, but we can see how much work they are doing. Again, the Shenlong Bankai duo frontline for the Mongols is a very classic maneuver by them. And normally would lose a lot of effectiveness now that we've reached this stage of the game where all of the carries are close to full build, but they're still doing a good job of managing their positions.
Now, dancing back and forth, just waiting for somebody to make that first initial mistake. They're going to be clearing up the top side of their map, trying to look for position on this Lord, but it's only coming back up in 45 more seconds. Mongols parallel to them on the opposite side.
These teams may be surprisingly a bit more even than we thought. The Mongols being a little bit cleaner, unfortunately, they're relying very heavily on 5v5s means that they lose a lot of map control. But RQ Akira has made a number of mistakes that have prevented themselves from taking over in the late game, even though they did a great job of scaling up to that point.
Dance around. If they do, double checking the last couple of items here to see if there's anything else out of the ordinary.
Oh, hold on. They've walked into the brush. A Jikundo knock-up. They found one. That's going to be none other than Rinix K, but he's able to walk away with the Doros Gold Meteor Shield. And now Akira are getting dismembered, but they're able to trade for Gusta Lagusta. We still have to remember, they do a lot of damage on this Claw. They found Chen Lin. This is a 4v5. The rest of RQ able to get away. Rinix, careful, loses immortality to the Yin Yang reaction and walked way too far. Sagan punishes him. Takashi gonna be taken out as well. Monster kill for Zetsu, as now King wants to chase them down and finish them off. Gusta still pushing the bot lane by himself, so the Mongols have to get away. Diversion play from Sagan, tries to keep Zetsu in place, but he misses out on it. Winter Crown though keeps him alive, as the rest of RQ are playing as formless as they need to be. Mikey, the only survivor, easily dispatched, and that means that this is going to be a full team wipe on the Mongols for RRQ Akira. An easy and empty path straight into the base. Game 1 going over to RRQ Akira.
Oh, good stuff. Great. Honestly, the game just boiled down to how you space against your opponents in these team fights, and finally we see that the Mongols make that